Chapter 350. Flanders looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. His face was a little pale due to his injuries, but he was in good spirits. There was no way he was faking his recovery in this place. According to the information Cylin obtained from Shi Huajing, Flanders used to be a pharmaceutical businessman from a famous school. He came from a medium-sized family, and the company he took over was a family business. They produced a lot of drugs, but most of them were aimed at the middle and low end of the market. That being said, the fact that he hadn't been swallowed up by other big families was a testament to his ability. Unlike the rulers of the Mist Bodhisattva Empire, most of the people in charge of the League of Stars had real talent. Even if they weren't the most outstanding, they still had a solid foundation. Unlike nobles like Jin Xingming who enjoyed absolute privileges, they wouldn't fool around like that. After the League of Stars fell into chaos, Shi Huajing decided to work with Flanders. Flanders might be an insignificant force to other people, but Shi Huajing definitely had his reasons for choosing him, and he was a partner he absolutely trusted. There were some newspapers beside Flanders, and some of the images on them were like books from the heavens to Xianxia. They were either molecular diagrams of drugs or the principles behind a newly developed drug. Even if it was an advertisement, it had to be a medical product. Xianxia's head was spinning just looking at it. Flanders was lying on his bed and watching the news. When he saw Cylin and Flanders, his gaze landed on Hui Mao, who was lying obediently in Cylin's arms and looking around restlessly. He smiled and said, "You came just in time. I was planning to leave the hospital in a couple of days." Cylin didn't know if Flanders was telling the truth when he said that he came just in time, but he had to admit that he was someone Shi Huajing trusted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that Wheeze was a special cat. His gaze on Hui Mao just now was to verify their identities. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Flanders. I'll have to trouble you with the rest," Cylin said. Flanders waved a hand dismissively. It's fine. There's no need to be so polite." The fact that Flanders dared to use the term fourth young master meant that he had set up a security system in the room. No one outside could know what was going on inside. In fact, Cylin wasn't worried that news would leak out even if Flanders hadn't set up a security system. Both Hui Mao and Cheto were here, so it was a piece of cake for them to control the flow of information. Flanders told Cylin about his plan. According to Flanders, he wasn't going to leave this place immediately after he was discharged from the hospital. He was going to look for someone, but he couldn't do it in a big way. He would only bring 2 or 3 bodyguards with him, bodyguards that he trusted absolutely. It would be even better if Cylin and the trio could help. If he still couldn't find that person in the next 2 days, or if he couldn't touch that person, Flanders would follow his original plan and leave instead of staying here forever. Shi Huajing had told Cylin a few things before, and if he could, he would help Shi Huajing. Cylin was a very important person to both Shi Huajing and Flanders. An hour later, another 3 people entered the recovery room. They didn't look like much, but Cylin knew that they were all experts. The trio was surprised to see Cylin's group, but they quickly regained their composure and went to report to Flanders. An hour later, 3 more people entered the recovery room. They didn't look like much, but Cylin knew that they were all experts. After completing a series of procedures, one of them pushed Flanders out of the sanatorium in a wheelchair and into a spacious flying car. The trio followed after him. "How are things over there?" Flanders asked the person who pushed him into the car. "We've been keeping an eye on them. No one is disturbing them." "The old mister is busy," the person replied. "That's good." Flanders let out a sigh before saying to Cylin, "Old Mr. Sun is my mentor and 4th young master's teacher." The person Flanders was looking for was called Jiu Sun. He was Flanders' former mentor at an advanced education school. However, the old man had been kicked out of the school and lost his qualification to become an academician of the League of Stars. At the time, Jiu Sun was one of the most popular candidates. However, he was framed and stripped of many of his academic rights. After that, Jiu Sun disappeared from the public eye. Flanders had already left the school by then, and it was too late by the time he heard the news. However, after Jiu Sun left the school, he accidentally ran into Shi Huajing, who had left home. Jiu Sun was the one who taught Shi Huajing everything he knew. Sillin didn't need to investigate this old mister he had been looking for a long time. Sure, Huajing's medicinal knowledge was very strong, and there were many times when he was able to solve problems very well and efficiently, even though he didn't take the usual route. It was no wonder that Shi Huajing, the fourth young master of the Shi family, would notice a small boss of a small medical company like Flanders. So they were brothers. It was only when fourth young master came to me and told me about teacher that I found a new junior brother. Flanders smiled. That was the first time I heard from teacher after he left the school. After that, I agreed to work with fourth young master, and we secretly sent people to search for teacher. It wasn't easy for us to find out where teacher was staying, and it just so happened that I was injured as well, so I came here to receive treatment. It made sense. After all, Flanders was the boss of a medical company. He had to have a full set of treatment facilities, so there was no need for him to come here for Jiosun. The reason Flanders told Sillin all of this was because he wanted to shorten the distance between them a little. Teacher is a stubborn person. He doesn't like to curry favor with others, and he's not good at socializing with people either. That's why he's always offended people, especially back in school. Otherwise, with his knowledge, he would have been named an academician of a League of Stars a long time ago. The flying car kept flying towards the suburbs. Large sanatoriums were nowhere to be seen, replaced by small hospitals, pharmacies, and recovery centers. In the past, there would have been fewer people here compared to the Central District. But now that the prices of large sanatoriums were high, business here had improved a lot. Some of the older shops were even lined up outside. The flying car didn't stop and continued to fly towards more remote areas. Like most planets, there was a divide between the rich and the poor on this planet. However, the slums here were slightly better than the ones Sillin had seen before. In this slum area, the landmark building was a huge garbage disposal plant. Most of the waste treatment plants on this planet were located in the slums, far away from the Central District. Every day, a large amount of waste will be transported here from other places. Some were from the Central District, while others were from the small sanatoriums and pharmacies along the way. Around the waste treatment plant, many residents of this area were waiting there, armed to the teeth. They carried large bags and wore several layers of isolation gloves on their hands. Some were metal, some were non-metal, and there were also all kinds of tools. There were adults with children, and there were also many elderly people. They looked at the transport vehicle that was slowly approaching from a distance. It was as if they were preparing for a battle, and their fighting spirit was high. Because of the nature of the planet, there were more medical things such as sanatoriums, various hospitals, pharmacies, and so on. The domestic waste would definitely be related to various medicines. Among this waste, there were used and unused medicines, used and discarded treatment products, broken medical equipment, and so on. Among the medicinal waste, there were some drugs with strong oxidation, strong corrosion, high volatility, easy to decompose when exposed to light, temperature sensitivity, and so on. Their contents would have special requirements. Many of the boxes and bottles that contained the drugs were made of precious materials. The residents who stayed around the waste treatment plant all day mainly sorted out such materials. If these materials entered the treatment plant, they would definitely not get a share of the results of the recycling. They would not get any benefits at all. So every time the waste was transported and had not been sent to the treatment chamber in the treatment plant, the residents around the waste treatment plant would seize the time to pick up these things. The residents here did not need to buy medicine. They would pick up all kinds of medicine from the garbage dump. Although many of the medicine had different names, the ingredients of the medicine were similar. The experienced residents would classify the medicine together and store it bit by bit in case they needed it in the future. The children living here understood some pharmacological knowledge from a very young age. Even if they didn't know the principles, didn't know the name of the substance that the medicine worked on, and didn't know the molecular formula of these drugs, they knew what these drugs were used for, what to eat when they had a cold, what to use for trauma, and what the lethal dose of lethal drugs was, and so on. Survival was the best teacher. If they didn't even know these things, they could die because of an accident at any time because there were bottles and packaging shells of all kinds of drugs everywhere. The various bottles that contained the drugs were the toys of these children since they were young. Just like when Tang Xianxia was in her hometown, it was common for children there to use guns as if they were eating, and it was similar here. Hua! The garbage was unloaded from the truck, and the residents rushed forward, regardless of waiting for all the garbage to be emptied. The heavily armed young adults rushed in front, and the women and children picked up at the edge. After all the garbage was unloaded, they rushed over to pick up the valuable ones in this batch. Even if they were all kinds of gloves, some of the drugs, just a little bit of it would corrode a large piece of the wound, and there were all kinds of harmful gases around the garbage dump. It was impossible to completely block it with the poor quality masks that the residents wore. The damage to them was not small. Because of grabbing the garbage, the residents who were scratched by the machinery and corroded by the drugs didn't have time to deal with the wounds. For them, this was not strange at all. Everyone had all kinds of scars on their body. They didn't have the money to repair them, and there was no need to do it because it would always come back after it was done. There were a lot of flies on the garbage dump, big and small. After the flying car stopped, Huimao rushed over there to play with the flies. The residents here were only interested in the drugs and bottles. They didn't care much about a cat, even if it was a fat cat. Flanders walked out of the car after the flying car stopped. He wasn't in a wheelchair. He was almost fully recovered after the treatment. Looking at the fat cat rushing over to the garbage dump, Flanders thought about what fourth young master had said and decided not to bother with it. Waving his hand, Flanders pushed away the mask one of the bodyguards handed him. This wasn't a garbage disposal plant, and the air wasn't too bad because of the direction of the wind. Although there was a clear smell of drugs in the air, Flanders could still tolerate it. He just couldn't help coughing sometimes. Besides, the more pitiful he pretended to be, the better it was for him to go to his mentor. If he came to show off his superiority and made himself look different from the residents here, the chances of him persuading him would be very low. Leaving one of the bodyguards to keep an eye on the flying car, Flanders led the other two bodyguards and Silen's group towards the narrow street. After passing through a small alley, they saw a small courtyard at the end of it. The layout was very similar to Lycrabe's resident Silen had seen before. It was obvious that Lycrabe had been greatly influenced by this man back then. Even before entering the courtyard, they could already smell the natural scent of medicinal herbs. The courtyard door was open. When Silen and the others arrived, they happened to see someone coming out of the courtyard. It was someone who had just finished receiving treatment. From the courtyard, they could see an old man sitting in the living room. The old man was massaging a patient who was sprawled on the floor. Since there weren't any machines to treat him, he had to use his own hands most of the time. The old man had a pair of beautiful hands. Unlike the stained, wrinkled, and rough hands of most old people, Jiosun's hands were as smooth and resilient as those of a young man in his 20s. Most doctors would act like idiots without the aid of machines, but Jiosun wasn't one of them. His hands were excellent healing machines in their own right. Although they weren't as effective as the machines in sanatoriums, it was still a rare sight to see without the aid of machines. Standing next to the old man was a very muscular young man who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. Right now, the young man was staring unblinkingly at the old man's movements. Although Flanders was very excited to see Jiosun, he knew that Jiosun hated to be disturbed when he was working. Therefore, he just stood there without making a sound. Only his breathing and heartbeat gave away his restless mood. 10 minutes later, Jiosun stood up and washed his hands in the basin that the burly young man handed him. After that, he put on his gloves and spoke to the patient before handing him a medicine bottle. The medicine bottle was filled with a brown liquid that had already been prepared. The patient only needed to follow the doctor's instructions and use it. After he was done with the patient, Jiosun finally looked at the people in the courtyard. Jiosun's gaze swept across the people in the courtyard and finally landed on Flanders. He frowned for a moment, then his eyes flashed for a moment before he finally calmed down. Flanders, Jiosun said slowly. Although he was trying his best to hide it, Silen and the others could still tell that Flanders wasn't as calm as he seemed on the surface. Teacher, cough, cough, cough. Teacher, I finally found you. Cough, cough, cough. Jiosun took a few steps forward and helped Flanders up from his knees. Why didn't you wear a respirator when your lungs were injured? The air here will worsen a patient like you. Although you're almost fully recovered, it's best if you don't come into contact with this kind of air before you're fully recovered. Tears welled up in Flanders' eyes. He coughed a few times and said, I came as soon as I got your message. I didn't think about wearing that thing. Silent. The two bodyguards didn't react in the slightest to their master's blatant lie. It looked like this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Flanders wasn't as composed as Silent had been when they first met him. Instead, he was acting pitiful in front of Jiao Sun like a child. After all, he had several years of experience working with Jiao Sun as a teacher, so he knew a thing or two about Jiao Sun's temperament. While scolding Flanders for not taking care of himself, Jiao Sun had the burly man bring him a bottle of medicine. He sprayed it on Flanders and dragged him into the house. That's all for today. Close the door, Jiao Sun said to the burly man. Jiao Sun dragged Flanders into the house. One of Flanders' bodyguards and Shu Sag stayed in the courtyard to prevent any suspicious people or troublemakers from approaching. Teacher, fourth young master. No, Shi Huajing. No, Lycrabe. Jiao Sun felt like slapping Flanders' head twice. What the hell is it? It's been so many years, and you still haven't gotten rid of your bad habit of not being able to speak properly when you're agitated? Flanders thought to himself, I'm acting like this right in front of you. Flanders had been deeply influenced by what he went through when he was still a student. Jiao Sun always had high expectations for his students. He wouldn't be as lenient as other mentors because of their connections or backgrounds. Therefore, every exam, clinical trial, and paper he wrote were the real deal. Every exam, every clinical trial, and every paper he wrote was the real deal. The students who managed to survive Jiao Sun's tutelage were now doing well in the medical world. However, not every one of them was like Flanders, who still had a deep relationship with Jiao Sun. Ever since they graduated, they never wanted to see Jiao Sun again. The old man was too hard to please. He had a bad temper, high standards, and loved to scold people. Not many people could stand his temper. However, it was exactly because of Flanders' deep relationship with Jiao Sun that it had become a conditioned reflex. Flanders would get agitated every time he was in front of Jiao Sun and couldn't speak properly. He had lost count of how many times Jiao Sun had scolded him because of this. Just like now, it had been years since they last met, but he was scolded as soon as they met. Jiao Sun knew that the poor kid named Lycrabe he met years ago was actually Shi Huajing, the son of a powerful political family in the League of Stars. He was also known as the fourth young master of the Shi family. After a moment of silence, Jiao Sun didn't respond to Flanders' request to take him away. According to Flanders' understanding of the old man, Jiao Sun was going to turn him down. Jiao Sun was a strict person when it came to his students, and in turn, he had high expectations of his students. As a matter of fact, Jiao Sun's expectations of Riculab were much higher than Flanders. It was just that Riculab had run away from home in a sorry state. Jiao Sun remembered him as a depressed and self-deprecating child, not as the fourth young master of the Shi family, who was now in his prime and wielding great power. To put it bluntly, Jiao Sun hated the rich and powerful. Back then, he lost his qualification to become an academician and was kicked out of the institution he worked for years because of those rich and powerful people. It would be a lie to say that he didn't mind it at all. Jiao Sun might not have mentioned it, but it didn't mean that he had forgotten about it. On the contrary, he remembered it very well. He knew very well why he was set up, but that was just how his personality was. He couldn't change it even if he wanted to. Flanders panicked. He knew that he wouldn't be able to say anything to change Jiao Sun's mind. In fact, he might even make the situation worse. Flanders looked at Silent. If Shi Huajing said that Silent might be able to help, then he should be able to do something, right? Chapter 351. Noticing Flanders' gaze, Silent let out a soft cough. It was almost as if he was trying to change the topic because of how awkward the atmosphere was. Elder son, the layout of this place looks very familiar. I've seen Lycrabe's place before, and it's very similar to this one. Silent had used the name Riculab instead of Shi Hua Jing, because the name was more effective and would allow Jiu Sun to release his memories from the past. It was better to appeal to the old man's emotions rather than provoke him. Jiu Sun's expression softened a little when he heard Silen's words, but he still didn't say anything. Silen didn't mind Jiu Sun's silence either. He continued, "But Elder Sun's place is much cleaner than Lycrabe's." Silen was paying close attention to Jiu Sun and Flanders' expressions when he said the word messy. Both of their faces visibly twitched when he said the word messy. From a moment he walked into the courtyard, apart from the decorations and layout, the deepest impression he had was how orderly and clean everything was. For someone as strict as Jiu Sun, he would definitely pay attention to some details in his life. He might not be a clean freak, but at the very least, he wouldn't allow his place to be messy. That was why Silen's comment about Lycrabe's place being messy triggered Jiu Sun's urge to scold his student even if the person who used to be messy wasn't here. Flanders immediately knew that Silen was trying to persuade him. He stole a glance at Jiu Xuan's expression before replying. "Ricolub lives in a very sloppy place?" Flanders even emphasized the last two words of the sentence. "Yeah, it's really messy. The first time I saw Lycrabe, he had a hangover and was wearing a nightgown that hadn't been washed for days. He smelled really bad, his hair was messy, and his face was covered in stubble. He looked like a dispirited uncle. Back then, Lycrabe was like a fruit that had fallen to the ground and slowly rotted away in the darkness." What Silen needed to do right now was to polish up Riculab's decadence a little and tell him everything about his drunkenness, his sloppiness, his nightclub habits, his possible indiscretions, and so on. Although Silen used the word possible in a lot of places, Jiu Sun's ears automatically filtered out. The more Silen said, the more Jiu Sun's expression twisted. The veins on his forehead bulged. Flanders couldn't help but shiver in fear. From what he knew of Jiu Sun knew that a storm was brewing in his heart right now. "Little junior brother, I'm not the one who tricked you, it's Celine. When you get scolded by teacher, don't look for me. It's Celine who said all these." Bang! Jiu Sun slammed his palm on the table and cut off Silen's words. "You're pissing me off." Jiu Sun was panting with anger. He had taught many students in the past, and he didn't really care about them after they graduated. But the one he cared about the most was Lycrabe, the boy he met when he left the academy with a bad reputation. Although Jiu Sun didn't take Lycrabe with him back then, Lycrabe had always been in Jiu Sun's mind. The reason he didn't take Lycrabe with him back then was because he didn't want to drag his disciple down. After all, his reputation was already ruined, and if he dragged Lycrabe into it, Lycrabe's future would probably be ruined as well. There was no doubt that Lycrabe was an outstanding person. Otherwise, Jiu Sun wouldn't have placed so much hope in Lycrabe. Back then, Jiu Sun didn't tell him the reason, and he didn't know that the pitiful child was the young master of a big family in the League of Stars. But with Silen's words, Jiu Sun tossed all his worries and worries aside. The thought of his disciple turning out like this made Jiu Sun so angry that he wanted to drag Lycrabe over and give him a scolding. How the hell did he grow up to be like this? But Lycrabe wasn't here. No one cares about him. Jiu Sun huffed and puffed. Silen shrugged. "There's nothing we can do about it. Back then, he left home, and no one cared about him. He lived alone for several years. But now, he's back with the Shi family. As the young master of the Shi family, who dares to care about him? In the end, it's all up to him. Sai, why didn't you take him with you back then? If you had, he wouldn't have lived such a ridiculous life. I don't think he can change now." Jiu Sun had been wondering if he had done the right thing back then. After all, the Lycrabe he knew back then really was a lonely and helpless child. But the more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt. The stone that had been stuck in his heart grew bigger and bigger. Flanders hurriedly said, "Little junior brother has been looking into you ever since he returned home. It's obvious that he remembers you. He reminded me a few times when I came over." Flanders seized on Jiu Sun's guilt towards Lycrabe and said a lot. Jiu Sun's insistence slowly turned into hesitation. It would be a lie to say that Jiu Sun didn't miss his little disciple. That pitiful but talented child from back then had grown to such an extent that he didn't even know what he had grown up to now. "Sai, it's true that he had a bad reputation in the academic world, but it's been so many years, and the League of Stars isn't doing so well right now. It shouldn't be a problem for him to pay a visit, right? Elder son, Lycrabe really misses you. He's worried that his identity will be a burden to you, so he specifically asked senior brother Flanders to come over. Otherwise, he would have come to see you even if the Schur family were to scold him, Sillin said. That's right, teacher. Why don't you go see Lycrabe and tell us about your research results and experience? I still have a lot of questions I want to ask you, and I'm sure Lycrabe has a lot to tell you as well. If you want to come back, I'll send you back. Flanders continued to talk. His words might be full of loopholes to someone who is very experienced in dealing with people, but to Jiao Sun, it was like a sharp knife stabbing into his already wavering heart. Since Jiao Sun had accepted his disciple, he hoped that he could teach him everything he knew. Since Flanders and Lycrabe wanted to, Jiao Sun didn't want to turn them down. I'll teach them some more, just like how I taught them back in the academy. Jiao Sun sat down again and looked at the medicine bottles on the counter beside him. He couldn't help but recall how he taught that pitiful child back then. The conditions back then were even worse than they were now, and he hadn't taught much to Lycrabe. Although he had taught a lot of theory and knowledge, he hadn't been able to put it into practice, and he hadn't been able to explain many of the problems clearly. He wondered if Lycrabe had misunderstood his teachings, but he had to correct his mistakes as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would become a habit that would be very difficult to correct. As expected, he missed his disciple after all. When a person reaches age, it was only natural that they held deep feelings for each other. In the end, Jiao Sun agreed to go see Lycrabe with Flanders and return after seeing Lycrabe. But would Lycrabe let him go? Of course not. At least that was what Sillin thought. The fourth young master of the Schur family had done so well in the family, so how could he be lacking in tricks? At most, he would suffer a scolding from Jiao Sun. The fourth young master of the Schur family was currently in need of manpower, and he trusted Jiao Sun. Jiao Sun's ability would help Schur Huajing gain more support in the Schur family and give him more authority. Flanders was overjoyed that Jiao Sun agreed to go with him. His mission was to bring Jiao Sun to the fourth young master's place and leave the rest to him. "Oh, right. Cole, come here." Jiao Sun patted the shoulder of the burly young man who had just arrived and said to Flanders, "This is the new disciple I took in after I came here. His name is Cole." The strong guy named Cole was born and raised in the slums of this planet, but he was not from this area. He used to live in another area of the slums, but there was an explosion at a waste treatment plant there, and many people in that area died in the accident. Cole was one of the lucky few who survived the explosion. However, he was seriously injured at the time and would have died if Jiao Sun hadn't done his best to save him. That was why Cole had always been grateful to Jiao Sun. His family had all died in that accident, and he treated Jiao Sun as his only family. He was always scolded by the bad-tempered Jiao Sun because his brain wasn't good. But even when he was scolded, Cole didn't show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction or resistance. In his opinion, it was a blessing to be scolded by someone. Flanders glanced at Cole. In fact, he had investigated Cole a long time ago. Cole didn't have much talent, and his genotype rank wasn't high, but he had a good temper. He was one of the few people who could tolerate Jiao Sun's temper. In other words, sure, Lycrabe won't be the youngest anymore. The youngest junior brother will be Cole. Flanders looked at Cole with a friendly smile. Cole scratched his head in embarrassment. Having a senior brother who was old enough to be his father wasn't bad at all. Jiao Sun didn't bring too many things with him when he decided to leave this place and visit his youngest disciple. He would only come back after visiting his disciple, so he didn't pack much. Flanders quickly took care of everything here, and the group returned to the flying car's landing point. By the time they boarded the car, Hui Mao had returned and was still chewing on something. "What are you eating, Wheeze?" Shusag asked. Jiao Sun and Cole, who had just sat down, also looked over when they heard the noise. They were indeed curious about this fat cat. After all, they had lived in this area for many years, and they had never seen such a fat and agile cat. Hui Mao stuck out its barbed tongue and stared at a few flies that had been bitten out of shape. Jiosun and Cole's expressions immediately changed. They knew that most of the flies in this area lived in the garbage treatment plant, and they especially liked the chemicals in the garbage. That was why they were so resistant to drugs. Although they didn't look much different from normal flies on the outside, there was a huge difference in their insides. Not only that, they also possessed a certain degree of medicinal properties, or rather, toxicity. Make it spit them out already. These flies are very poisonous. Cole said anxiously. It's fine. It has a good stomach, Sillin replied. Cole went on to give a few more examples of how dangerous the flies were, but Sillin just smiled and said the same thing in response. What are you talking about? Its master doesn't even mind, so why are you in such a hurry? Sit down. Jiosun glared at Cole, who was about to pry open the cat's mouth. His temper was rising again. Hearing Jiosun's words, Cole shrunk back into his seat. He couldn't ignore his master's words. Squatting on Sillin's shoulder, Huimao chewed and swallowed the food in its mouth. Then, it let out a yawn and started taking a nap. The flying car flew straight to the planet's port. Flanders' personal spaceplane and other Flanders people were waiting for them there. The spaceplane was huge, but it wasn't eye-catching at all. There were a few larger spaceplanes parked around it, and they looked even more attractive than the one Flanders was using. Sillin walked into the lounge Flanders had arranged for them. After closing the door, Sillin asked Cheto, "How's the information gathering going?" 81%. The rest is a bit more troublesome, but I'm sure we'll be able to gather everything if we stay here for another day, Cheto answered. It's fine. 81% is more than enough. Cheto looked like he was following Sillin around the whole time, but the truth was that he was copying information through the internet and all kinds of communication channels. Sillin had asked Cheto to gather information on the planet's sanatoriums, hospitals, pharmacies, medicines, treatment methods, and so on. Cheto would send the information to a U on the 11th Squad starship, and a U, Sigma, and Yudi would discuss the information further and analyze the feasibility of building a sanatorium on the starship. Sillin thought that the 11th Squad starship should build a treatment area that was similar to a sanatorium. This way, the patients wouldn't have to go to a special place for treatment, and it would be best if they could do it on their own starship. Of course, it was just an idea. There were a lot of places that weren't as easy as they seemed. Otherwise, anyone could build their own private sanatorium instead of going to Sector E. Right now, Sillin was busy, so he left the matter of building a sanatorium to a U and the others. Sillin moved his attention to Huimao. How's it going on your side? Huimao stretched lazily before replying, How's it going? Huimao sent the information to Sillin's microcomputer. The reason it went to the garbage dump wasn't just to play. It was to help Sillin collect some things he needed. Just like Cole said, the flies were resistant to a lot of drugs because of their frequent exposure to them. Their genes were also mutated by the drugs, and they were immune to a lot of drugs. Every fly had a different level of drug resistance and the type of drug they were exposed to. That was why Huimao had swatted a lot of flies. To the residents of the garbage dump, the cat was just playing a game. No one would have thought that the cat would collect the fly's genetic information. Sillin analyzed the genetic information Huimao had collected further and filtered out the mutated genes that were responsible for the resistance. Flanders was a businessman in the pharmaceutical industry, so his spaceplane was equipped with some relevant equipment. Flanders asked Flanders to borrow the equipment from Sillin, but the latter didn't ask about it. Shihua Jing had told him not to look into Sillin's affairs. Sillin smiled as he stared at the data and analysis diagram on the equipment. He didn't think that he would discover these things at Sector E. Well, this is the second gift he prepared for the people of Miracle. Chapter 352. Flanders flew according to the navigation route Shihua Jing had given him. This was Sector A, the center of political power in the League of Stars, and the unstable environment the League of Stars was in right now. Every political organization in Sector A had protected themselves tightly, and their already strong defense had grown several times stronger than before. Shihua Jing had sent someone to pick them up. If they hadn't, they would have had a hard time entering Sector A. The patrolling fleets, the scanning signals, and the constant requests for ID confirmation were enough to annoy them to death. A moment of carelessness, and they would be labeled as terrorists. It was a principle that one would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let a single one go. Flanders and the others had boarded the starship that came to pick them up before they officially entered Sector A. There were a lot of places in Sector A that his spaceplane couldn't go to. He could at least take a look around before the League of Stars fell into chaos, but he definitely couldn't now. Their main focus was on Joseon. Sillin and the other two were Flanders' bodyguards, so they weren't too eye-catching compared to Joseon. After they boarded the starship Shi Huajing sent, someone contacted Sillin and relayed Shi Huajing's message to him. The fourth young master said that everything on his side is almost done. Please don't worry, the person said. Shi Huajing meant that he already had a way to get Sillin into Sector C, and that Sillin didn't need to do too many things. However, it also meant that Shi Huajing must have made a move against the military already. It was true that Shi Huajing wouldn't have become the Shi family's revered fourth young master in just 2 or 3 years if he didn't have some tricks up his sleeve. Right now, Sillin couldn't communicate with Shi Huajing just yet. It wasn't safe, and the signal wasn't good. The area they were in right now was filled with strong electromagnetic interference due to the stellar activity. Therefore, Shi Huajing wanted Sillin to learn about the situation first and prepare for the upcoming arrangements. Aside from relaying Shi Huajing's message, the person also passed Sillin a video message about a certain person. It was Sword, a lieutenant colonel of the 5th Legion of the 8 Great Legions. There were a lot of colonels in the military, but the person on the screen was no ordinary person. It was because he had experienced the prisons of Sector S before. Back then, he was sent to Sector S's prison because he wantonly slaughtered innocent civilians and even his comrades. Normally, if the League of Stars' army killed some civilians, it wouldn't cause too much of a reaction. The higher-ups wouldn't even bother to pay attention to it. However, if they killed a certain number of people in one go, many times and brazenly, it would be a different story. Sword was such a person. He was arrogant, conceited, cold-blooded, ruthless, bloodthirsty, and there were all sorts of comments on him. He had massacred many times. The last time, he had slaughtered tens of thousands of people, all of whom were civilians. Moreover, he had killed to his heart's content despite the interference of the local government. After that, Swood was imprisoned in Sector S's prison. However, the League of Stars fell into chaos a few years later, and the military split into 8 corps. When Sector S's prison was abolished, a lot of people were taken back from there. Now the 5th Corps had taken Swood, a former killing machine, into their ranks, and he played a lot of role in the subsequent corps battles. However, this killing machine was now dead. Sillin didn't know how Shi Huajing killed Swood, but he did know that Swood must have something to do with the place they were going to this time. Sillin didn't think that Shi Huajing killed Swood to help him. It was probably because Swood and Shi Huajing had a grudge, and Shi Huajing killed the guy without a word. It just so happened that Sillin contacted Shi Huajing about going to Sector C, and that was why Shi Huajing told him about it. Otherwise, he would have kept it a secret forever. Even if others learned of Swood's death, they wouldn't be able to link it to him. After all, Shi Huajing represented the Shi family, and it wasn't wise to clash directly with the military right now. At the same time, the fact that Shi Huajing told Sillin about Swood was also a sign of trust. From this, it could be seen that Shi Huajing had a lot of backup plans even without Sillin's help. In fact, he might have planted a lot of spies in the military a long time ago. The images Shi Huajing showed Sillin were of Swood's performance in various situations. The man was a man of few words, and his entire body exuded a chilling aura. Even though it was just a video, it was enough to make the viewer feel the man's icy aura deeply. There was no emotion in his eyes, and he didn't show much expression when he killed someone either. It was as if he had done something insignificant. So, can you do it? Sillin looked at Xianxia. Sillin understood why Shi Huajing showed him this video. He wanted one of them to disguise themselves as Swood. Of the trio, Xianxia was the most suitable candidate. After all, he was a soldier himself, and his special traits only became more obvious after he put on his uniform. Also, according to the information he had received, Xianxia and Swood's physique were very similar. Xianxia himself could make some minor adjustments to his body, so there was no need to worry about his appearance. The most important thing was Swood's special traits. Xianxia put down his hand and stared at the man on the screen. "Of course," he said with a smirk. As soon as he said the word "of course," Xianxia's aura changed abruptly. It went from casual and unruly to cold and distant. His aura was so cold and distant that it left the messenger gaping in shock. Many people could portray the kind of cruelty and arrogance, that kind of gloominess that felt like a blizzard was coming when they were motionless, but not everyone could embody the kind of special traits that belonged to the military. Like a javelin, he stood with the exact same posture. He used his gaze to replace the coldness and gloom in his words. Behind the gloom, his emotionless eyes slowly looked over. Behind Xianxia, Swoder was also looking over from the holographic screen. The same movements, the same eyes, the same aura. It made people forget that Xianxia wasn't wearing the army's uniform at all, and he didn't look the same as Swood. The messenger's eyelids twitched when he saw those eyes, and a chill ran down his spine. For a moment, it was as if he saw Swood standing in front of him again. The man who came from the military but killed to his heart's content like an assassin, ignoring the rules and discipline and not hesitating to kill his teammates. In that instant, the man reflexively reached for his gun, but he immediately remembered that this was just a substitute. The real Swood was already dead. After all, he had participated in the assassination of Swood not long ago, so he had a deep impression of Swood. It was precisely because of this deep impression that when he found out about Xianxia's plan, he wondered if he could find such a replacement. He didn't expect that there would really be such a person who could display Sword's characteristics. Although he wasn't sure how similar they were, at least at that moment, he felt that Sword was standing in front of him again. Swood, who had been through prison, was even more gloomy. Xianxia's own experience wasn't simple either, and he seemed to have some kind of talent. The effect made Sillin very satisfied. To cover up the awkwardness of reflexively pulling out his gun, the messenger coughed and continued to explain the situation to Sillin. Xianxia, on the other hand, turned back into that unreliable middle-aged man. He casually lay on a chair, picked up an apple, and started munching on it, as if the cold and gloomy aura just now wasn't created by him. After passing through the interference zone, Sillin was finally able to contact Xianxia. "How is it?" Xianxia asked. What he wanted to know the most was how well Sillin and the others could impersonate Swood. The better the impersonation, the easier the operation would be, and the higher the success rate. The messenger told Xianxia about what happened just now, and Xianxia gave him face by putting on another performance. Xianxia couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. "Where did you find such a talent this time, Sillin?" Sillin only smiled. It couldn't be helped. Xianxia's birthplace couldn't be revealed right now. Xianxia didn't delve too deeply into the matter. His main goal was to discuss the next step of the plan with Sillin. Before this, he was going to impersonate Sillin, but now that he had a better substitute, he had to change his plan a little. It's not hard to get into Sector C. I received a message not long ago that might be able to help you get in. Xianxia said, "A while ago, Swood's 5th Corps had a little conflict with the 1st Corps, and I took care of Swood during that time. However, it was a pity that the 1st Legion had suffered some losses this time and lost some people. As for the place you mentioned, it won't be easy to get in. The security there is very strict, and the only people allowed in are prisoners or escorts." "Swood is one of the escorts?" Sillin said. "That's right. Sword has already escorted 2 batches of people. If nothing goes wrong, the 3rd batch of prisoners of war should also be escorted by Sword. After all, not everyone can be indifferent to the kind of experiment that uses prisoners of war soldiers." Sillin nodded. He had a general idea of Xianxia's plan. But Xianxia continued, "Even if Xianxia can disguise himself as Sword well, and I have some of Sword's identification in my hands, the base you're heading to will have a stricter identity check. They will also run nuclear DNA, mitochondrial DNA, gene activity, antibodies, and so on. You know that there are some tests that even spiritual Master Swood can't perform exactly the same tests every time. There will always be some slight differences. After all, the human body is a dynamic process. If the test results were exactly the same, it would be intercepted because it meant that someone had copied and stolen the test records of the same person. This was the biggest problem Shi Huajing was facing right now. Sillin thinks for a moment before looking at Cheto. After Cheto nodded, Sillin said to Shi Huajing, "We can take care of this." Chapter 353. Can it be solved? Shi Huajing looked at Sillin. After making sure that Sillin was serious and wasn't forcing the issue, he nodded. He didn't press the issue any further and went on to discuss the next step of the plan. Shi Huajing didn't ask how Sillin was going to solve the problem. Although he hadn't known Sillin for a long time, he knew a little about Sillin back when he was in Vanguard Division 6. Sillin was quite a mysterious person. At first glance, he didn't seem like anything special. Even though he was a squad leader of one of the 4 major hunter regiments, he still wasn't enough for most people. But after spending more time with him, one would realize that he was always able to involve a lot of people and things. He was like a riddle that was hard to see through. These are the options I can arrange. What do you think? Shi Huajing told Celine his thoughts and several action plans that he had already set up. He asked Celine to make a choice, and he would immediately make arrangements after making his decision. Shusag's route was almost ready, but Sillin definitely wouldn't just go with this one. He would arrange at least 2 routes. If one of them failed, the other could continue. Sillin considered Shi Huajing's proposal for a moment before saying, "I choose the second option." Shi Huajing raised an eyebrow when he heard Sillin's choice. The second one? Out of all the options, the second one wasn't easy to control. Even though Shi Huajing thought it was a good option, he didn't dare make the decision to go with it. He didn't expect Sillin to choose this option. It sounded like Sillin was going to implement it himself. Shi Huajing had told Sillin before that if people outside the base wanted to enter that place, they would either be prisoners or escorts. Shusag chose the escorts route, while Sillin chose the prisoners route. However, it was not easy to be a prisoner of war sent to the base. When Shi Huajing told Sillin about this plan, he had clearly explained that the prisoners of war were the test subjects of Miracle Corporation, and their conditions weren't good when they were locked up. They were thrown there like experimental animals. Other than that, these prisoners of war would undergo a life index test before they were escorted away. If they were on their last breaths, they would be sent on their way with a bullet. If they were still alive, they would also be sent on their way with a bullet. The only difference was that the people with relatively higher HP would be sent on their way with a bullet. It was to reduce his health points to around average. This was a preliminary test at the base. They needed people with better physiques and stronger recovery abilities. Under the same conditions of injury, when these captives were transported, they would be categorized according to their recovery, just like how they would screen and classify animals. They didn't lack test subjects anyway, so they didn't feel it was a pity for those who didn't make it. Every once in a while, someone would check on the condition of the prisoners of war. After all, they were enemies. If the people escorting them weren't satisfied, they would shoot the prisoners dead. Of course, if Shusag performed well and used Swoosh's identity as the leader of the escorts, he might be able to take care of them. Then how are you going to get an average health point? Shi Huajing asked. Self-mutilation was a skill, not to mention that there was a standard self-mutilation. "I know what I'm doing," Sillin replied. "All right, since you've made up your mind, I'll take care of the rest. But once we get to the base, you'll have to rely on yourselves. I can't help much." From the moment Shi Huajing started talking, just like before, he pretended not to see the cat peeking its head out. Then, when Huimao saw that no one was paying attention to him, he flipped and jumped over. Between Sillin's group and the comm screen, a gray shadow kept flitting about. But both Sillin and Shi Huajing pretended not to see it and continued discussing the operation plan. In the end, Huimao jumped onto Sillin's shoulder and glared at Shi Huajing on the comm screen with disdain. However, Shi Huajing's cultivation was much higher than before, so he continued to ignore this gaze. He knew that if he responded, this fat cat would say something like defeated opponent again. Shi would not do such a thing that would make him feel uncomfortable. When a starship arrived at Shi turf, Shi arranged for a not-so-grand welcome ceremony because Jiu didn't like it. Even so, almost everyone in the Shi family knew that fourth young master's master was here, and that fourth young master had personally gone to greet him. That was why some of the Shi family members began to think of ways to make a move on Jiu. Maybe they could get fourth young master's protection this way. Shi knew his master's temper very well, so he declared that no one was allowed to harass Jiu without his permission. Otherwise, while Shi was greeting Jiu, he ordered his men to escort Sillin and Flanders away. With Jiu and Flanders as a cover, no one paid any attention to Sillin's group. Somewhere at the border of Sector C, a fleet was parked. There were a lot of wreckage and debris floating around the fleet, and there were also dead soldiers. The wreckage and lost lives looked insignificant in this vast universe. Inside a command ship, 2 fighter jets flew out from the center of the battlefield and entered it. After they were parked, 2 people disembarked from the jets. One of them was the famous killer, Swoder, and the other seemed to be one of Swoder's subordinates who had been promoted to Swoder's aide-de-camp not long ago. No one paid attention to the aide-de-camp. Of course, no one paid attention to Swoder either. That expressionless and gloomy face made everyone shiver in fear. Moreover, there were a lot of bloodstains on Swoder's space combat uniform. Most likely, the killer had gone on a killing spree somewhere and returned only after he was satisfied. Lieutenant Colonel Swoder, the commander is looking for you. The other man wearing the same lieutenant colonel insignia walked up to Swoder and said a few words. He didn't say anything else after that. He had just fought a war, and he was so tired that all he wanted to do was find a place to sleep for a couple of days. Swoder didn't even nod at him. He simply walked straight to the command room. No one was surprised by his attitude by now. Xianxia had seen the general layout of this command ship a long time ago, and he had memorized it. Moreover, Cheto had shown Xianxia the full scan of the command ship before the fighter jets entered the command room. There were a couple of verification procedures on the way to the command room, and Xianxia had passed all of them with Cheto's help. His face had been disguised, and his figure had been adjusted to look exactly like Swoder. Coupled with his special characteristics and the modifications Cheto had made to the detection equipment, no one would suspect the man who walked through the corridors of the starship so confidently. According to the rules, an aide-de-camp couldn't enter the command room without the commander's permission. Therefore, Xianxia was the only one who entered the command room. An impatient man was already sitting inside the communication room. He was none other than the commander and the highest commander of this command ship. The commander's expression finally eased a little when he saw Swoder. It was obvious that the commander knew about Swoder's penchant for killing when he went crazy, so he didn't say anything when he saw that the man in front of him didn't even bother to say a word to him. He simply instructed Swoder to escort the prisoners to the base and let him leave. No one likes spending time with someone like Swoder. At the same time, a bunch of space planes were transporting the half-dead prisoners of war to a transport ship next to the command ship. They were all gathered inside the transport ship's warehouse. Maybe they didn't even know what was going to happen to these prisoners of war. In the dark warehouse, there were some wounded prisoners of war lying in disorder. Some were injured during the battle between the two sides, while others were shot after the prisoners were captured. The entire warehouse was filled with a thick stench of blood. There were no windows in the warehouse. Only the life support system was pumping oxygen into it. Sillin's body was also covered in blood. Of course, it wasn't all his blood. He just looked a little worse for wear, and Huimao had tampered with his vitals, so the results showed that his injuries were more serious. So, Sillin was quite conscious as he lay there. He could even catch a light from a button at the corner of the warehouse to observe the situation around him. Huimao had wandered around the transport ship to investigate the enemy situation. Anyway, with his ability, it was very difficult to be discovered. He was probably investigating the enemy's warehouse at the moment. In the warehouse where the prisoners of war were locked up, there was a strong sense of oppression in the thick stench of blood. This sense of oppression was expressed through the prisoners' heartbeats and breathing. The prisoner's painful groans were filled with despair. Sillin sat against the wall of the warehouse and quietly observed everything around him. Because he had been thrown here earlier, he easily grabbed the problem of leaning against the wall. The man was not far from where Sillin was. He was thrown into the warehouse after Sillin came in. Sillin didn't pay attention to the man's appearance at the time, because the man's back was facing Sillin when he was thrown in. After being thrown in, he even rolled a few times, then crawled to the edge of the warehouse while trembling. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and kept coughing, looking like he was about to die. Slowly, the coughing grew softer and quieter. The others probably thought that the guy had died because he couldn't endure it, but Sillin, who was closer to him and had relatively clear senses, could tell that the guy was just asleep. Yulu? This guy was always like this. He looked like he couldn't wake up and was always sleep-deprived. Celine really didn't expect that he would be able to meet an acquaintance in this place. Moreover, he didn't expect that Yulu would be captured and even suffer such a degree of gunshot wound. Although it wasn't fatal, he had indeed walked right under the nose of the Grim Reaper. With Yulu's strength, it shouldn't be, right? The strangest thing to Sillin was that the penetrating gunshot wound on Yulu's body was caused by someone shooting from behind. Chapter 354. After all, Yulu was also a gun user. Given his sensitivity toward guns, there was no way he would have been shot so easily. Moreover, Sillin looked at the gunshot wounds on Yulu's body. Although he had been shot many times, none of them had hit a vital point. Sillin thought of one possibility. Yulu had done it on purpose. But why would Yulu want to get himself into such a miserable state? What was the point of taking such a risk? Someone who could shoot Yulu's back at such close range had to be someone he knew, possibly a comrade of Yulu's. Sillin didn't believe that Yulu's comrade would cooperate with Yulu's scheme. The gunshot wounds didn't look like they were held back at all. In other words, there might really be a spy on Yulu's side. From the looks of it, the First Army's loss this time might have been due to an internal rebellion. Sillin didn't go talk to Yulu directly. Instead, he quietly observed the movements of Yulu and the others in the warehouse. Yulu was sleeping well. Although his breathing was a little weak, it was still steady. He was still alive. Some people in the warehouse were whispering. Not everyone had Sillin's vision. For most of them, all they saw was darkness. They could only make out the general situation of the warehouse from the dim light of the indicator buttons in the corner. After the prisoners on the transport ship were dealt with, it quickly set off. For the prisoners locked up in the warehouse, they had to endure the discomfort of the transport ship's flight in addition to their injuries. Sillin and Yulu stayed there quietly. There were cameras in the warehouse that showed the conditions of the prisoners one by one. When a certain number of prisoners were found dead, the people in charge of the guards would drag them out and throw them into space. The army was cruel and merciless. When the guards dragged a few dead people out of the warehouse, there was a small commotion in the warehouse. Some of the prisoners who were in an extreme state of mind wanted to go out, but in the end they were shot at. Sillin noticed that Yulu didn't react at all. His breathing was steady, as if he was indifferent to all this. Or maybe he was just used to it. Other than dragging the dead out of the warehouse twice, the guards didn't come in to cause any trouble for the captives. Shusag's disguise as Swode must have played a part in that. Everything went smoothly, and Sillin also took advantage of this time to rest. The following operations would not be easy. The transport ship's voyage in Sector C was pretty smooth. They did not encounter any interference from the other corps, and the First Legion did not chase after them to request a prisoner exchange either. There was something fishy about this. Logically speaking, if a talent like Yulu had fallen into the enemy's hands, the people of the First Legion would definitely propose a prisoner exchange, but this was not the case. Currently, there was indeed a storm brewing between the various legions. Sillin did not wish to get involved, so he did not speak to Yulu. When the transport ship finally arrived at the planet, Sillin opened his eyes. A third of the people in the warehouse were gone, and the condition of the captive's physique was obvious to see. Those who had recovered, well, could already walk around freely. Although they still couldn't do strenuous exercise, and they looked a little haggard after being imprisoned here, they were much stronger than before. Yulu had also recovered very well. Although the penetrating wound from the bullet didn't look like it had healed much, and he still looked listless and lifeless, Sillin had a feeling that the guy was hiding his true strength. He might be a sickly invalid one moment, but he could turn into a ferocious tiger the next. The transport ship did not enter the planet directly. Instead, it stopped at the spaceport outside. There were specialized personnel there to sort and process the captives. Sillin looked up at the warehouse door, and it didn't take long for it to open. A group of fully armed people stood outside the door, but they didn't look like soldiers. The soldiers of the 5th Legion who were responsible for the detention were dressed in their army uniforms and standing at the back. These people, who were fully armed from head to toe, stood together with a few people in lab uniforms. This should be Miracle's own armed forces. Moreover, these fully armed people were taller and stronger than the average person. They were also very agile and didn't seem clumsy at all. Their movements with guns were very skilled and straightforward. Even if one couldn't see the eyes behind their helmets, one could tell that they weren't people with sympathy. The inexplicable, hair-raising aura emanating from these people made the already restless, despairing, and depressed atmosphere even more intense than before. A captive who seemed to be in a daze staggered a few steps toward the warehouse door, like a fly following its instincts and flying toward the light. However, with a sudden sound, this person's entire chest exploded, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Someone in the fully armed group had opened fire. Just like Sillin's first impression of these people were cold, numb, and didn't hesitate to attack. With that person as an example, the people in the warehouse who were about to make a move also quieted down and didn't dare to act recklessly. The few people in lab uniforms glanced at the warehouse without much expression. One of them said, "The quality of the test product is about the same as the previous batches, and the quantity is also about the same." The others nodded in agreement. As they spoke, they also started to move, instructing the people to bring the captives out of the warehouse. A group of people who were completely unarmed walked into the warehouse and kicked the people who were either sitting or lying on the ground. When Sillin saw these people coming over, he tactfully stood up and gathered in the middle. Although Yulu looked listless, his movements weren't slow either. A few people who didn't have time to stand up were kicked into the middle of the warehouse. The sound of bones breaking was very clear. If it wasn't because everyone had gathered in the middle and there were many of them, blocking the few people who were kicked over, they would probably have hit the wall. The wall behind them had a protruding corner, and that would definitely break a few more bones. When they were escorted out, the heavily armed men pointed their guns at the captives. This was just to make the captives leave quickly. At the same time, it also served as a warning. No one dared to make any big moves in such a situation. After passing through the docking passage and exiting the transport ship, Sillin and the captives arrived at a field with a dozen or so circular cubicles. The captives were divided into more than 10 groups and passed through these cubicles. When they passed through the cubicles, their physical conditions were reflected one by one, and the people in lab uniforms categorized them according to their test results. Huimao had lurked around the area and altered Sillin's test results so that Sillin was classified as a low-test subject. Yulu was classified as a medium test subject, and this was the result of the surveillance after he had concealed his abilities. If it was judged according to the actual situation, Yulu would definitely be classified as a high-level test subject. After the prisoners were categorized, they would be sent to the research base separately. That was why Sillin and Yulu boarded different spaceships. At the same time, Shu Sag and Cheto, who were disguised as Swoosh and his aide, were about to continue their final escort mission. This time, they wouldn't be traveling with any of the spaceships carrying the captives. They would be taking another spaceship with them. This was the rule. 4 spaceships departed from the spaceport and landed at the planet's port. After all the captives had been escorted away, Swoosh arrived at the spaceport to complete the official handover. The escort mission was finally complete. "Happy working with you, Lieutenant Colonel Swoosh." The handover personnel smiled at Swoosh, but he wasn't annoyed by the man's usual cold response. Instead, he packed up the documents in his hands and left on his own. The soldiers responsible for escorting the captives would leave later, so they couldn't be bothered with them. After the handover personnel left, Xianxia exchanged a glance with Cheto and walked back to the spaceships. Sillin and the low-test subjects were thrown into a transport vehicle and sent to a different base. However, it wasn't the one Mo Hong was imprisoned in. It didn't matter. Getting here was already half the battle. Besides, the two bases weren't far from each other. Since the captives were newly arrived test subjects, the researchers didn't act immediately. Instead, they nurtured them for a few days. Only when their bodily functions had recovered to a certain level would they officially begin the experiment. When Sillin was passing by an empty space, he noticed some fresh bloodstains. They were dark red in color and darker than the average person's. Celine pretended to fall and touch a bit of the blood. He analyzed the blood for a bit. It was human blood, but the genetic information contained in the bloodstains indicated that the owner of the bloodstains possessed a level of genetic hellification that no ordinary person could possess. Moreover, there were signs of forced modification. It was obvious that these people had been modified and injected with genetic drugs. The so-called experiment was to develop genetic drugs. The new batch of captives were locked inside transparent cages. Sillin had seen such cages before, but they were a little smaller. Each captive only had about 1 square meter of space. However, there were a lot of instruments inside the small space. They could monitor the test subjects inside the cages and record their vital signs. There was a number on the outside of each cage, which was the code of the test subject locked in the cage. After all the test subjects were locked up, the walls around the cages were no longer transparent. The people inside couldn't see what was happening outside, but the researchers outside could clearly see what was going on inside the cages. Sillin, who was locked in the cage, looked like a man who was exhausted. He leaned against the wall and looked like he was asleep. The researchers patrolling outside only glanced at him briefly before leaving. Most of the new test subjects were like this, so the researchers wouldn't pay too much attention to them. In a place where no one was paying attention, Hui Mao, who had eaten and slept his fill, was already making his move. Making a move here or at Mo Hang's base would attract the attention of all parties. But if he made a move at the other bases, there would definitely be a lot less people paying attention to this one. Moreover, the larger the area of influence, the better the effect. Hui Mao thought happily, this is just like fishing. Casting a wide net will definitely be effective. And so, with its glorious mission, Hui Mao set off. Chapter 355. Many cylindrical cages glowing with white light were lined up inside the room where the captives were kept. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Therefore, the soft sounds of the soldiers inside the cages hammering the walls of the cages were exceptionally clear. Their cries, like that of trapped beasts, grew even more feeble and powerless in this 1 square meter or so large cage. Sillin sat obediently inside the cage with his legs slightly curled up and his eyes closed. He was waiting and paying attention to the movements outside the cage at the same time. He couldn't see the outside from inside the cage, but Sillin could sense the movements outside through the minute vibrations and the changes in machine language. Although he couldn't understand the situation outside without looking like Cheto and Hui Mao could, it was absolutely possible for him to get a general idea. For example, when a researcher came over to inspect the situation, Sillin would be able to sense them. Sillin could sense how long the researcher stayed in front of the cage for, how long they stayed in front of the cage, what route they were patrolling, and so on. Other than storing his stamina and sensing the situation outside, Sillin was also counting the time in his mind. Suddenly, Sillin's heart skipped a beat. He sensed something unusual outside. It wasn't obvious, and even people outside the cage might not be able to detect it with their hearing alone. Somewhere on the wall of the room where the captives were kept, a watery ripple appeared. Then, a person walked out of the ripple. It was a guy with a metallic luster, and his face was blurry. He could only make out a human shape. The whole process was almost completely silent. There were only a few shallow ripples where his body came into contact with the wall. Scyllin didn't know what the newcomer looked like, but the feeling the newcomer gave off reminded Scyllin of a person he met in the prison of Sector S. Mist? Or Wuxia's? Regardless of which side they were from, Scyllin was pretty surprised right now. As the two top assassin organizations in the League of Stars, be it Mist or Wuxia, their every move was thought-provoking. This was especially true on this planet that belonged to Miracle and had built quite a few large experimental bases. What were they here for? A person or a drug? The Miracle Company was most famous for their genetic medicine, but if they wanted to find genetic medicine, they didn't have to come to this place where the captives were held, right? Scyllin kept his head down and maintained his previous posture. From the outside, he looked like a sleeping person. The visitor did not pay any attention to Scyllin. After scanning the room, he stepped into the wall again. The ripples disappeared, and everything returned to how it was before. It was as if no one had ever been here. Although there were no researchers in the room, there were several monitoring devices that could clearly see what was going on in the room. Since that person could walk out of the wall so brazenly, he definitely wasn't afraid of being discovered by the surveillance camera. In other words, the surveillance camera had been activated, so he definitely had accomplices, possibly even several. Things were getting complicated. However, this was not necessarily a bad thing. At least they could directly push the blame for what happened next. Time slowly passed, and the researchers at the base continued with their work as usual. In another base that was slightly further away from the research base that Scyllin was in, two researchers were chatting in the break room during their free time, complaining about the experiments that kept failing recently. It's still not working. The stability can't be improved no matter what, and the side effects are too great. In just one afternoon, we have already failed more than 20 cases, and the people above are still pressuring us. It's so tiring, so annoying, one of the researchers complained. They did not come to this place to conduct research completely out of their own free will. They were only standing here because of the coercion and bribery of the Miracle Company. At first, they were also quite surprised. After all, the people used as test subjects here were all soldiers, and some of them had quite high military ranks. Relatively speaking, these people had strong physical fitness, so they were all very good test subjects. If this was in the past, these few small researchers would not have dared to experiment on these soldiers and officers. They could not afford the revenge of the League of Stars army. But now, the situation was different, and they were used to it. Listening to this person's complaints, the other researcher sitting beside him nodded in agreement. That's right. We have also failed quite a lot over there. Although the first batch of experimental subjects were still considered successful, the success rate for further strengthening is generally not high. Human genes also have their limits. Even if they have been modified, this limit cannot be ignored. I don't agree with this. Our modification is to break through the limits of the original genes. Otherwise, why would it be called modification? Also, then there was silence. Continue, I'm listening. The researcher who was drinking water with his head lowered and listening to the other person's reasons for disagreeing realized that the person beside him was not saying anything after a while. He turned his head to look at the person beside him and realized that the other person was looking at him in horror. What's wrong? You or your face? That person jumped away abruptly and pointed a trembling finger at the person holding the cup. My face. That researcher put down the cup and raised his hand to touch his face. This time, he also exclaimed in shock. He did not see what exactly happened to his face, but he saw that brown spots gradually appeared on his raised hand. He hurriedly rolled up his sleeves and realized that his entire arm was in the same condition. Needless to say, brown spots must have appeared on his face as well. You have it on your body too, the person covered in brown spots shouted at his colleague who was about to rush out. Indeed, the other person's symptoms had only appeared 2 minutes later, but like the former, brown spots had begun to appear on his body. This was not the kind of color spots that appeared on the bodies of the elderly. The spots on their bodies, big and small, were all oval in shape. Moreover, the subcutaneous nerves where the spots appeared seemed to have already died and could not be felt. Even if a knife were to be slid on those spots, the person would not feel any pain. Was this a virus infection? Or was it the effect of drugs? They did not know. The laboratory's virus defense system did not give any warning, and they themselves had not come into contact with any drugs that could cause such symptoms. Fear. The sudden fear was rapid and intense. People who were engaged in biochemical experiments had a natural sense of panic when faced with such a situation. They had seen all kinds of changes that happened to their test subjects. Therefore, in order to prevent themselves from being infected with something bad, they were very careful about self-protection. Moreover, the biochemical laboratory on this planet base had all kinds of protection and disinfection facilities. After working here for more than 2 years, there had not been any cases of infection. Other than a few researchers who were injured by failed test subjects, the others had always been fine. But what was going on now? Protective clothing, disinfection room, multi-level buffer room, isolation room. All of these should not be a problem. Could it be the effect of the drug? Before these two people had time to react to what had happened to them, an ear-piercing scream outside the lounge officially swept up the uneasiness of this laboratory. The laboratory was in chaos. In addition to this laboratory, several other laboratories in the base were experiencing the same situation. Soon, the entire base was filled with people screaming in fear. They were afraid of becoming the same as those test subjects. Such a large-scale situation must have been caused by the spread of the virus. The effect of the drug would not be so fast and affect such a large area. Because most people believed that this was a symptom of a virus infection, they were especially panicked. In fact, if the symptoms were the same as those test subjects, their fear might be less. But the problem was that the symptoms appearing on their bodies were not the same as the test subjects after being forcibly infected by the virus carrier. The unknown was the scariest, because you had no idea where to start to save it. At the same time that the chaos caused by the infection occurred in this experimental base, similar situations began to occur in 2 other bases. News of an unknown virus infection spread, and the other experimental bases on the planet that had not yet found cases were all in a tense state of alert. The base's defense system could not detect this virus, and the disinfection situation in the disinfection room and the buffer room outside the sterile room could not be confirmed. The virus base's response was very fast. They had already set up a special team and began to study this virus. However, within a few hours, the news that came made the panic escalate again. Several senior researchers in the team had been infected, and the situation of the other team members was pending. This pending was actually just a superficial excuse. Since it was the same research team, it was only a matter of time before the rest of the team became infected. The incubation period of this virus in different people was different. Some people might become infected immediately, while others might wait for 2 to 3 hours. Most importantly, the frequency of its mutation was very high, leaving several senior researchers in the research team at their wits' end. Now, everyone only knew that this virus would numb people's nerves. So far, there had been no cases of death, but the people in the base did not feel relaxed at all. No one dared to be sure that this virus would not be fatal. Perhaps this was only the initial stage of the mutation, and it was not life-threatening. Then what next? When a numbness of the surface nerves gradually spread, coupled with the high frequency of the virus's mutation, who could guarantee that it would not become a fierce killer? The base that did not have any cases of virus infection refused to allow outsiders to enter, and the original defense system was upgraded. The people in the base also did not have the mood to do their own things. They preferred to lock themselves in closed rooms, isolated from the outside world, for fear of being infected. They agreed to work here for money, not to lose their lives. When the few bases were in chaos, Hui Mao, who was squatting in a small corner, looked at the panicking people, calmly stretched, tilted his head, scratched his ears with his hind legs, and shook his fur. He continued to cast the net. Chapter 356. The base where Mo Hung was located. As the general manager of the base, and Bi Xin had been supervising the progress of the base. His project was favored by the higher-ups of Miracle, and they had invested a lot of manpower, material, and financial resources into it. And Bi Xin had also put a lot of effort into it. but the progress so far had not been satisfactory. Compared to the research progress of the other bases on the planet, and Bixin's base had not produced much results. 2 days ago, the higher-ups of Miracle had urged him to hurry up, so Bixin had once again put pressure on the staff of the base. While supervising the work of the base, Bixin also paid attention to news from all sides. As one of Mo Hang's former students, Bixin knew all too well what Mo Hang was capable of, so when he received the lightning-like image, Bixin had been hoping to get his hands on the technology. If the higher-ups had not ordered for Mo Hang to be more lenient, Bixin would have interrogated Mo Hang by force long ago. Bixin had people keep an eye on the movements of the 11th team's captain, Silin, but the news he received was that all the members of the 11th team were in the middle of their mission, and no one was missing. This made Bixin very curious. Could it be that he had guessed wrong, and the news Mo Hang sent out was not for Silin? The pressure from the higher-ups, the failure of the research, and a lack of confirmation of his guesses all made the usually calm Bixin restless. He had a feeling that something was about to happen. It did not take long for Bixin's uneasy premonition to be confirmed. An unknown virus had appeared in other bases. So far, out of the 9 large experimental bases around the world, 5 had been infected, and 3 of them were now heavily infected areas that were on the verge of collapse. As soon as he received the news, Bixin ordered the base to be locked down. People outside the base were not allowed to enter, and those inside the base could go out, but they were not allowed to come back, at least not before the unknown virus was developed. Bixin even had people set up a quarantine line far away from the base. Anyone who crossed the line, unless they were special personnel, would be killed. Bixin did not want his base to be infected by the virus. As long as one person was infected, the base would not be far from collapsing. Although he was an engineering researcher, he had some understanding of viruses, especially the base on the same planet. Some of the high-risk viruses involved in their research projects had always made Bixin uneasy, so this mechanical engineering base had always been unwelcoming to people from the virus side. Even if they were not the first to be infected, Bixin did not like them. When Bixin found out about the outbreak of the unknown virus, he had already cursed the people of the virus and biochemical base 1,000 times. He felt that it was their negligence that caused all the bases to fall into panic and unrest. It was not that Bixin did not suspect that someone was deliberately spreading the virus. He even instinctively suspected that it was Mo Hang's students or someone related to Mo Hang. However, the first case of infection occurred at a biochemical research base. That was one of Miracle's main genetic research projects. The security facilities there were more advanced than the mechanical engineering base, and the outbreak was a viral infection. Mo Hang, who was famous for his mechanical engineering skills, was completely unrelated to that field. In the end, Bixin could only direct all his dissatisfaction to the person in charge of the biochemical and virus research base. As usual, Mo Hang quietly stayed in his room. When he was bored, he would play with parts and assemble a machine. When he was tired, he would sleep and listen to some tunes. At this moment, Mo Hang was resting on a chair. He had just assembled a machine and was a little tired, so he was about to take a nap. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to fall asleep, Old Man said, who was also an academician of the League of Stars Academy of Engineering, came over to chat. "Hey, Old Man Mo, how can you still sit still?" Said seemed a little uneasy and panicked. "Why can't I sit still?" Mo Hang raised his eyelids lazily. "You don't know? Know what? You didn't pay attention to the public platform of the base." Said looked at Mo Hang in disbelief. This was such a big thing. Forget about the public platform. All he had to do was walk out of the room and chat with the research staff outside. How could Mo Hang not know? What the hell was this old man thinking all day? I'm not in the mood to pay attention to it. I'd rather listen to some tunes. Fortunately, he could not sleep anymore. Mo Hang picked up a part and played with it. Said's face was twisted as he told Mo Hang about the virus. Right now, everyone in the base is panicking. They're afraid that a case will appear in this base. If that happens, I'm afraid that all of us will die. Mo Hang was silent for a moment. Is it that serious? I heard that no one has died yet. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's true that this virus is very powerful. Otherwise, the newly formed Special Task Force would not have been able to do anything about it. Instead, they would have died. Said had always been sensitive to viruses. He had experienced something similar before, but the disaster area was not wide. Back then, the League of Stars Academy had quickly developed a special drug to stop the spread of the disaster. However, as an academician of the League of Stars Academy who had a good influence in the academic world, said knew the hidden story behind that incident. The virus was spread from the laboratory. Therefore, since then, said had stayed away from the virus laboratory. He did not even want to go to some biochemical laboratories. He just focused on his mechanical engineering projects. Hearing Said's words, Imo stopped playing with the parts and asked again, "What are the researchers going to do outside?" Said sighed. At first, Mbishin allowed someone else to go out because some researchers felt that it was not safe to stay in the base. If anyone was infected, everyone would be in trouble. After all, this virus was too fierce. It spread so fast that it caught everyone off guard. But later, more and more people wanted to go out. Mbishin stopped letting them go. Who would continue working on the project if they were all released? Bullshit. Who would be able to calm down and work at a time like this? Imo snorted. However, it's not necessarily a good idea to go out of the base. If the virus really spreads as fast as you said, there must be a lot of pathogens in the air. Isn't it suicide to go out? There are some advanced protective and disinfection facilities in the base, but they won't be available if they go out. That's true, but many people want to leave here directly. If they leave, they won't have to face the virus. Unfortunately, Miracle won't agree. The satellite array outside is already on standby. Anyone who tries to go out will be killed by Wuxia, including the people in charge of each base. Imo curled his lips. The people of Miracle were indeed ruthless. Then what do you want to do? Imo looked at Said. Said paused. I'm going to close off the outside as well. Food is ready. I want to modify my house. At least if there's a virus outbreak in this base, I can be isolated from the patients. So, I want to ask you, do you want to do the same? If you're going to do that, stock up on food now. Said seemed overly nervous. Imo did not give him an answer. Said did not wait any longer. He said a few words and left in a hurry. Imo lay on the chair and did not move for a long time. He naturally understood what Said was thinking. Many people in the base were probably doing the same. But Imo had his own ideas. As the father of a general, he understood how the higher-ups thought. If this place really fell, and the virus was too powerful, and they could not find a solution in a short period of time, the planet would probably be abandoned. The result of that was the forced destruction of the entire planet, and the planet would be erased from the League of Stars. Even if they hid in their own sanctuary, what would happen? While Imo was thinking of a way to deal with it, Sillin, who was locked in the white cage, was also calculating the time to act. The first case of infection had just been discovered in the base where Sillin was imprisoned. After that, more and more infected people appeared one after another. The people in the base, who were already nervous, were like a flock of frightened birds when the first infected appeared. The once orderly base was now in chaos. 90% of the work had been suspended. No one was in the mood to continue with the engineering experiments. Now, everyone was wholeheartedly thinking about how to avoid the unknown virus and the infected in the base. Everyone felt that the people around them were unreliable. Perhaps the person who walked past them was a carrier of the virus. Such thoughts quickly became deeply rooted in the minds of the researchers. They began to be wary of the people around them. Everyone wore protective suits and armed themselves to the teeth. However, those who were knowledgeable understood that the special team established had the best protective equipment, and so on the entire planet. It was even the top research protective equipment of the entire Miracle Company. Moreover, the members of the team, even if it was just an assistant member, were absolute professionals who had worked in Miracle Company for many years. How could they be careless? Their isolation suits were not good enough? Their disinfection equipment was not advanced enough? No, that was definitely not the case. This was what made people afraid and uneasy. Even though they knew that the isolation suits on them might not be effective and that they would be infected sooner or later, people always had a sliver of hope. They would rather deceive themselves than face the cruel reality. The researchers were not in the mood to pay attention, and the guards were all transferred to maintain order in the base. Beep! The white cages holding the captives were all opened. The soldiers who were originally in despair suddenly saw hope. They were happy and excited. Then, they desperately ran out. Although many of them had not recovered from their injuries, they could still take a few steps. The captives staggered toward the door. Those who were in better condition had already pushed aside the people in front of them and tried to open the door. Sillin was a little surprised when the cages were opened. The timing was wrong. It was 20 minutes earlier than planned. Although 20 minutes wasn't a long time, Cheto, Shusag, and the others shouldn't have arrived so quickly if everything went according to plan. Therefore, there was no way Cheto was the one who opened the cages. In other words, it was either Yulu or the person who opened the cages. Sillin didn't know if there were other parties involved. In any case, the cages were opened so that they could move ahead and make preparations. Sillin and the captives mingled together. The captives in front of the door were almost fighting over how to open it when the door opened on its own. The captives rushed out of the room and ran in different directions. They didn't know where the path led to, and they didn't listen to anyone's advice. Right now, they only had one thought in their mind, and that was to keep running. They didn't want to get caught by those people in lab coats or those armed weirdos again. The captives were weak and their injuries hadn't healed yet, so their escape speed was slower than usual. Sillin, on the other hand, quickly left the base quietly. However, he didn't leave the base right away. Sillin followed the impression he had when he first came in. He turned at the fork and arrived at a room that looked like it was used to hold captives. Before he could get close, the door to the room opened and all the cages holding the genetically modified test subjects were opened. Fuck! Needless to say, it must be the work of the people who opened the cell doors earlier. Sillin swiftly took out a gun that he had prepared a long time ago from the leaf-patterned ring and fired at the modifiers who were gradually awakening from their drug state. The bullets fired from this gun would split into a dozen or so pellets after they were fired. Each pellet contained some carrier genes, and these carrier genes were what Sillin had extracted from the flies on the planet at Sector E, who always fed on all kinds of drugs. He also added some key enzymes and other buffer drugs into each pellet. After the pellets were shot into the bodies of the modifiers, they would swiftly take effect due to the metabolic activity of the modifiers and cause them to become resistant to a lot of drugs. Normally, in genetic modification research projects, some drugs would be used to forcefully suppress the genetic modifiers. Otherwise, they would cause a lot of trouble if they were to awaken. The incomplete modifiers were unstable. They couldn't control their emotions, or in other words, their original emotions had been forcefully erased during the modification process. Therefore, the unsuccessful modifiers would enter a berserk state. Most of the finished modifiers had already been used in Miracle's own armed forces. Those big, fully armed men were the finished products of their research. However, Miracle wasn't satisfied with the abilities of these finished products. They hoped to carry out a second round of modification and strengthening on top of this foundation, and the ones in front of them were the test subjects for this second round of modification. Be a normal person or a modified test subject, all of them would be infected with the virus. However, humans would panic and be a loss because of this, but these modifiers wouldn't. They didn't possess such thoughts and emotions. They were like brainwashed people. Once they were told to do something, they would carry it out until they could no longer move. Due to the escape of the captives, the guard of the base would definitely rush over very soon. What Scylla needed to do was to let these incomplete modifiers fight against the initial modified ones. Otherwise, Scylla's movements would be restricted. Let the people of Miracle worry about it. The fully armed guards were already rushing over. Scylla sped up his movements. When the first incomplete modifier that had awakened rushed over, Scylla finished firing his last shot. He avoided the fist of the incomplete modifier and quickly escaped to the other side of the tunnel. Meanwhile, The few incomplete modifiers that had been preparing to chase after Sillin suddenly stopped in their tracks. They looked in the opposite direction of Sillin's escape. A large number of footsteps could be heard coming from that direction. The sound of footsteps stimulated these newly awakened modifiers even more. Confrontation, battle. Who was stronger, the initial genetic modification product or the incomplete secondary modification product that hadn't stabilized yet? Regardless of which side was stronger, Sillin didn't have the time to pay attention to it. His current goal wasn't this. He just wanted to let the incomplete modifiers fight against the guards of the base to buy time for him to act. There were still a few rooms where the incomplete modifiers were locked up. However, looking at the situation, Sillin couldn't deal with all of them in one go. He could only open fire when he bumped into any of them. The situation in the base was getting more and more chaotic. The panic brought about by the virus and the release of the captives, as well as the modified humans, had turned the already chaotic base into a mess. No one noticed that there was a guy like Sillin adding fuel to the fire. In another part of the base, on top of a box in a warehouse, a handsome man with short hair was sitting. That man was busy working on the machine in his hands. The opening of several cages in the base was his work. The walls of the warehouse flashed. A guy with a metallic luster and an indistinct face stepped out from the wall. "You're finally back. The information has been collected. We need to leave as soon as possible," the man sitting on the box said hurriedly. "How unlucky. I can't believe I ran into such a mess," the man who just walked out from the wall complained. "If it weren't for the virus, they would have stayed here for a longer time to collect more information and cause trouble. Unfortunately, they ran into such a mess. Hey, Liquid Silver, what if we get infected? Do we spread the virus to other people in the organization?" The man sitting on the box packed up his things and jumped to the ground. "Should we inform the organization in advance and prepare a funeral for us? Ugh, I don't want to die with you. Get out of here. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Is this the tone you use to talk to a lady? Don't walk so fast. Tell me, how did I do? The speed at which I opened the prison door wasn't bad, right? How does it compare to my brother?" Liquid Silver, who already had one foot in the wall, didn't stop moving. He didn't even turn his head as he said, "Far from it. If it was Juno, completing what you did would only take half the time." "Nonsense. How could the difference be so big? Believe it or not. Hurry up. Stora is still waiting." Liquid Silver shouted. They walked out of the warehouse, turned a corner, and quietly bypassed a restaurant. The two came to a staff dormitory. The researcher in the lounge had already been injected with the drug and was sleeping soundly. On the bed in the dormitory, there was a young man sitting cross-legged with his chin in his hand. No one knew what he was thinking. "Hey, Stora, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and pack up and leave." Liquid Silver went over and kicked the guy who was sitting on the bed. Seeing the two come in, Sto stretched and moved his legs. "Judy, you're so slow." Liquid Silver gave Judy a look that said, "See, I told you." Judy snorted, turned around, and walked out. Liquid Silver and Stora followed. They had to leave this place as soon as possible. When a virus broke out, they injected themselves with a kind of potion. This potion would increase their body's resistance to the virus, but they were not sure if it could completely resist it. They could only go back first. "There's no one there. I controlled the surveillance and checked." Judy pointed to one of the passages at the fork and said to the other two. The trio quickened their pace and entered the passage. However, they came to a halt after turning a corner. Not far in front of them stood two people. Although they had always tried to discourage Judy, they believed in her abilities. The organization wouldn't have assigned her the mission otherwise. However, the current situation proved that Judy had failed. These two people had the ability to avoid Judy's surveillance net, and they were adept at concealment. Otherwise, they would have noticed them already. Cheto and Shusag were still in disguise, so they weren't worried about being recorded by the enemy's surveillance system. Opposite them, Shusag was also puzzled. Which side did they belong to? According to Cheto, someone had modified the surveillance system and done something they hadn't gotten the chance to do yet. He wasn't expecting to run into them this soon. The standoff lasted less than 5 seconds before Liquid Silver waved his arm and fired several metal nails at Xianxia and Cheto. Then, he flashed into the wall of the passage. Xianxia extended a finger, but he didn't use his specialized finger bones. Instead, a metal claw-like glove covered his entire hand and deflected the incoming nails. At the same time, he spun around and grabbed a long spike sticking out of the wall with his other hand. It was Liquid Silver's hand that was attached to the other end of the spike. When Liquid Silver shot out the metal spikes, Judy retreated. She wanted to quickly retreat from the battle and give Liquid Silver and Stora space. Her presence would only limit Liquid Silver and Stora's abilities. This was how they cooperated. While Xianxia was dealing with Liquid Silver, Cheto was dodging the flying nails. At the same time, Stola had also moved. Compared to Liquid Silver, Stola was much more quiet at the start. All he did was raise his hand. He simply raised his hand and fired a bullet at Cheto. Cheto blocked his forehead with his hand after dodging the flying nail. The bullet passed through his palm and went between his eyebrows. At the same time, Cheto was hit in 6 other places on his body, including his heart. He had fired 7 bullets in an instant, and every single one of them was deadly. But that wasn't the end. After the bullet pierced through Cheto, the person who was standing not far away from him appeared in front of him in a flash. From behind, it looked like Cheto had been pierced through by a ball of sharp knives. After this successful attack, Stola quickly retreated. At first, he was very confident in his marksmanship, but he suddenly felt that something was wrong with the person in front of him. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, so he followed up with the next hit. His expression was stiff and serious. It was because the man who had been shot 7 times and looked like a hedgehog just now hadn't changed his expression in the slightest. Cheto put down his hand that had been pierced by the bullet and revealed the area between his eyebrows. There were still a couple of other bullet holes and stab wounds on his body, but they were closing up quickly. There was no trace of blood at all. Then, Cheto charged forward at a speed no slower than Stora's. Since the beginning, Stora had been on high alert. When Cheto moved, Cheto spread out a semicircle wall of blades in front of him and protected him behind it. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of metal snapping echoed crisply inside the tunnel. What was different from before was that the blades on the wall seemed to have collided with something harder than them, and they broke immediately. Cheto's fingers turned into claws and almost pierced through the wall. However, Cheto's movement suddenly came to a halt. Ignoring the man in front of him, he retreated back to Xianxia's side. Let's go. Xianxia didn't want to fight either. He pushed aside the sharp needles and left the tunnel with Cheto. Just now, Cheto had received a message from Sillin telling him to move ahead of schedule. Therefore, he didn't waste any more time with these people. After recording their information, Cheto and Xianxia left to complete the next part of the operation. After watching Cheto leave, Stola looked at the blade wall he had unfolded. There was a claw mark on it, and the protruding claw mark was only a dozen or so centimeters away from him. Stola was just about to activate a protective shield when he didn't expect Cheto to suddenly stop. Who are they? Are they Azrael's men? Judy asked. As members of Wuxia, they knew their archenemy, the Mist, very well. They knew that the Mist didn't have the 2 people they saw just now. However, they didn't look like they were from the military, especially the guy Stora just fought. He was so powerful and mysterious that the only person Judy could think of was Azrael. Stora shook his head. I don't know. Let's leave first. We'll talk about everything else when we get back, Liquid Silver said to Stora and Judy after he walked out of the wall. Men, let's get out of here as soon as possible. Judy adjusted her mentality and followed Liquid Silver. After the trio left, a man walked out of a corner. It was none other than Yulu. Yulu scratched his head as he stared at the tunnel. I didn't think I'd run into Wuxia's men here. But who were the other 2 people? Yulu recognized Swood and his aide, but there was no way that the 2 people he saw just now were the real deal. It would have been hard to tell them apart if they hadn't fought each other. The brief confrontation just now was enough for Yulu to reject the idea that the man was Swood. Yulu stared at the brown spot on his hand and let out a sigh. What an unfortunate year. The base was in a state of panic due to the appearance of one infected person after another. Although the riot had been suppressed by the guards, it couldn't quell the growing panic in people's hearts. The most despairing thing was that all 9 large research bases around the world had been infected. No matter what protective measures the other bases took, in the end, there were still cases of infection in the bases. Then, there were rumors that a lot of infected people had lost consciousness. There were also rumors that one of the bases had already lost their consciousness. There were also rumors that brown speck was like a terrifying reminder. What they didn't know was that this was only the beginning of the night. Chapter 357. From the appearance of the first infection to the current infection of all 9 large research bases around the world, it had only taken less than 4 hours. In just 4 hours, the unknown virus could spread so quickly. The first batch of people who were infected had almost lost the ability to move. They were like desperate people waiting for death, unable to find a bright way out, unable to see hope. The biggest hope was originally the specialized team formed by the planet's top virus researchers, but now, the entire specialized team had sacrificed themselves. From life to death, it could happen in just a short moment. Now, however, this virus seemed to have prolonged the process of death. The people who were infected by the virus deeply felt the feeling of losing control of their bodies inch by inch, but their consciousness was still clear, and they could clearly feel the torturous process of helplessly waiting for death. In addition to the 9 large research bases on the planet, there were also problems at the spaceport and the patrol fleet. It was not a virus infection, but the spaceport and the patrol fleet had signal interference, and they could not ask for help from the outside world. In fact, they had been affected by electromagnetic waves 4 hours ago. At first, they thought that it was abnormal stellar activity or an electromagnetic storm caused by some special circumstances that affected the communication system. However, with the appearance of the unknown virus on the ground and the fall of the 9 large research bases one after another, the people outside the planet were also anxious. The people in charge of the 9 bases, the captain of the patrol fleet, and the chief administrator of the spaceport were now extremely busy. However, after all, there were a few senior management here. No matter how chaotic it was, they had to try their best to control the situation here. The 9 base leaders controlled the research bases, and the people in space did not allow anyone on the ground to escape from the planet. Even if the 9 people in charge did not say anything, the people in the spaceport and the patrol fleet knew what to do. They were now extremely glad that they were in space and not on the ground. Although the 9 bases on the ground usually researched their own projects, they were all interconnected. From time to time, there would be aircraft flying between the various bases, and they guessed that this was why all 9 bases were infected. If they were all isolated, it would probably be much better. The captain of the patrol fleet wrote his thoughts in the report, and when the technicians set up the communication equipment, they would send the information together with the report to the higher-ups. Maybe they would be promoted. It had to be said that the captain of the patrol fleet did not know the suffering of being outside. Compared to the patrolling fleet's wishful thinking, the people of the 9 bases on the ground fell into unprecedented panic, but they were suppressed by the guards, not daring to act recklessly. Even though Cylon had released a batch of incomplete modified humans, the number of completed guardians in the base was still the majority. It was more than enough to suppress the researchers. A few of the higher-ups suspected that someone had purposely created trouble to release the incomplete modified humans. Moreover, when they injected the drugs into the modified humans, they realized that the drugs did not have the same effect as before. The subsequent injections were even less effective, and the drugs could not suppress the modified humans at all. Some researchers took blood samples from the incomplete modified humans that were killed by the guards and found that these modified humans all had resistant substances in their bodies. It would have been fine if it was just one of them. After all, experimental breeds would occasionally mutate. However, the current situation was that a large portion of the incomplete modified breeds had developed resistance to the drug. Even if they did not develop absolute resistance, at least the effect of the drug would be greatly reduced. If this wasn't man-made, then there must be a ghost. But who did it? To have the ability to open the cages that held the test subjects in the bases and cause the incomplete modified humans to develop resistance. Perhaps this unknown virus was also man-made? The first few guesses were understandable, but many researchers did not believe that this unknown virus was man-made. Perhaps they were too conceited. They did not believe that anyone could create such a domineering virus. This virus that they could not do anything about and could not even find a solution to it. Even Miracle could not do anything about it. So who could create it? After all, Miracle was a famous and large company in the Star Alliance. The infection caused by the virus had not reached its worst state yet, and the noisy researchers were quickly suppressed by force. Coupled with the persuasion of some people who were good at talking, compared to the previous chaos, the situation had started to turn for the better. However, Silam would not let them settle down so quickly. Just as the few higher-ups were temporarily relieved, a piece of music started playing in the 9 large research bases, including the patrol fleet in the sky and the spaceport. The pitter-patter of rain, accompanied by a soothing tune, seemed a little abrupt in such a situation. Everyone was very familiar with this song. This was a song produced by a famous composer hundreds of years ago, and it was also that writer's peak work, Rhapsody on a Rainy Night. This song recorded the composer's romantic feelings from bashfulness to passion on a rainy night. It touched people's hearts and made everyone who heard this song yearn for such a dreamy rainy night. After such a song was released, it stunned the entire League of Stars. At the same time, it also led to a trend of pursuing romance on rainy nights. As one of the few works that have been passed down, Rhapsody on a Rainy Night still maintained its charm. Therefore, those who heard this song knew the name of this song when the first melody was played. But what was the meaning of playing this song now? In such a tense and chaotic moment, who would still want to pursue romance on a rainy night? At first, everyone thought that it was one of the tricks of the higher-ups, but what happened next made them realize that this was not the case. Drip, drip! It sounded like water droplets dripping from the eaves splashing into the puddles. However, those who were familiar with Rhapsody on a Rainy Night knew that there was no such drip sound in the original song. At the same time, in the 9 research bases on the ground, the patrol fleet in the sky, and the spaceport, whether they were in the research rooms, offices, or individual rooms, almost all of the optical screens and monitors in these places were flashing the same image. Against the pale background, a drop of brown water dripped like mud, splashing an oval spot on the screen, just like the spot that caused the symptoms of the virus. Drip, drip. Every time there was a drip, a mud-like oval spot would splash on the screen. The soothing rhythm of the song was supposed to be a comfortable and soft style, a kind of comfort for emotions. But in the current situation, everyone felt as if an extremely cold icicle had swept across their spines, causing a shiver to run down their spines. As the song progressed, the passion and melancholy of the drizzle gradually faded away, and what followed was a gradual turn from calm to wild. In the background of the song, the sound of pedestrians running in the rain could be heard. The water droplets splashed up and fell into the puddles, and every drop seemed to smash into people's hearts, gradually activating the emotions in their hearts. The frequency of the drip gradually increased, and everyone's heartbeat seemed to change along with the rhythm of this sound. There were more and more spots on the screen, just like the process of the virus's infection. In the song, there was the wildness and passion of a storm, and the rapid drip sound was not followed by the usual excitement and passion of the audience, but boiling panic. Everything around them seemed to be hidden, and only this modified Rhapsody on a Rainy Night could be heard. Everyone seemed to see brown raindrops falling, landing on their bodies, splashing brown spots. Every spot quickly consumed their nerves, and their bodies were numb and weak. Were they getting closer to death? No, they couldn't stay here. They would be splashed with raindrops. Escape. They must escape from here. The slow and fast sound of the raindrops, the suffocating tension, became stronger and stronger with this rhythm, causing the fear in their hearts to accumulate and accumulate. The eruption after the accumulation was the most crazy. Everyone was a combination of angel and devil. When fear suppressed reason, the angel would fall asleep, the devil would open his eyes, and people would start to go crazy. This was a kind of psychological suggestion, and a little hypnosis was used. Cylin used audio interference and signal assimilation techniques, mixed with hypnosis and suggestive ticking rhythm, and turned such a famous song into a summoning music that awakened the devil in people's hearts. The tune that had stunned people for hundreds of years had exposed all the negative emotions in people. The devil had officially awakened. The situation that the higher-ups had suppressed with great difficulty erupted again, and it was even worse than before. If the composer knew that his masterpiece had such a function, it was unknown whether he would smile in the underworld or wait for Cylin to die of old age and risk his life. How many things could one person do? A lot. How much damage could a single person do? It was impossible to predict. This virus was nothing more than a virus that Cylin had copied from the zebra virus's formation and pathogenesis mechanism. Cylin had even lowered the threat level of the virus a little because his goal wasn't to massacre everyone with a virus. Miracle Corporation was evil, but there were a lot of innocent people, soldiers, and researchers like M.O. Hung who were under house arrest. That was why Cylin had held back when he designed this virus. As for the deaths in certain bases, they were caused by internal strife. It had nothing to do with the virus. If Cylin had spread the real zebra virus on this planet, and Cylin hadn't taken out the antidote, the entire population on this planet would probably be wiped out. This planet would become the first place for the zebra virus to spread. Unlike the Mist Bodhisattva Empire, the League of Stars didn't have large and powerful research departments like Black Viper or the RAS. If the virus really did spread like this, it would take a very long time for it to invade all the planets in every sector. That would be a true large-scale massacre. There would be no smoke of war, no shadows of blades, but it would be far more destructive than an army. Virus researchers believe that a single virus could rival an entire League of Stars army. In the past, this was nothing more than a joke because it was just a hypothesis. But if such a day really did come, wouldn't it be the end of the human race? At least for now, Cylin didn't want to be a sinner. But if it was necessary, Cylin didn't mind showing these people the truth. Although the virus looked very domineering and its symptoms were very scary, the truth was that the original virus Cylin had designed could actually die. The time of death would vary depending on the host's physique, but it would never be less than 24 hours. 4 hours had passed, and there were 20 hours left. 20 hours was more than enough. Chapter 358. In a certain place outside of the base. Liquid Silver, Judy, and Stora had already met up with Wuxia and the others who had infiltrated here. However, right now, these people were all abnormally silent. On the microcomputer screen in Judy's hand, brown specks dripped down like rainwater, accompanied by the increasingly passionate rhapsody on a rainy night. It wasn't that Judy wanted to see or listen to this, but rather because she had no choice. As soon as she turned it on, the screen would be filled with this scene. The microcomputer in her hand had already been invaded by that abnormal signal, a signal she had no way of stopping. This was the first time Judy had encountered this type of signal. Even when she was taught a lesson by her brother Juno in the past, she had never encountered a situation where she didn't even have the leeway to do anything. When the others saw Judy like this, they also understood that right now, Judy had no way of stopping this strange image and this famous song that had amazed people for hundreds of years, but now made people's blood run cold. Just whose side is it? One of them said in a low voice. Liquid Silver and Stora were silent. They knew that this matter was definitely related to the two people they encountered before, because not long after those two left, this image and music appeared. At that time, the other party left too suddenly. After all, in terms of strength, the other party wasn't weak. That was to say, the other party left in a hurry because of this matter. This definitely isn't the military style. Those old foxes in the political world wouldn't do something like this either. After all, the implications behind Miracle are too great. They definitely wouldn't bring trouble for themselves in this kind of situation. However, apart from these two big heads, who else could it be? Another Wuxia person said. If it wasn't the military, not the political world, not Azrael, not Fog, and not Wuxia, then who else could it be? It definitely couldn't be those boorish hunters, right? No matter who it was, after today, those who experienced everything, especially those who were infected by the virus, if they could safely escape this disaster, when they heard Rhapsody on a rainy night in the future, their mood would definitely be completely different from before. Today's situation gave them a psychological hint. Moreover, rainy days would also form a psychological shadow. The sound of the raindrops would remind them of this terrifying experience. Such a shadow would also affect them for a long time. All right, don't worry about that. No matter who it is, our priority now is to leave this place. Otherwise, we don't need to go back. We'll just stay here and feed the virus. One of Wuxia's men said as he patted Judy, who was staring at the holographic screen. Liquid Silver turned off Judy's microcomputer. Let's go. Juno isn't the only top player in the League of Stars. The League of Stars is so big, and there are many capable experts. It's just that some people are more low-key than Juno. If Juno was the one who set up the base's defense, perhaps this wouldn't have happened, Stores said. Back then, Juno had given an obsolete work to someone from Miracle, and they didn't continue working together after that. When the base was first established, they wanted Juno's help. However, Juno rejected them. Azrael's attitude had always been subtle, and no one could guess what they were thinking. Judy didn't say anything. She didn't refute or agree with Liquid Silver and Store's words. Maybe Liquid Silver and the others didn't know much, but Judy knew that this abnormal signal alone was far beyond her ability to analyze. In fact, she couldn't even analyze the signal further. She couldn't copy it, so she could only watch obediently. Even if Juno herself was here, she might not be able to intercept it. While Judy and the others were puzzling over this abnormal signal, Hui Mao was crouching on top of a building in the base where Mo Hung was imprisoned. He was looking down at the ground and everything inside the base. He and Cheto had deactivated the defense network of the 9 bases. Right now, the chaos caused by Rhapsody on a rainy night was slowly heating up. A lot of infected people had already rushed out of the bases in an attempt to escape. While the Rhapsody on a rainy night feast was going on, Sillin had also arrived at the base where Mo Hung was imprisoned. With the help of Cheto and the others, Sillin was able to avoid the guards with ease. Sillin casually put on a set of work clothes, and he even made some brown spots on his body. Although most people in the base were wearing protective masks, and it was impossible to tell the difference from their faces, Sillin still did it anyway. It made it harder to arouse suspicion. Therefore, it would be very difficult to notice Sillin's difference in this chaotic environment without careful investigation. The guard of the base were very busy right now. Although there weren't any incomplete modifications in the base, there were robots and machines that hadn't been perfected yet. Moreover, these robots and machines took up a lot of space, so it would take the guards quite some time to deal with them. Following the route given in Mo Hung's encrypted message, Sillin headed over. The place where Mo Hung was imprisoned belonged to the key research department of the base. There were a lot fewer workers in this area, and it was a lot quieter. Most of the people who needed to run away had already left, and those who needed to isolate themselves had their doors tightly shut. Moreover, the modified protective shield had strengthened both the inside and the outside, so it was very difficult for outsiders to enter without some professional tools. The surveillance in this area had also been hacked, so Sillin wasn't worried that the managers of the base would notice anything amiss. The elevator had already stopped working, so Sillin had no choice but to climb up. However, when he climbed up to the 3rd floor, a person ran down from the 2nd floor. Perhaps he did not notice that there was a person climbing up here. He was unable to dodge in time. His foot missed, and he crashed straight into Sillin. If it wasn't for Sillin blocking his way, he probably would have rolled down the stairs already. The man didn't even raise his head. He was wearing a protective mask, so he couldn't see what was behind the mask. After he finally steadied himself, the man panted a couple of times and was about to continue walking down when his body suddenly felt light. Sillin had lifted him up with one hand and carried him down the stairs. The man didn't even scream. He just waved his hand and took out a pair of tweezers from God knows where to poke Sillin, but Sillin stopped him with his other hand. "Master Mo, aren't you tired?" Sillin asked as he ran down the stairs. Hearing this, Mo Hung, who was about to change his tweezers, stopped and looked at Sillin in confusion. It was different for what he remembered. Although he couldn't see the face, he could still see the difference in the shape of the body. It was very unfamiliar, but at this moment, the only thing that came to Mo Hang's mind was that little bastard Sillin. Was it Sillin? Was it? Who else but Sillin would directly call him Master instead of Mentor Mo? Mo Hung didn't ask, nor did he pull down Sillin's protective mask. It would be bad if he was recognized by people running around every now and then. Moreover, Mo Hung couldn't sense any malice from the man in front of him. Instead, he felt a sense of familiarity that he hadn't felt for a long time. Never mind. I'll think about it after I get out of here. In any case, it definitely isn't someone that bastard and Bishin sent. It's probably Sillin, I guess. Mo Hung thought to himself. Just like that, he quietly and obediently ran out of the base while being carried on his shoulder. But if it really was Sillin, Mo Hung was both happy and worried. Right now, the base and even the entire planet were in bad shape, and it would be terrible if they were infected. Right now, Sir Mo was extremely conflicted. He was looking forward to his disciple's return, but he didn't want to run into him in this virus-ravaged environment. While Sillin was sneaking out of the base with Mo Hung, he received a call from Cheto. "What's wrong?" Sillin didn't stop moving. At the same time, he was paying attention to his surroundings. Right now, most of the base's attention should be focused on a few places. The passage he was walking through right now was deserted, and the surveillance devices were down. Still, it was never wrong to be careful. We've finished injecting the incomplete modifiers with the antidote, and the researchers are trying their best to escape from the base. However, there are too many guards, so I'm afraid they won't be able to hold out for too long. Should we proceed with the next step in advance? Cheto asked. Then let's move ahead. I've already found the person. We'll evacuate once we get out of here. All right. I'll let Wheeze and the others know. All right. There's one more thing I need to tell you. A group of people is approaching this planet right now. I don't know which side they're from. Sillin thinks for a moment before asking, can't we get their identities verified? Nope. They don't seem to want to reveal their identities. In other words, they aren't Miracle's own people. That's true. Should we intercept them with the satellite array outside? No need. They're probably from the First Legion. Thinking back to Lu, Sillin guessed that they were probably reinforcements from the First Legion. This was just as well. It would save them the trouble of having to act as a cover, and they could just leave the rest of the trouble to the First Legion. How much longer until they arrive? Sillin asked again. Half an hour. I'm almost out. Pick a space plane and get ready to leave. Got it. After ending the call, Sillin checked his surroundings and quickened his pace. Mo Hung, who was being carried on Sillin's shoulder, frowned. Although the voice didn't sound like it, the tone, it was definitely Sillin's. Sigh, why did this little bastard have to come at a time like this? Mo Hung couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. In the 9 bases, in front of the warehouse where space planes and fighter jets were parked, many researchers who had lost control of their emotions were in conflict with the guards. The researchers wanted to leave the planet, but the people in charge of the bases wouldn't allow it. They kept the warehouse door tightly shut. As long as they couldn't get their space planes out, they could only wander around the planet. There was still a chance to salvage the situation. However, once these researchers left, there was no telling when they would be able to return here to continue their research. Even if these researchers didn't know some of the core secrets, there were still some things that couldn't be known to the outside world. The people in charge would never allow these researchers to escape the planet. Every researcher had been implanted with a tracking chip, but there was no guarantee that the chip would not be destroyed. After all, there was no lack of experts among these researchers. The people in charge couldn't take the risk. Among the 9 people in charge of the bases, 7 of them had already developed pathological changes. They wanted to leave, but didn't dare to. If they stayed, they might be able to wait for Miracle to send reinforcements, but if they left, they would definitely die. However, what made the people in charge go crazy was that the warehouse door opened on its own. Not only that, one of the space planes rushed out and directly scattered the guards at the warehouse door. As soon as they saw this, the researchers seemed to be encouraged and rushed toward the warehouse with all their might. Some of the more agile ones had already opened the hatch of the spaceplane. In a place where no one was paying attention, a gray shadow flashed and quickly disappeared. Following that, similar situations happened in the other basic bases. Fighter jets and spaceplanes took off from the various bases. Stop them, at all costs. The person in charge shouted at the communicator that was connected to the patrol team and the people in the spaceport. What the person in charge meant was that they couldn't let these researchers escape the planet, even if they had to blow all of them to smithereens in the end. However, the person in charge didn't get a response from the patrol team and the spaceport for a long time. The communicator could not be connected. At this moment, in the sky, be it the people from the patrol fleet or the people from the spaceport, they were also in a lot of trouble. Their instruments were being interfered with to varying degrees, and they were unable to control the satellite array to activate its attack mode. Most importantly, they knew that someone was approaching the planet, and it wasn't Miracle's people. When Sillin and Mo Hung walked out of the base, Shusag happened to be flying a spaceplane toward them. He opened the hatch at the bottom of the spaceplane, and Sillin ran a couple of steps and jumped onto it. Cheto and Hui Mao were already safely inside the spaceplane. Hui Mao was crouching on top of the box at the cabin door, staring at Mo Hung while wagging his tail leisurely. After entering the spaceplane, Sillin removed the protective cover on his face and took off his work uniform. After removing his protective mask, Mo Hung stared at Sillin for a moment before shooting a glance at the familiar cat next to him. Then, he reached out and pinched Sillin's face hard twice. "You've changed again, you little bastard. How did you know it was me? I didn't make a sound when we bumped into each other. How did this kid recognize me the moment we bumped into each other?" The corner of Sillin's mouth twitched. His face was pinched so hard that it looked a little deformed. "It feels like you. You don't need to make a sound. I can recognize you as soon as you move." Mo Hung nodded in satisfaction, but at the same time, he was very worried about the brown spots on Sillin's face. He wanted to bring Sillin to a few of his old friends who were in the field of virus research and medicine and see if they could do their best to treat it. He only had one precious disciple that he was satisfied with, and if something really happened to him because he tried to save him, Mo Hung would blame himself forever. Noticing Mo Hang's worry, Sillin said, "Don't worry, it's not fatal." Mo Hang's sad thoughts came to an abrupt halt. Then, he looked at Sillin for 2 seconds strangely and asked, "You're the one who created the virus?" Sillin nodded. "Who did it?" "Me." Mo Hung sat there and massaged his legs to catch his breath. He glanced at Sillin, then massaged his legs to catch his breath, and then glanced at Sillin again. After repeating this a few times, Mo Hung reached out with both hands to grab Sillin's face. "Tell me, why are you so popular?" Sillin, looking at the old man, he was more than happy. "Weren't you locked up? How did you get out?" Sillin asked. Mo Hung let go of Sillin's face and sat down again. He said slowly and proudly, "Give me a box of tools and I can dismantle this base. Do you believe me?" "Yes, of course I do." Sillin had heard a lot of gossip about Mo Hung. When he was young, Mo Hung had done things like breaking into cars, doors, and aircraft. Especially after being bullied, he would not say anything in front of others, but would secretly kill them behind their backs. He would often tamper with other people's aircraft or household machinery. Otherwise, those who knew Mo Hung wouldn't have called him a senior academic ruffian. The people at the base shouldn't have left Mo Hung his toolbox if they wanted to lock him up. Sillin told Mo Hung to rest for a while and wake him up if something came up. After learning the true situation of this seemingly powerful virus, Mo Hung was no longer worried about the situation at the base. The old man had not slept well during this period of time, and Mo Hong was really tired, so he quickly fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. "How is it?" Sillin asked Cheto after he arrived at the cockpit. "They're here." Cheto pointed at the image on the screen. It was showing the battle that had already begun in space, and the patrol ships that had been blasted into holes by the enemy's cannons looked especially miserable. How could they not be miserable? Many of the patrol ships' instruments were still being jammed, and the interference set up by Cheto and Hui Mao would last for a long time. "We weren't the ones who opened the warehouse doors at 4 bases, so the operation was cut down a lot," Cheto said. At the same time, he showed Sillin the images of the battle with Liquid Silver, Judy, and Stora. "I'm guessing they're involved too. Yulu might have interfered as well. Still, he could analyze these things after he left the base." Sillin told Shusag to fly the space plane away at full speed. The people from the army were used to direct methods, so there was no way they would miss out on an attack. This was the perfect opportunity for Sillin and the others to escape during the chaos. On the other side, Yulu had entered a few other bases after he left the base he was in. Not long after he took off, a line of text appeared on his communicator screen, informing him of the true situation of the Yulu virus. Yulu couldn't tell what he was feeling when he saw the message. They had originally planned to destroy this base and perish together with these people who had experimented on the soldiers of their army. Everyone would be infected anyway. However, the message revived Yulu's desire to die together with his enemies. The worst part was that there was a very, very cheap smiley face at the end of the message. Yulu wanted nothing more than to smash the screen with his fist. That was why Yulu went to a few other bases to collect more evidence. That way, he would have a reason to declare war against the 5th Legion, and the reputation of the 5th Legion would be greatly damaged. Although Yulu's illness wasn't enough to render him immobile, he was seriously tired after all this action. He flew the space plane to a place a certain distance away from the base, parked it, and leaned against the fuselage to rest. The morning light finally appeared. Yulu covered his face and smiled as he looked at the sky growing brighter and brighter. Then, he looked at the fading spots on his body and covered his face with a hand. A space plane that didn't belong to Miracle flew toward him from the sky. After it landed, a person jumped out and shouted at Yulu, "Are you dead?" Yulu looked up at the person and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "I just came back to life." Chapter 359. Feng Haichao sat down next to Yulu when he saw the listless and miserable-looking Yulu covered in brown spots that looked like mud prints. He passed Yulu a cigarette and lit one himself. "You're looking for trouble, aren't you?" Feng Haichao teased. Yulu flicked his cigarette. "It's all right. I killed those spies, confirmed the whereabouts of the captured soldiers, and found some information. I have enough reason to apply for a transfer when I return." Feng Haichao punched Yulu's shoulder with a smile. "You'll be promoted when you return." Yulu said non-committally, "You're acting on your own again. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up when you return?" "Sure, I'm used to it. You should worry about yourself. You won't be able to take a few beatings when you return. But we won't be the ones getting beaten up this time." Feng Haichao pointed at another fighter flying in their direction and said, "That guy is here too. He's the one who organized this operation." "Knight, even the 3rd Corp, is here?" Although there were no obvious insignias on the fighter, the person who could organize such an operation and make Feng Haichao mention it in such a tone was undoubtedly Knight. Not only that, the 4th and 7th Corp are here too. Feng Haichao appeared very happy at the mention of this. Yulu and Feng Haichao were in the 1st Corp, the 3rd Corp led by Knight and the Fiegler family, the 4th Corp led by the G family, and the 7th Corp of the CI family could be considered allies now. Knight proposed to form a special operation team, but Yulu wasn't around when he went looking for him. In the end, they found out that he might have been captured. Others might not know what Miracle had done to the captives, but Knight definitely knew. He immediately summoned a group of people to kill them. It was impossible for the higher-ups of the 3rd Corp to not know of Knight's private actions. In other words, they had tacitly approved and were protecting him from behind. "Oh right, what's with these spots on your body?" Feng Haichao pointed at the brown spots on Yulu's face and hands. The spots were starting to fade, but could still be seen clearly. They're caused by a virus, Yulu said quietly. Cough, cough. Feng Haichao choked on his cigarette when he heard Yulu say virus. He coughed a few times before he recovered. Virus? What virus? Miracle was created by those perverts? Are you really going to die soon? It's not Miracle's fault. Didn't you notice that Miracle's people were infected as well? Feng Haichao did not say anything. He really did not notice. Many of the people he saw were wrapped from head to toe, as if they were in a biochemical laboratory. Feng Haichao did not pay attention to those who were not wearing protective clothing. Don't worry, it's fine. It'll be over in a few hours. It's just a prank. A prank? Who would make such a thing to scare people? This isn't just scaring people. Since that person can create this kind of virus, he can definitely create a real deadly virus. Yulu told Feng Haichao about some of the things that happened before. So fierce? Which side are they from? Feng Haichao frowned. If that person really had the ability to create such an extremely lethal virus, wouldn't a large number of people die if it was spread? Even Miracle's people couldn't do anything about it, so amateurs like them would be even more clueless. War was fine, but against those invisible viruses. Feng Haichao looked at the spots on Yulu's body and thought of the scene where Rhapsody on a Rainy Night was playing. He shuddered. Another fighter plane landed here. Knight, who was wearing an old military uniform without any army insignia, jumped out and looked at Yulu. What's wrong with your face? I got infected. Feng Haichao told Knight about Yulu's explanation just now. Knowing that the virus was not life-threatening, Knight was relieved. He took the cigarette from Feng Haichao and sat down to listen to Yulu's recount of what happened earlier. Yulu took a puff and sighed. I'm a sharpshooter, but I don't have the ability to shoot viruses. No matter how good my marksmanship is, I'll still get infected. Knight did not know what was on his mind, but he remained silent. Yulu, this reminds me of something I've heard before. Feng Haichao put out his cigarette. Do you remember how that Skeleton King died? It had been a few years since that incident. Yulu thought for a moment and replied. The secret case's explanation was parasites. I'm just not sure what happened. I've heard of this before. It seems like that's enough. Knight interrupted Feng Haichao's words and said, someone will specially investigate this matter. What he meant was, don't think about it anymore. When Feng Haichao and Yulu heard Knight's words, they understood in their hearts that there must be some connection. Knight knew something but did not want to say it. Who was he trying to protect? After Feng Haichao took off with Yulu in the fighter plane, Knight turned on his communicator. Have you found Mo Hung? No. The door over there was pried open. It was done very skillfully. It should be old Mo's doing. However, all the surveillance cameras around there have been tampered with. There's no record of it at all. There's no sign of old Mo around the base. Continue with the original plan. Yes. It was only after the communication was cut off that Knight flew away. The fighters and space planes in the sky began to bombard the base. This time they were really going all out. On the other hand, Sillin and the others took the opportunity to fly out of the planet and head towards the prearranged route, while the group of people were fighting the patrolling fleets around the planet. Shi Huajing's men would be there to receive them. With Shi Huajing's help, everything went relatively smoothly. Although it took a little longer, and it was a little troublesome to switch space planes or starships midway. In the end, Sillin returned to Sector A. He would leave through Sector A later. This way, he could deceive the public. Shi Huajing was capable. Now that Jiosun was no longer complaining about leaving, and had even asked Shi Huajing to move his things over, he was ready to help Shi Huajing. With Jiosun's abilities, he could be of great help to Shi Huajing. Therefore, when Sillin saw Shi Huajing again, the guy looked like he was in a good mood. People with a master watching over them were different. It looks like everything is going well. Old Mo looks good and energetic. Shi Huajing glanced at Mo Hung, who was harassing Hui Mao tirelessly, and said to Sillin. On the other side, Mo Hung was fiddling with the long hair on Hui Mao's ear with a thin blade of grass he pulled out of nowhere. Hui Mao ignored him, curled into a ball, and continued to catch up on his sleep. His ears flicked away the grass, and he didn't even bother to open his eyes. Sillin shot a glance at the other side, but didn't say anything. One had just woken up, and the other had just fallen asleep. That's what they looked like. Do you know these three people? Sillin showed Shi Huajing the images of liquid silver and the others. I have a slight impression of them. Give me a moment, I'll go look into them. Shi Huajing contacted a couple of people and went to investigate. 5 minutes later, Shi Huajing passed assorted information to Sillin. I didn't think that Wuxia would target that place. Did they take anything? As far as I know, there shouldn't be any special results from that base at this stage. I'm not sure about that. Sillin stared at the information in his hand and pondered the purpose of Wuxia, especially Judy's introduction. Azrael's member Juno's sister? He had never heard of Azrael and Wuxia being close. There were even rumors that the two had clashed before. Those people do whatever they want. Judy and Juno may be brother and sister, but that doesn't mean they have a good relationship. Or maybe the relationship between Azrael and Wuxia isn't as bad as people say. Shi Huajing said. After returning to the Shi family, he had seen a lot of people and things, especially Sector A, which was full of politics and power struggles. Naturally, he could understand more. Other than the exchange of interests, everything else was bullshit. Sillin memorized the information and deleted the information Shi Huajing had given him. Whatever. I'll leave as soon as possible. I've already made the necessary arrangements. You can depart tomorrow. Amen. All right. Miracle's base may not be over so soon. You should make some preparations in advance. Sillin said. You mean the military's investigation? More than that. At most, the military will push the blame onto a civil war between their core or Wuxia. Then you mean, watch out for the media. Shi Huajing narrowed his eyes. Right now, the media only cared about self-preservation and didn't want to offend anyone. Who would have the guts to expose Miracle? Doing so would offend several parties at once. All right, I'll remember that. Shi Huajing knew that Sillin must have his reasons for saying this. At the same time, he was reminding himself that he could use the upcoming events to make some preparations if necessary. After staying at the place Shi Huajing arranged for a night, Sillin and his men left Sector A with Shi Huajing's help. Other than Shi Huajing and a very few people, no one knew that the captain of Vanguard 11 Squad had slipped into Sector C and caused such a ruckus. Many of the big shots behind Miracle's base had received the news, but until now, no one had found the culprit. Some said that Wuxia's men were the culprit, and that the investigators who worked with Knight found traces of Judy's usual intrusion in the system. However, others said that Judy wouldn't be stupid enough to leave traces behind unless she did it on purpose. Judging from the situation this time, she must have been set up. However, even if she was set up, it couldn't be denied that Judy had hacked into the base's system. It didn't matter who had attacked or released the virus before Knight and his men arrived at Miracle's base. The ones who had bombed the base in the end were the people of the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 7th Legions. After this, there would definitely be another battle between the 8 legions. On the day M.O. Hung left Sector A with Sillin, M.O. Qing stared at the message on the screen in a certain war zone commander's office in the 7th Legion of Sector C. He was speechless for a long time. There was a sentence on the screen in front of M.O. Qing, and it was a text message formed after 3 layers of decoding. It was written in M.O. Hang's usual coding style, and M.O. Qing was very familiar with it. However, what made M.O. Qing speechless was the content of the message. After M.O. Hung was taken away from 7 Lights by the people from Miracle, M.O. Qing had been handling the situation calmly on the surface, but he was actually anxious inside. He did as his old master wished and ignored Miracle's threats, but not a single day had gone by where he could be at ease. He learned about Knight's operation later on, but the news Knight asked C.I. Jincheng to bring back worried him a little. You didn't find him? Commander Mo's hanging heart rose even higher than before, until he saw the message in front of him. I'm safe and sound. Don't worry about me, Father. If it was anyone else who saw this message, they would interpret it as, Son, I'm very safe right now. Don't worry. There's no need to restrain yourself. Just fight. However, according to Mo Qing's understanding of his old man, it should be, "Son, you have a lot of things to do, so don't worry about me. I'll go back when I'm done playing." Commander Mo felt a headache coming on when he saw the message. His old man really was a worrisome person. On the other side, Sillin and the others had left Sector C under Shi Huajing's arrangements and finally returned to the 11th Squad starship. Mo Heng's plan was exactly the same as Mo Qing's. He was going to stay with Sillin's 11th Squad for the time being. It wasn't safe to go anywhere right now, so he might as well stay with his disciple. At least he could spar with his disciple when he felt depressed. On the day Sillin met up with the 11th Squad, a third of the League of Stars' contribution points and above reported the same thing. Miracle Corporation was using captured soldiers for research. Moreover, there were several videos, all of which were rather tragic images of the experimental process. Along with these videos, there were also explanations of the various drugs used in the experimental process. Some of them would cause toxic side effects, some would directly kill your nerves, and every single one of the videos was enough to make people shudder in fear. For a time, many people didn't dare to buy Miracle Corporation's drugs carelessly. It was true that increasing one's genetic rank was important, but their lives were even more important. Moreover, the videos had a very strong psychological effect on a lot of people, and they couldn't help but think that they would turn into those experimental soldiers if they used Miracle Corporation's drugs. The Corps and some political groups that supported Miracle were currently under a lot of pressure. This matter had already affected the emotions of the soldiers, especially the reputation of the 5th Corps. They were being scolded quite a bit. The Corps soldiers were all from different sectors, and if they wanted to strengthen their Corps, they had to recruit new soldiers from other sectors. However, the people from other sectors had a terrible impression of the 5th Legion right now. What was the point of a Corps that didn't even treat its soldiers like human beings? Before the division, the 8 Corps shared a single name, the League of Stars Army. Therefore, they were once comrades, and now that they were willing to use their former comrades for their inhumane experiments, there was no telling if they would do the same to their own soldiers in the future. Who would be willing to do that? Shi Huajing looked at the media reports and felt that it was quite interesting. Although the media claimed that they weren't the ones who reported it, it was the truth. It was pointless even if they cried injustice. Other than Judy, Sillin, and the others were involved in the hacking of the media as well. Some of the analysis data was even added by Sillin himself, adding fuel to the fire from behind the scenes. The 1st Legion and the 2 Corps that Knight and C.I. Jinsheng were in were definitely doing something as well. They were more than happy to attack the 5th Legion. Just as Sillin was paying attention to this debate, he received a call from Lung. "You're the one who did this, aren't you?" Lung asked directly the moment the call connected. "Not entirely." Sillin didn't deny it. Lung had a hand in this media incident as well. For example, Unlimited and Lavish, which had more than 80 contribution points, and Stars of Tomorrow and Prospect, which had more than 60 contribution points, were probably Lung's handiwork. "Hey, Sillin, are you busy lately?" Lung asked. "What is it? Is something the matter?" "There's something I want to talk to you about. I want to see if you're interested." "What is it?" "I'm planning to visit Ocean Paradise." Ocean Paradise wasn't as beautiful as its name sounded. Ocean Paradise was one of the famous danger zones in the League of Stars. It was a gigantic planet, and the planet was completely covered in the sea. Ocean Paradise's sea bred many large wild beasts, and the planet had a strange magnetic field. Many aircrafts couldn't get close to the planet at all, and all electronic devices would malfunction the moment they got close to it. Even though there were many miraculous and rare minerals in Ocean Paradise, not many people went there, and there were even fewer who could return safely. Even the 4 great hunter regiments didn't want to go there. That was why Sillin was very surprised when he heard Lung's words. "What are you going there for?" "I want to find something there. I can't bring too many people, and I can't attract attention." Sillin thinks for a moment. He really wanted to go there himself. When he told Lung about the place he wanted to go, he mentioned Ocean Paradise before. Lung remembered the conversation at the time, and that was why he told him about it. Moreover, the Andrira family was definitely capable of getting their hands on the most suitable equipment to travel to Ocean Paradise. This was a good opportunity for him. There were a couple of ores Scylla had been looking for, but couldn't find in Ocean Paradise for a long time, so it was a great opportunity for him to go there. If he missed this opportunity, the 11th squad would never be able to go there with their current funds and equipment. Think about it first. I'm still making preparations, so just give me an answer in 3 days, Lung said. Ocean Paradise was a famous danger zone after all, and Lung didn't want Scylla to make a decision so easily. He needed to weigh the pros and cons first. All right, I'll make the arrangements. After ending the call with Lung, Scylla decided that it would be best to bring Cheto and Hui Mao with him if he wanted to go to Ocean Paradise. Even Shusag wouldn't be able to make much use of his strength in an environment like Ocean Paradise. When he walked out of the room, Scylla ran into a frustrated Mo Hung. Ever since Sir Mo came to the 11th squad, he had been obsessed with playing chain stars against Shimu. However, he had never won a single one of them. He lost every time on the 5th level. Judging from his expression, it looked like he was stuck at the same place again. You're a captain at the end of the day, kid. Why are you acting like you're fine all the time? Come on, let's go assemble the parts. Mo Hung vented his frustration of losing the game directly on assembling the parts, and Scylla just so happened to run into the muzzle this time. Scylla and Mo Hung sat down at the table and started assembling the parts. When he was done, Scylla put the machine in his hands to the side and said, Master Mo, I'm going to visit Ocean Paradise. Snap! Mo Hung snapped the machine in his hands in half. Chapter 360. Mo Hung tossed the 2 halves of the machine onto the table without saying a word. However, the aura around him told everyone that he was very angry right now. Scylla glanced at the silent Mo Hung and continued, I'm looking for a couple of ores, and Sea Paradise has them. Right now, the party is in dire need of materials for development, and there are a lot of them that we can't buy at all right now. Even if we could, the exorbitant price isn't something we can afford. We are hunters to begin with, and hunters will get whatever they need if they can. Scylla analyzed the situation from the 11th squad's perspective to his own. Then, he explained his reasons for going to Sea Paradise. A moment of silence later, Mo Hung looked up and said to Scylla, Is that all? This is a very good opportunity. Scylla did not tell Mo Hung about Lung's arrangements. Lung himself had said that he didn't want anyone to know about it. The reason Scylla told Mo Hung that he was going to Sea Paradise was because he believed that Mo Hung wouldn't tell anyone else. Mo Hung tapped the table and pushed the parts in front of him to the side. Then, he propped his arms on the table and looked at Scylla. Tell me the truth. Is it because of Yuling Long? Scylla looked confused. Why did Yuling Long get involved? Mo Hung relaxed a lot when he saw Scylla's expression. It's fine as long as it's not because of Yuling Long. Why would you think of her? Scylla asked curiously. It's nothing. Scylla, if you're looking for a wife, I still don't think that Yuling Long is suitable for you. You worry too much. There were some things that Mo Hung hadn't told Scylla earlier, but Scylla had learned some of them from Shi Huajing. The person who took Mo Hung away from Seven Lights was Yuling Long. The fact that Yuling Long led her men to capture Mo Hung didn't mean that she was bad to Mo Hung. On the contrary, it was a form of protection. If someone else from the Yu family had carried out the mission, Mo Hung might have suffered a lot. But no matter what, Yuling Long had done it. She had chosen to bring Mo Hung to Miracle. Yuling Long is collecting DH50 Black ore, and the resources for DH50 Black or in the League of Stars are pitifully low. No one is willing to go to Ocean Heaven. The 2 groups of people she sent to Ocean Heaven were completely wiped out, Mo Hung said. Not only was she explaining why she had asked those questions, but she was also telling Scylla that Sea Paradise was indeed a dangerous place, and it was best not to go there. But he also understood that once Scylla had made up his mind, there was nothing he could do to change his mind. Okay, I'll be careful. The DH50 Black ore was indeed a part of Scylla's plan, but had nothing to do with Yuling Long. The ore was numbered DH50, and was known as the Black Oregon. In fact, this wasn't really black. It was just that its blue color was too deep, so deep that it was hard to tell it was blue. Moreover, this didn't have any other colors, so people always called it black or, in a dark environment, the natural DH50 black would sometimes emit a blue light spontaneously. Moreover, the light would follow a rhythm, as if it was breathing. Therefore, the DH50 black was also known as the ghost of the sea. The older the DH50 black, the faster its breathing rate, and when there was light in the environment, it would tightly absorb the light. This would glow red under ultraviolet light. This was also one of the easiest ways to identify this, the DH50 black was very hard and was mostly used in space equipment, as well as some aircrafts and aircraft. The alloy of the DH50 black was added to the material, making it several times harder than before. It was perfect for defense. Hearing Silen's calm tone that made people want to slap him, Imo Hung got up and slammed the table. What's the use of being careful? Don't you know that the magnetic field of Sea Paradise has been getting weirder and weirder? A few decades ago, we could still use some equipment to investigate it, but now we can't get close at all. Also, from the changes in the magnetic field, the sea beasts there must be stronger. If you go in, you'll only have limited weapons. If you run into the sea beasts, you won't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Imo Hung hadn't actually been to Sea Paradise, but there were people from the League of Stars Research Institute who specialized in Sea Paradise. Imo Hung had learned about this famous dangerous place from them. Silen paused. He didn't directly answer the question about the magnetic field and the sea beasts. Instead, he asked, "Do you know the star hunter Osculos? Although I'm not a hunter, I've heard of Osculos' famous old man. The main material for Osculos' knife was found in Sea Paradise, but he went looking for it himself. I've never heard of anyone else who found the same material." As expected, it was just as Silen had guessed. You've already made up your mind, so I can't change it. However, you have to know your limits. Don't try to show off. Finding the ores is secondary. The most important thing is to stay alive. I know. Oh, right, Master Imo, if I can find some good materials, will you help us build a fighter? Imo Hung raised an eyebrow. Is that what you're thinking, kid? That's not the main point. But I do want the 11th squad to have their own fighter. It wasn't hard to get a fighter, but it wasn't easy to get a good one, especially one that was suitable for a hunter. All right, I'll definitely help you when you come back safely. Consider it a contribution to your squad. I can't just stay here for nothing. Imo Hung felt an itch in his heart. Ever since he found out about Shi Kai and Shi Mu, he'd been looking forward to working with them. That way, he'd be able to get to know Shi Kai and Shi Mu better. The two of them, especially that white-hair brat, had piqued his interest. After chatting with Imo Hung for a bit, Silen went to check on the other squad members. The newcomers assimilated into the team very quickly. A hunter's teamwork was forged through continuous quests, and while Silen was gone, the rest of the 11th squad worked well together during their quests without any hiccups. Tang Xianxia could already use the Purgatory Thunder Snake very well, but she couldn't use the Purgatory Thunder Snake K just yet. She couldn't control the Purgatory Thunder Snake K with her current physical condition. Silen had collected some relevant information while he was at Miracle's base, and he was trying to think of a solution for Tang Xianxia. There's a fight going on over at the division. Yudi handed a new report to Silen. Thanks to the media, the 5th Division and the forces behind Miracle were under a lot of pressure. After a period of suppression, they finally erupted. In fact, everyone in the division was ready to go to war at any moment. It was just that they didn't have the opportunity to do so. Miracle's incident gave them an excuse to start a war. Sector C isn't the only sector that's affected by the war. Some local government forces are joining the fray as well. A lot of hunter regiments are avoiding the war. So why don't we find a quieter place to hide for a while? Yudi asked, "Where's the mission schedule we gave you last time?" Silen asked, "I'll give it to you." Yudi passed the list to Silen. Most of the missions on the list were located in secluded places, and only a few of them had been completed so far. Silen wanted the 11th squad to complete the follow-up missions and avoid the war while doing so. Sillin circled a few missions and marked them with a different symbol. Then, he passed them back to Yudi. I'll be heading out again soon. Let's rest for a while, and then we'll start following the missions listed on the list. The circled missions will take priority, and if I'm not back by then, you may continue following the marked missions. You're going out again? Yudi exclaimed. He had been a hunter for a long time, but he had never met a captain like Sillin before. Yeah, I'm going to look for something useful for our development. Where are you going? Sea Paradise. Yudi held his forehead. No wonder Sillin didn't want the 11th Squad to participate in the war. He was going to that dangerous land. Is the plan ready? Yudi asked. All right, I'll leave in 10 days. Sillin had already contacted Lung, and according to the Ephemeris, Sillin would visit Sector H 10 days later to find Lung. Of course, Sillin wouldn't be idle during these 10 days. While Sillin and Yudi were discussing their future plans, a figure suddenly ran out from the corner of the passage. When he saw Sillin and Yudi, he hurriedly came to a halt, paused for a moment, and jogged towards Sillin. Mogaz and Carrie also came to a halt and let out a dry chuckle. Then, they turned around and ran away. Oh, Commander, Lieutenant Commander, you're all here. The figure running at the front hurriedly ran toward them like they were their saviors. Sillin looked at the man standing in front of him who looked a little reserved, just like him. No, he should call a robot. This robot was Sillin's substitute, X7. When Sillin left the team for something and didn't want outsiders to know about it, X7 would take Sillin's place and show up in front of outsiders. When Sillin went to rescue Mo Hung, X7 was the one who replaced Sillin. When the team was out hunting, mining, and trading, X7 would appear in front of outsiders. X7 wasn't an original robot, and it was much weaker than Sigma and the others. However, compared to other robots, X7 was very good. Among the new batch of X-Series robots, Shikai created, X7 was the only one with a free attribute. It was a random change in programming, and its occurrence rate was less than 1 in 1,000. That was why Shikai almost burst into tears when he saw the robot with the serial number X7. It was the closest robot he had ever created to an original robot. X7's appearance forced Shikai to cancel the substitute robot he had prepared for Sillin. After all, a robot that was closer to an original would be a lot more convincing in front of outsiders. After that, Shimu upgraded X7 several times to make it more alive. Although it didn't have the terrifying learning ability and self-awareness of Sigma and the others, it was still a rare trait among robots. That was why X7 became Sillin's full-time substitute in the 11th Squad. When X7 was outside, it would activate a set of procedures that made it look very similar to Sillin's personality. Coupled with the fact that they looked exactly the same, no one noticed anything amiss even when they were doing business at the trading center. However, unlike Celine, the real leader, when there were no outsiders around, X7 would always be bullied by the other team members. Carrie and the others even made it do funny faces because it was too difficult to make Sillin do that, so no one dared to mess with Sillin. Little 7, what do they usually make you do? Sillin asked. X7 searched through its program records and answered, make faces, sing love songs, walk upside down, break dance, Sillin. Ahem. Actually, everyone was just joking around to relax a little, Yudi said weakly. Should I be glad that they didn't make X7 do striptease and pole dance then? Yudi fell silent. He thought, Carrie, you guys better pray for yourselves. X7 put on an innocent face and said, Captain, Moon said he's going to finish the program soon, and I'm going to upgrade it. Sillin looked at Yudi. Yudi remained silent. Ayu, good luck to you too. That day, Carrie and Mogaz were summoned by Sillin to the training ground for a good sparring. Ayu's newly created visual imaging tool for viewing small X-rays was confiscated from him. Moon tried to persuade Sillin to get the imaging tool back, but the only response he got was a closed door. Sillin wanted to solve Tang Xiaoqiu's problem before he went along. To be on the safe side, he didn't want to go too extreme. He wanted to improve the drug according to Tang Xiaoqiu's body and physiological indicators. Different people's bodies would react differently to the same drug. Perhaps the drug would be more stable for others, but it might not be the same for others. When it came to the evolution of genes, Sillin had a deep understanding of them. There were things that needed to be paid attention to during the evolution process, such as the activation of the gene silencing region, the rate of DNA unwinding and the degree of helicization, and the assembly of genes and proteins under the stimulation of drugs. Sillin did not want to play around with Tang Xiuqiu's life, so he was extremely careful with every step he took. He would only proceed to the next step after he was certain that this step would not cause serious harm to Tang Xiuqiu. During this time, Tang Xiuqiu also stayed in the workshop. After Sillin gave Tang Xiuqiu the first injection, he observed Tang Xiuqiu's reaction. There would still be pain caused by the body's rejection, but it would be fine as long as she endured it. Apart from this, nothing unexpected happened. The first step was to wait for Tang Xiuqiu to adapt, and then Sillin would carry out the second injection. Then, he would use the drug to induce genetic evolution step by step. He didn't want to be fast, but stable. On the 10th day, Tang Xiuqiu received the third injection, and her gene rank had gradually evolved to B rank. Let's do this for now. When the gene is completely stable, you can start developing your current gene rank. The better the foundation, the easier the next step of evolution. Your gene was already very good when it was C rank, unlike some people. Although they were also C rank, they couldn't withstand such an induced evolution process. So, you should be glad, but you can't relax, Sillin said to the excited Tang Xiuqiu. I know. Tang Xiuqiu looked at the bee on the machine, especially excited. After leaving the workshop, Tang Xiuqiu couldn't wait to go to the shooting room to test her skills. In the past, she felt that controlling the Purgatory Thunder Snake was her limit, but now she realized that she could easily control the gun. Sillin gave the K to Tang Xiuqiu. She might not be able to control it well, but she could use it to train herself and feel the limits of her body. When Sillin finally came out, Moon followed beside Sillin with a pitiful look. You want your tools back? Sillin asked. Yes. Moon nodded quickly. The materials he had were only enough to create a set of recording tools. After Sillin took them away, there was nothing else he could do. Come here. Sillin waved his hand and asked Moon to follow him into the lounge. Moon's tools were placed in Sillin's lounge. As soon as he entered, Moon grabbed the pile of tools, silently telling Sillin, I won't let go no matter what. Moon, what is the God's Tear in Olillo's cage that represents her form? Sillin asked. The God's Tear was one of the 5 Olillos. Back then, Sillin had obtained a star map fragment called the God's Tear from Gadar, but he never had the chance to give it to Lung. This time, he might as well give it to Lung. However, Sillin had a feeling that Lung's operation this time was probably related to the God's Tear. The God's Tear? Moon's arm didn't loosen its grip on the pile of tools. He turned his head and narrowed the blue bar on his face. It's a kind of medicine. Medicine? Yes, it's a medicine that allows the throat to split into a special organ. The Shi family created it after studying a large number of sea beasts. However, the medicine isn't very effective if it's used by the general population. If it's used by some of the ancient races in Sector H, the effect will be much better, and the success rate of splitting will be much higher. Moon told Sillin about the God's Tear briefly, but he didn't know any more details than that. This was because the 5 robots weren't even born when the God's Tear was created. After learning the information he needed, Sillin prepared to depart. He had already arranged everything here at the 11th Squad, and he had X7 as a substitute. He didn't have to worry about anyone noticing that the 11th Squad's commander had left the squad. Bringing Cheto and Hui Mao with him, Sillin headed to the place Lung told him about at Sector H. At a tall building at the city center of a prosperous planet in Sector H, Sillin walked into a room. On the sofa in the living room, young Master Lung occupied the entire sofa and sat there casually. Long time no see, old friend. Lung stood up and bumped fists with Sillin. Then, he pointed at the seat next to him and motioned for Sillin to sit down. He then took out a plate of fish biscuits he had prepared beforehand and placed it on the table for Hui Mao to grind his teeth. After checking the time, Lung said to Sillin, Wait a little longer. Someone's coming. My grandpa sent them. The people around the famous old fox in the Star Alliance were definitely not simple. He wondered if he would become like that famous old fox because of what he had seen and heard. Half an hour later, a serious-looking man dressed in formal attire and carrying a black suitcase walked into the room. When Lung saw the man, he sat down on the sofa and greeted him. "Ah, you must be Ingweji, one of the old master's top 10 bodyguards. Am I right?" The serious-looking Ingweji looked at Lung and answered, "My name is Ingweji, young master." "Not Ji, right?" Silin. As expected, the personality of the Andrira family's bodyguards couldn't be judged by appearances. Chapter 361. Lung didn't bring a lot of people with him this time. Just like he said, he didn't want to make it public this time. When Silin arrived, there were two other people in the room other than Lung. However, both of them were playing games, and they only glanced at Silin when he came in. Including Ingweji, Silin only saw 3 subordinates from the Andrira family. The little old man Brzet didn't follow them. In many people's eyes, Brzet was Lung's personal butler. Therefore, compared to Lung, who was always unreliable, more people would pay attention to Brzet's movements and speculate Lung's movements. This time, Brzet didn't follow them, most likely because he was doing some cover-up to prevent others from discovering Lung's true intentions. "You're only bringing 3 people?" Silin looked at Lung. Sea Paradise was a famous danger zone after all. This wasn't the same as when they went to Sector S back then, where only 2 people with good equipment would suffice. Furthermore, they were about to go to Sea Paradise, a place that even the 4 great hunter regiments avoided. Compared to Andrea's usual style of doing things, Lung had brought a little too few people with him this time. Lung scratched his hair that looked like a chicken nest from sleep and said, "There are a few more. Not including you. I'm bringing 10 people in total. These 10 people were the most suitable people to go to Sea Paradise. They were completely trustworthy and strong. Normally, their combat strength might not be able to rank among the top few in the Andrira family, but in a seawater environment, it was hard to say." Lung looked at Cheto, who was sitting quietly at the side, and Hui Mao, who was squatting on the table and chewing fish biscuits. He said, "Why do I feel like the 10 people I'm bringing are inferior to the 2 you're bringing?" The moment Lung said this, the 2 people who were playing games looked up at Cheto and Hui Mao at the same time. Not far away, Ingweji, who was arranging the things inside his suitcase, also stopped what he was doing. 3 pairs of probing eyes shot straight at Cheto and Hui Mao. But of the 2 people they were looking at, one was still sitting quietly and reading the news with a local newspaper in his hand, and the other was eating with a mouth full of crumbs. He didn't even raise his head, and his ears only moved slightly when the 3 pairs of eyes looked at him. Right at this moment, another 3 people came in through the door. They were 3 of the 10 people Lung had prepared to bring this time. Just now, these 3 people went out to buy things. Among the 3 of them, there was one that Silin had a slight impression of. It was a tamer that he had fought before. Silin remembered that this tamer was very fast in the sea, and he was not an ordinary human. Silin remembered that this person had revealed his tentacles when he was swimming at high speed in the sea. When Pescado walked through the door, he felt that the atmosphere was a little off. There were 2 people he didn't know, and his companion was looking at one of them with inquisitive and dissatisfied eyes. Why does the cat on the table look so familiar? Gradually, Pescado's expression grew weirder and weirder. Finally, he asked Lung, "Young master, could this cat be?" Lung waved his hand and introduced him to everyone. "Come, let me make a grand introduction. This is my brother Silin, this is Wheeze, and this is Cheto." The rest of the people rolled their eyes. What kind of introduction is this? All he said was his name and nothing else. Everyone was familiar with the name Silin. After all, they had followed Lung for a long time, and they knew a lot of things about him. However, the name Cheto was a lot more unfamiliar to them. As for Pescado, he was certain that the Silin in front of him was the same person he used to know. Pescado knew very well what Silin was capable of, so he didn't think that Silin would be a burden to them. However, it was a different story for the others, especially the 2 people playing the game and Ingweji. They were very dissatisfied with Lung's words. What did he mean by 10 people can't even compare to a man and a cat? Was the young master trying to boost the other's morale and diminish his own? Pescado and the other two had the same thought after they learned of Lung's words. Although Pescado himself was the weakest among the 10 people, he didn't think that he would lose to the guy who was reading the newspaper on a chair. Why don't we get to know each other better? It'll be a lot smoother if we get to know each other better, the person next to Pescado suggested. The rest of the people also agreed with his suggestion. Lung looked at Sillin and asked for Sillin's opinion. Then let them talk amongst themselves. Lung, find a place. I have something to tell you, Sillin said. Sure. Lung pointed at a room and motioned for them to go there. After they entered the room, Lung said to the people outside, Don't make too much noise. Understood, young master. The people were already warming up and getting ready to communicate with each other. After closing the door, Lung didn't care how the people in front of him were going to communicate with each other. Normally, these people thought too highly of themselves and thought that they were superior to everyone else. It wasn't a bad idea to give them a blow. What's the matter? Why are you acting so mysterious? Don't tell me that the media operation a while ago involved you? Lung pulled a chair over and sat down. He didn't like to stand. Wherever he went, he wouldn't sit if he could lie down, and he wouldn't stand if he could sit. No, it's about Olillo's cage. As soon as he heard the words, Olillo's cage, Lung unconsciously straightened his back, and his expression became much more serious. He hadn't told Sillin the reason why they were going to see Paradise in detail, but he didn't expect Sillin to mention Olillo's cage first. Sillin took out a Star Atlas shard. This shard made Lung jump out of his chair. God's tear. Fuck, it's really the God's tear. Lung carefully picked up the shard that Sillin took out and looked at Sillin. Are you really going to give this to our Andrira family? Yes. This thing means a lot to you guys, but it won't be of much use to me, Sillin replied. Because of Lung, Sillin and the Andrira family were now allies. Although the Andrira family would give him some face because of Lung, they had to earn it themselves. Taking out this Star Atlas would not only help Lung and the Andrira family behind him, but it would also make the old fox behind the Andrira family pay more attention to the 11th Squadron. Lung rearranged his surroundings. After making sure he wouldn't attract any attention, he took out a shard of his own. This shard had been in the hands of the Andrira family for a long time, but they hadn't been able to find the other shards. If it weren't for the fact that the situation in the League of Stars was getting stranger and stranger, Lung wouldn't have decided to use this incomplete shard to find the God's Tear. Before this, they had only speculated that the God's Tear might be in Sea Paradise. Lung had brought this incomplete shard to Sea Paradise just to give it a try. To be honest, everyone in the Andrira family knew about this, including the old fox Andrira Phocas. Didn't think that Lung would be able to find the God's Tear this time. Therefore, when Phocas found out that Lung was going to Sea Paradise, he gave Lung a time limit of 100 days. Once the 100 days were up, Lung had to go back immediately. He wasn't allowed to stay in a dangerous place like Sea Paradise anymore. Phocas didn't just send Lung to help protect him, but also to supervise him. If Lung didn't want to pack up and go home when the time was up, Phocas would use force to drag him back. I didn't expect this. There were only 2 shards of the God's Tear. Many of the core members of the Andrira family knew about this. However, because there were only 2, it was extremely difficult to find the other one. Therefore, Lung would never have thought that he would be able to see the other shard that the entire Andrira family had been looking forward to for so many years. Lung didn't ask Sillin about the origin of this shard. This was a taboo. Those who had Olillo's shard would never speak about it, and they didn't want others to find it. Therefore, as long as Sillin didn't say anything, Lung wouldn't ask. He was already satisfied to be able to obtain another shard. Lung's eyes lit up. He put the 2 shards together. Because he was too excited, his hands were trembling. After the shards combined, a complete image of the star map flashed. The appearance of the God's Tear wasn't as complicated as the shortcut. After the complete image of the star map was formed, the bright spot that marked the location of the God's Tear was very clear. Moreover, there was no need to search for the star map. Sillin Helong knew where it represented. Sea paradise. It really is sea paradise. There was an image of a key above the bright spot on the star map. It was like the needle of a compass, and it could tell the exact location of the god's tier. This meant that Lung's operation, this time, was no longer a probing operation. With the directions on the star map, they would be able to find the detailed location when they arrived at Sea Paradise. Ha ha ha! Lung was so excited that he slapped the armrest of his chair. I originally planned to spend 100 days to find it. Now, it seems that it won't take that long. If everything goes well, it will only take a few days. Ha ha ha! The old man probably didn't think that I would be able to obtain a complete star map. Lung patted Silen's shoulder hard. Good brother, I told you that it would be beneficial to bring you along. I really am a genius. Ha ha, genius. Silen, he really couldn't understand why Lung was praising him for being a genius. Lung looked exceptionally happy after obtaining the complete star map and directions. He was even jumping up and down with every step he took. When he opened the door and saw the people in the living room with different expressions, he didn't care what the result was. He wouldn't be angry even if all of them lost miserably. Silen looked at the scene inside the living room. Hui Mao was still crouching and eating a fish biscuit, and Cheto was still reading the newspaper. Some of the others were playing games, and some were sitting quietly. Ing Weiji put the tidied-up box to the side and started cleaning his gun again. His expression was as serious as ever. However, two of them were rubbing their hands behind their backs. Pescado's face was twitching slightly as he walked like he was enduring some kind of pain. All right. Pack up and prepare to depart immediately. Lung said. Pescado and the others felt very awkward when they saw their young master's uncontrollable laughter. He wasn't mocking them, was he? Probably not. Young master, didn't we say that we're going to rest for 2 more days and wait for good weather? One of them said. Lung waved his hand and said, We're not waiting anymore. We're leaving now. Come back as soon as possible. Lung didn't tell the others about Olillo's star map, nor did he report it to his grandfather Phocas. It was fine if he didn't obtain the complete star map, but he couldn't report it to the Andrira family immediately after he obtained it. He was afraid of leaking it. The tier of God might not be as attractive as the other Olillos to most humans, but this was Sector H. In Sector H, there were plenty of people who desired the tier of God. Therefore, after some thought, Lung decided to find it himself first before anything else. All right, I'll let DeFan know. The man replied. DeFan was one of the 10 people Lung had brought with him this time. DeFan wasn't his real name, it was his nickname. Many people in the Andrira family had forgotten what DeFan's real name was. Everyone just called him DeFan. DeFan and the others stayed on the space plane and didn't follow Lung here. Silen shook his arm as he watched the person leave. He was probably the person who fought Cheto just now, and he didn't gain the upper hand. Maybe they didn't gain the upper hand in the exchange just now, but that didn't mean they were weak. Their true potential wasn't here. Once they were at the sea, their attack power would multiply several times. Moreover, most of them were tamers. A good trainer alone can control hundreds of marine fishes or other higher marine creatures for his own use. Maybe these people hadn't reached that level yet, but they were definitely not far off. Silen was also looking forward to seeing what would happen when the legendary tamers who had received the sea god's inheritance worked together. Would they be able to control marine creatures, or would the overlords of the sea suppress them? As for the tier of God, what kind of effect would that so-called specialized organ have? Thanks to Lung's urging, Pescado and the others quickly made preparations to depart. The Andrira family wasn't short of money, so the space plane they used this time didn't look flashy at all. However, it was only after they entered the space plane that they realized how luxurious it was. Moreover, there was another world inside this large space plane. It was all prepared for this trip to Sea Paradise. Hui Mao didn't eat any more fish biscuits after boarding the space plane. Instead, he found a comfortable spot and curled himself into a ball to sleep. The others thought that it was just a reaction after it was full, but Silen knew very well that the amount of fish biscuits they ate earlier wasn't enough to satisfy Hui Mao's appetite at all. As for Hui Mao's current behavior, it was actually because he wanted to save up energy so that he could forage for food at Sea Paradise. In terms of understanding towards Sea Paradise, the academicians from the League of Stars Research Institute might not necessarily be as knowledgeable as some of the people from Sector H, especially a family like Andryris. The information Long was showing Scylla right now was enough to prove that the Andryra family's understanding of Sea Paradise surpassed the academicians. The information Scylla was reading right now was about some of the creatures living in Sea Paradise. Right now, the screen was displaying a species of fish that was relatively common in the upper layers of Sea Paradise. In Scylla's opinion, these fish could no longer be called simple fishes. Although they weren't big individually, and an adult was less than a meter in size, these fellows had a mouth full of sharp teeth. Their male pectoral and pelvic fins were covered in dense spikes, and when they propped up their dorsal fins and spread their pectoral and pelvic fins, they looked like a crouching beast from the front. These fish always moved in groups. They had a leader, and they hunted in groups. Every group had tens of thousands of members. The survival method of a group was not for defense, but to gather an absolute advantage in strength to attack and hunt. They were very organized, and they hunted in an orderly manner under the leadership of their leader. When the leader died, the group would quickly elect a new leader to take over the previous leader's position and lead the group to hunt. The competition between groups was also pretty intense. Their powerful domain awareness allowed them to kill their own kind that didn't belong to their group without mercy. They would tear the intruders into pieces and eat them. These fish had a habit when they started hunting. The first bite had to be bloody, and it couldn't be missed. It was like a good start to a battle. The bleeding would make the other members of the group even more excited, making the hunt even more frenzied. They would keep chasing until the prey was completely eliminated. On the contrary, if the first attack missed and there was no blood, the other members of the group would feel discouraged. Because of this, when such a group launched an attack, the fish that rushed to the front with the mission of taking the first blood would either be the leader of the group or the few leader candidates other than the leader. In short, they would definitely be the strongest few in the group. Therefore, generally speaking, if one couldn't escape from such a group of fish, they had to avoid the first blood attack. After avoiding the first blood attack, it would be easier to escape later on. The fish that couldn't take the first blood would automatically give up after chasing for a while. There were several other fish that were similar to this fish, and these fish were just the weaker groups in Sea Paradise. They were just the common ones on the surface of the water. If they continued to go deeper into the sea, there would be more and more powerful sea beasts. Scylla didn't know if there would be sea beasts like the blueskin here, but from the current information, those giant deep-sea beasts were not any weaker than the blueskin. Sea Paradise was a paradise for sea beasts, but it was a nightmare for humans. The atmospheric gas composition was not something that ordinary people could withstand. From time to time, there would be storms and other bad weather. The abnormal magnetic field and the environment that was not conducive to human survival always made people flinch. Because they understood the environment of Sea Paradise, the Andryra family also developed some instruments and tools that were not sold to the public. These could allow them to resist the abnormal magnetic field of the planet and enter the planet. After sailing for a while, they were close to their destination. "We're about to arrive. There are 5 minutes left. Get ready," Lung said. Hui Mao, who was sleeping in a corner, pricked up its ears. It opened its eyes and bent its claws to wipe its face. It rubbed its back on the ground, got up, and shook its fur. It was so energetic. Chapter 362. From space, Sea Paradise looked like a huge, deep blue sphere. The blue color looked a little eerie, and it felt as if a pair of deep eyes were staring at them and trying to awaken the fear in their hearts. Just like what Mo Hung had told Scylla, Sea Paradise did have a very strange magnetic field. Scylla and the others could sense it when they were approaching the planet, and some of the instruments inside the space plane were flashing and popping up. Under such circumstances, the Andryra family's technology finally came into effect. There were two sets of equipment on the spaceplane. One was for normal use, and it was about the same as the basic equipment on other starships and spaceplanes. The other was specially prepared for sea paradise. After switching the equipment one by one, the spaceplane returned to normal. "How is it? How do you feel?" Sillin asked Cheto. As for Huimao, the way he was staring at the display screen was enough to tell that he was completely fine and in high spirits. "It's fine. Although the magnetic field affects most machines, it doesn't affect us much. It's because we are individuals who can control ourselves, and those machines can't. However, the second set of instruments the Andrira family has is very special. The machine language they speak is different from normal machines, and I can learn a lot from them," Cheto replied. "That's good." Since Cheto wasn't affected by the planet's unusual magnetic field, Sillin was relieved. Cheto was a great help, and Sillin would have to spend a lot of effort without him. "Wheeze, don't act on your own when we enter the planet," Sillin instructed. "Mn. Wheeze didn't even look back as it crouched next to the giant display screen and watched the blue planet grow closer and closer. Its tail curled into an arc and swung back and forth. It was obvious that it was thinking of something again. Sillin pinched one of Huimao's ears and asked, "Did you really hear that?" "Yes, I did," Huimao promised. "Sillin, get ready. We're about to enter the planet," Faramir called out. The blue light was getting closer and closer. The spaceplane was a little bumpy as it entered the atmosphere. The effect of the abnormal magnetic field was the strongest at this time, so it was normal for a spaceplane to be in such a situation. That was why Lung had told everyone to be prepared. Otherwise, if they were not careful, they would be tossed to God knows where. The monitor in the control room showed the analysis of the outside environment by the instrument. The air composition was indeed not something that ordinary people could withstand. Even people with good physical fitness and A-rank genes might not be able to survive for more than half a day without the help of breathing equipment. As the entire planet was covered by the ocean, the humidity in the air was very high. Some of the ocean's surface would form a thin layer of clouds and fog. Aside from these thin layers of clouds and fog, Ocean Paradise's blue color was even deeper. Looking down from above, it looked like a boundless, deep blue abyss. The equipment had already been distributed, and now everyone was organizing and changing their equipment. Sillin put on protective clothing and a breathing mask. The protective clothing was a product of the Andrira family's own invention. It was suitable for underwater activities, and its resistance to pressure was excellent. The protective clothing looked like a normal diving suit when it wasn't fully unfurled, but once it was unfurled in the ocean, one would realize that it was different from a normal diving suit. Cheto, don't you need to wear these?" Pescado and the others who were putting on the protective gear stared at the motionless Cheto in puzzlement. Even if they had to take off the protective gear and enter the adaptation period after landing, they couldn't just not put it on right now. No one could guarantee that they would be able to land safely later, and if things didn't go smoothly, they wouldn't have the time to adapt once they rushed out. "I don't need it," Cheto replied. Pescado and the others wore strange looks on their faces. "Are you not a normal human, but someone who lives in the water?" Cheto shook his head, but he didn't explain in detail. One of them shot Cheto a glance before pointing at Huimao, who was stretching his fat body. "Aren't you guys wearing some kind of protective gear? The atmosphere outside isn't like that of a habitable planet." Huimao flicked his ears. "No need. I'm not like you guys." Why did these words sound like they were filled with a strong sense of contempt? Pescado and the others, who were not convinced, loosened their breathing masks and said, "Actually, we don't have to wear these. We can also throw away our breathing masks when we really enter the water. Why don't we have a competition then?" "All right, there's no time for you to move around when the time comes." Lung patted his friends after putting on the protective gear. If they hadn't obtained the star map before, Lung might have allowed them to move around freely. But now that they knew the location of the Tear of God, they had to put all their energy into searching for it. Pescado and the others calmed down a lot after Lung's declaration. However, they were puzzled by something. Something was wrong with Lung. He looked a lot more serious than they had imagined. Could he be nervous? Have you finished scanning the map yet? Lung asked. The Andrira family had several global maps of Ocean Paradise, but due to the uniqueness of the place, they would always get a different map every time they sent a team to Ocean Paradise. Lung had a map from 10 years ago that showed 3 relatively large coral reefs, but all of them had sunk a lot due to the movement of the Earth's crust. Therefore, they had to scan the map again every time they came here. Although the second set of equipment could withstand the abnormal magnetic field, it was accompanied by a much slower calculation speed. It took almost 20 minutes to scan and draw the map. If it were in a normal environment, it would have taken less than a minute to get a fairly accurate map. Young master, there's an atoll near the coordinates you've given us. It's not big, about 1 kilometer in diameter, and there's a warm current passing through it. The salinity of the seawater is high, and I'm afraid that a few species of fish and sea beasts will appear there on a large scale. Lung pondered over his next plan while listening to his subordinate's report. The old man's previous plan definitely couldn't be used, and the coordinates that Lung had given them were not the ones they had planned beforehand. Therefore, it would be a problem for them to land and rest there. There was only one atoll in the sea around the place that the star map was pointing at. Perhaps this atoll was already very big in the eyes of many people, but for Lung and the others, this atoll was still too small. This was because they had to take into account the sea beasts that lived on the atoll and the surrounding fishes. Just like many large animals on land, the coral reefs were also filled with the territories of all kinds of sea beasts. Those ferocious fellows were not willing to give up even the slightest bit of their territory. Moreover, there were no real land plates other than the coral reefs in Ocean Paradise. Therefore, every coral reef was a battlefield, and battles for territory were happening at every moment. Looking at the analysis map of that atoll, Lung said, "The spaceplane definitely can't land." The image displayed on the scanner made Lung think of many things. People like them only needed a glance to determine the approximate distribution of the population on the coral reefs, as well as the approximate territory of the sea beasts in each area. Moreover, the sea beasts of Ocean Paradise were different from the sea beasts of other planets. These sea beasts were very difficult to tame, and the tamers needed a period of adaptation before they could gradually display their usefulness. Therefore, it was not a good idea to use the advantages of a tamer to deal with these sea beasts. Currently, there were places on the atoll that were filled with small groups of sea beasts lying on their stomachs, basking in the sun, while there were other places that looked empty, but not a single small sea beast dared to set foot there. That was because those places were the territory of some big guy, and anyone who went there would be courting death. In order to clear out a place to rest, it would be better to start with the small groups of sea beasts. Lung was just about to order his subordinates to use their weapons to clear out a place when Hui Mao jumped onto Silin's shoulder and looked at Lung. "I'll go. I'll clean up those little bugs." Little bugs. A few of Lung's subordinates had strange expressions on their faces. Those so-called little bugs, even if they were young sea beasts, were more than 1/2 meter long. Moreover, they all had hard outer armor, sharp claws, and razor-sharp teeth. They were definitely not gentle beasts. Moreover, compared to the fat cat in front of them, those little bugs could practically be elevated to the level of giant beasts. Perhaps Pescado was a little afraid of Hui Mao because of what happened in the past, but none of them had really seen Hui Mao's great abilities before. When they were communicating earlier, Hui Mao did not make a move either. Therefore, some people wanted to laugh at Hui Mao's words. "Hey, little fat cat." Although the little bugs over there looked so small, that person used his thumb and forefinger to make a sesame seed-sized gesture, then used his 2 arms to make a meter-long gesture. In reality, they are at least this big. Hui Mao looked at the person who spoke with disdain and said to Silin, "Uncultured people are so pitiful." That person still wanted to argue, but was stopped by Lung. "Silin, what do you think?" Lung asked. Silin twisted the hair on the back of the fat cat's neck in front of him. "Are you confident?" "Absolutely." "Can you control the situation?" "Absolutely." Silin looked at Hui Mao suspiciously, and only let go when Hui Mao raised his paw and swore. It was not that Sillin did not believe in Hui Mao's ability, but he understood Hui Mao's ability too well, and this guy's habit of getting carried away when he was excited. There were a lot of sea beasts on the atoll. Now they just needed to clear a place for them to rest. If they made too much of a commotion, it would definitely cause a chain reaction, and sea beasts from other places might come over to join the fun. That was not what Sillin wanted to see. After all, there were only a few people here and not a large hunting team. Lung also told Hui Mao about the action plan and the reward for Hui Mao if they successfully cleared the area, which made Hui Mao value this task a lot more. Wheeze, I'll leave it to you to clear the area. Don't worry. Remember what you said about the reward. Hui Mao clenched his paw and was eager to try. Then should I lower the aircraft a little? Someone asked. No need. As soon as Sillin opened the cabin door, Hui Mao shot out like an arrow from a bow, and the others saw through the image displayed on the screen that Hui Mao that shot out spread its wings in the air and flew towards the atoll with a loud flap. Damn, are those wings? Are those wings? That cat actually has wings. Pescado and the others looked at the image displayed on the screen as if it was a miracle. Celine was also looking at the screen. However, he was prepared at all times. If the cat got carried away by its success later, he would have to remind it. There was a place on the atoll where some small sea beasts were lying densely, and not far away, there were some plants that were 20 to 30 meters tall, and it looked like a small jungle. This small jungle was the boundary between the two territories. Hui Mao's task was to clear the small jungle near the group of small sea beasts, as well as part of the coral reef area around it. The small sea beasts that were lying on the coral reef and basking in the sun were huddled together. Some of them were fighting, and some of them were squinting their eyes and straightening their backs to absorb the sunlight, looking very comfortable. Their sharp claws moved from time to time, and they left thin marks on the coral reef below. The coral reef in Ocean Paradise was a few times harder than normal coral reefs, so if it was a normal coral reef, these sea beasts would probably be as easy as scratching carrots. The sea beast lying at the highest point suddenly opened its eyes and looked at the sky above. There was a shadow getting closer and closer, and it could also feel that the other party was looking at it with an unfriendly gaze. This feeling made it very uncomfortable, so it moved its back to its fullest, making it look twice as big as it was before. This sea beast let out a low, warning growl from its throat, causing the surrounding sea beasts to raise their heads one after another. After seeing the person in the sky, they also let out a series of warning sounds. Even if it was a weakling that they thought was beneath them, they would still let out an absolute warning sound. Therefore, before Hui Mao flew there, the sea beasts in that area all let out a low warning sound. Along with these warning sounds, the big mouths full of sharp teeth that were still guarding the door opened, and they were waiting for the next food. Hui Mao's eyes became brighter and brighter, and it sped up. When it was nearly 10 meters away from the coral reef, Hui Mao retracted its wings and plunged into the group of sea beasts. Then a huge mouth that looked like that of a cat appeared in the group of sea beasts, and it was only a huge mouth that could be seen. This huge mouth swallowed the sea beasts one after another, and the first one to be swallowed was the one that was originally lying at the highest point. Before it could even wave its claws, it was swallowed by Hui Mao's huge mouth, and it didn't even have time to squeak. In the aircraft in the air, in front of the display screen, Pescado and the others were shocked at first, but then they fell silent. They suddenly realized that this cat was not as harmless as it looked. Moreover, this cat's appetite was really huge. In less than half a minute, with Hui Mao's landing point as the center, all the sea beasts within a radius of 10 meters were swallowed, and not a single one was left. As for the rest of the small sea beasts, they had already fled when they saw that the situation was not good. Hui Mao symbolically chased a few steps and drove away the remaining sea beasts that were still lingering around, unwilling to leave. So, Pescado and the others saw this scene again. A chubby little Hui Mao chased a group of sea beasts that were much larger than it, and they hurriedly jumped into the sea to escape. After clearing a satisfactory area, Hui Mao jumped to the highest point and told Sillin and the others that they could land. After that, it tilted its head and scratched its ears with its hind legs, yawned, and lay there lazily, licking its paws and wiping its face. The people in the aircraft, including Ing Weiji, who had always been serious, looked at Sillin with very envious eyes. After all, it was really a very happy thing to have such a pet. Look, it took a lot of effort for them to do this, but a cat was able to do it. When dealing with sea beasts, people would at most hunt them down, but Hui Mao just swallowed them directly, and from the very beginning, it had established itself as a high-ranking predator in the food chain. The beast race had their own way of solving problems, so everything that Hui Mao did was surprisingly effective, and the effect was much better than when Lung and the others used force. "Let's go. We can go down now," Sillin said to the others. A slightly smaller aircraft flew out from the original aircraft. This smaller aircraft was the flying tool that Sillin and the others used to fly on the surface of the sea, and it was also a navigation tool in the sea. This aircraft could dive deep into the sea. People had heard of the flying vehicle, but not many people knew about the triamphibious aircraft. The triamphibious aircraft were extremely expensive to build. They could dive deep into the sea as a submarine, travel between star zones as a normal aircraft, and even run on land as a small mobile base. The cost of the one that Lung and the others were piloting right now was even higher. A triamphibious aircraft that could resist the abnormal magnetic field was extremely rare. This triamphibious aircraft landed in the coral reef area that Hui Mao had cleared out. There was still a group of sea beasts wandering around in the area, paying attention to the movements of Sillin and the others. Their two front claws moved forward a little, but they pulled back in the next moment. Hui Mao bared his teeth in that direction, and the sea beasts hurriedly jumped into the sea and ran away. "Let's rest here for a bit, and let our bodies adapt to the environment here," Lung said. After using the apparatus to measure the surrounding environment, Lung took off his mask and the protective suit he was wearing. He slowly stretched his body and moved his limbs. Sillin had always known that Lung wasn't a normal human, but he didn't expect him to be able to endure in this kind of atmospheric environment. This is the advantage of people like us. We have a sense of familiarity with the environment of the sea. "Although it's a little difficult here, we'll get used to it after a while," Lung said. After Lung, the rest of the group also took off their masks one after another. However, two of them put them on every once in a while. Their ability to adapt to this kind of atmospheric environment wasn't as good as the others. Sillin also gave it a try. It was true that he wasn't used to this kind of atmospheric environment, but it was fine. He endured it a little longer than the average person, and it would definitely take him a lot more time to adapt to it completely than Lung and the others. Hui Mao couldn't stay idle after a while. It jumped left and right, and even searched for some sea beast eggs on the coral reef for a change of pace. Sillin allowed it to do whatever it wanted as long as it didn't provoke other sea beasts on its own. Cheto was collecting some data and recording the unusual scenery around them. Sillin took off his protective suit and felt the different air pressure in the air. Then he started moving his limbs just like Lung and the others. This was the advantage of his constitution. A normal person's blood vessels would have burst already. Sillin was stretching his legs when he heard a cat's meow from the forest. "Oh my meow, there's a treasure." Chapter 363. Sillin followed the sound and saw Hui Mao squatting in front of a plant, his claws digging into the reef next to the plant. Rumble, a small round ball rolled out as Hui Mao retracted his claws. It was the size of a pigeon egg and was a bright blue. "Sillin, I think this thing is worth a lot." Hui Mao bent his claws and fiddled with the crystal-like ball. Sillin picked up the ball and looked at it. It was cool to the touch, but not too cold. It had a faint plant fragrance, and it was very refreshing. "Oh, I didn't think there would be something like this here." Lung walked over. "People call it the guardian heart." "Guardian heart?" Hui Mao listened carefully. Lung's explanation made him feel that this crystal light ball was really worth a lot of money. Yes, this is something that can only be found in some special areas of the sea. The quality of the guardian heart produced in sea heaven is the best, and the effect is also the best. Lung explained the origin and use of the guardian heart to Silin and Huimao. This crystal-like ball was actually synthesized from the roots of some plants on the coral reef. Its purpose was to repel sea beasts and other beasts and insects that ate the plants. After the synthesis of the roots, the ball would slowly move towards the surface, but it would not come out. There would be many of these crystals around the plant near the surface. They would form a circle to protect the plant and repel some small sea beasts. As for the large sea beasts, even if they couldn't be repelled, they could make them lose their appetite for the plant and not bite it. The smell of the guardian heart is very comfortable to humans, but it's like something disgusting to the sea beasts. So when you see a plant on a coral reef full of sea beasts without any small sea beasts around it, it means that the plant's roots have synthesized the guardian heart. Strangely, many researchers have tried to synthesize the medicine from these crystals, but the results were not ideal. So the natural crystal's price in the market has always been very high. The guardian heart from sea heaven has always been the most expensive of these crystals. If it was this one, it would probably fetch a price of 6 to 7 digits. We can dig more of these things, but if they aren't fully formed and haven't been moved to the surface, we don't need to dig them. Leave them for the plants to chase away sea beasts. Lung's last sentence was directed at Huimao. Looking at Huimao's eyes that were growing brighter and brighter, especially when he heard the words, very valuable, those cat eyes were especially bright. While they were talking, Cheto walked over from the other side of the room. There are a lot of hallucinogenic substances in the seawater. The indigenous creatures can develop resistance to them, but outsiders can't. Cheto showed some analysis data to Silin and mentioned the distribution of the sea beasts living on the coral reefs. The sea beasts and some of the fish in the sea can't be eaten directly, Lung said. Suddenly, he recalled that Huimao ate a big meal when he was cleaning up this area. Lung turned to look at Huimao, who was digging excitedly for crystals next to other plants. He looked at Silin and asked, "Is it really okay for that cat to eat anything?" "It's fine. It can still consume these things, so don't worry about it." Silin was already used to it. Back in the Mist Bodhisattva Empire, Huimao ate a lot of sea beasts. Although the sea beasts here were a little special, they weren't enough to give Huimao a stomachache. "Young master, the scanners have found something," someone said from the other side. After landing on the atoll, Lung's subordinates quickly put their scanners into the seawater to investigate the situation around them. Lung especially asked his subordinates to put a couple more scanners in the direction the star map was pointing at. "What's going on?" Lung asked. Silin and Cheto also walked over, leaving behind the gray cat who was still digging for treasures around a couple of plants in the small forest. The scanners have descended to 3,000 meters below the water surface. This is the result. The man passed the electronic board to Lung. There was a wavy line on the electronic board. Due to the uniqueness of the environment here and the strangeness of the planet, the scanners didn't have any detailed data. All they could do was display some images in areas with abnormal energy waves and draw them into a 3D map. Every depth corresponded to a point on the 3D map, and the scanners detected an anomaly at the 3,000-meter mark. From that point on, the color of the 3D map began to change. As the scanners continued to descend, the color on the 3D map deepened. Lung looked very excited when he saw the result on the 3D map. He knew that the tier of gods had to be at that place because the energy reflection there was different from the rest of the sea. Up until now, this was the only place where the scanners had detected an anomaly. The scanners in the other parts of the sea didn't show anything like this. Why are there stairs forming here? Is this a normal phenomenon? Silin pointed at a place on the 3D map and asked. There is a steep slope below the coral reef, and from the 3D map drawn by the scanners, it was clear that there was a staircase at the top of the slope. One end of the staircase extended all the way down to the seabed. A staircase like this isn't meant for humans. Could be a sea beast? Lung said. No one knew if it was man-made or natural. but they had to admit that the staircase gave them a very strange feeling. Keep paying attention to the scanners in this area and prepare yourselves. We're going to move after the scanners are done. Lung instructed the others. Ugh. Suddenly, a long howl came from the small forest where Huimao was. Celine and the others turned their heads to look. Between the trees, there was a tail with dark stripes swaying. The plants that were 20 to 30 meters tall couldn't hide this tail at all. The branches and leaves of those plants were snapped by the huge tail and scattered in all directions. Some of the smaller sea beasts nearby were frightened by the howl and fled in all directions. Pooh! Blue blood sprayed out and splashed on the large leaves of the plants, making a rustling sound. The twitching of the big tail and the movement of the leaves gradually subsided. Not long after, a rustling sound came from afar. The leaves of the small forest swayed, and soon the head of a large sea beast appeared. To Lung and the others' astonishment, Wheeze bit down on a long tentacle around the sea beast's mouth and dragged it over to them. At first glance, the size of the sea beast was really exciting. In comparison, the difference in size between the sea beast that was cleaned up earlier was much smaller. The sea beast that Huimao dragged over looked like an eel. Its body was almost 5 meters in diameter. There were many pairs of legs on its torso. Compared to the smaller sea beast that Huimao cleaned up before, this sea beast was probably at a higher level of the food chain. As Huimao dragged it, the sea beast gradually revealed its full appearance, and there was a long wound on its abdomen. Blue blood was flowing out, and because of Huimao's dragging, it formed a blue trail behind it. After Huimao dragged the sea beast in front of Silin, he asked Silin and the others, "Do you want to eat it?" Pescado and the others shook their heads. Looking at the sea beast that had died with its mouth wide open, revealing its sharp teeth, Pescado and the others didn't have any appetite at all. Just the blue trail and some of the internal organs on it made Pescado feel a little nauseous. Something's wrong. That sea beast isn't strictly an amphibious sea beast. Although it can crawl on the coral reefs for a while, it doesn't stay there for long. It will only rush to the coral reefs when it's hunting, but it's obviously not hunting now. Besides, all the small sea beasts in this area have been chased away by Wheeze, so what's this big guy doing here? Lung said while rubbing his chin. The gray cat licked the blue blood on its paw and hurriedly clarified itself. It came out of the sea. At first I didn't want to deal with it because I was busy digging for treasures, but who would have thought that it would charge straight at me? There's still a lot of gems I dug out over there, and I can't let it eat them. I really didn't want to cause trouble. This guy just bumped into me. Ingweji looked at the sea and said, "There's a school of sawtooth fish." Sawtooth fish were recorded in the information collected by the Andryra family, and it was quite detailed. This was a typical species. Sawtooth fish lived in the middle and upper layers of the sea, and they moved in groups. Moreover, every school of fish was very large, and tens of thousands of sawtooth fish were enough to make some of the larger sea beasts in the middle and upper layers flinch. Adult sawtooth fish could reach up to 5 meters long, and their upper and lower jaws could open up to 270 degrees, and their powerful bite force could directly crush the bones of the small sea beasts. Therefore, when the Andryra family came over, they would generally stay far away from this school of fish. This was not a school of fish that could escape even if it was the first drop of blood. Those sawtooth fish are hunting in a circle. That big guy just wanted to hide on the coral reefs, that's all. Ingweji continued. In about 5 minutes, the vanguard of the sawtooth fish will pass this area of the atoll. Lung sighed. In other words, even if we want to make a move, we have to wait for this group of troublesome guys to leave first. Ingweji nodded seriously and said, "Theoretically, yes." Silin had to admit that in the marine environment, his perception was indeed not as sensitive as someone like Ingweji. The reason why Ingweji could say these words with such certainty was also because of the sea beasts and sea fishes in the sea. Ingweji was indeed one of the top 10 bodyguards of the old fox Andryrophokos. To be able to adapt to the new environment and start taming sea beasts in such a short time. Go into the aircraft. There'll be a lot of sea beasts coming up to the coral reefs later. Let's avoid this wave first. Lung called out to Sillin to take refuge in the aircraft. Huimao handed the guardian heart to Sillin for safekeeping and prepared to stay outside to watch the show. Anyway, if the coral reefs were too crowded, it would fly into the sky. After Sillin entered the aircraft, some more sea beasts came up to the coral reefs one after another, but the feudal lords of those areas did not come out to drive them away. They only gave a warning, and then there was no movement. Unless the invaders caused too much trouble, those feudal lords would come out to fight. Other than that, they were all hiding in the caves, nervously watching everything outside. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Some fish flew out of the water with their wings outstretched. They flew from the outside of the atoll all the way to the lagoon inside the atoll. In addition to these flying fish, several small sea beasts also crawled from the outside of the atoll into the lagoon inside the atoll. The originally quiet lagoon suddenly became noisy. The enclosed lagoon provided protection for these little guys, because those sawtooth fish could not land on the coral reefs, nor could they jump or fly. With the barrier of the atoll in between, those flying fish could be considered to have escaped the hunting of the sawtooth fish. However, although these flying fish avoided the sawtooth fish, they still had to face other predators, such as Huimao, who spread its wings and flew in the air. Huimao spread its wings and hovered there, waiting for those flying fish to come to its door. It only needed to open its mouth and wait. If it did not want to eat anymore, it would deliberately stretch out its fat cat claws to hit those flying fish back to where they came from, or directly slap those flying over to where the other sea beasts were on the coral reefs. How could it not eat those that came to its door? Therefore, the sea beasts that were originally lying on the coral reefs to take refuge opened their mouths wide when they were slapped by the flying fish in front of them. Pescado and the others who were hiding in the aircraft saw this scene, and all had the same thought at the same time. This cat is really despicable. Those flying fish would probably be depressed about how they encountered this malefic existence. There were more and more sea beasts on the coral reefs, and the sawtooth fish also revealed their shadows. On the surface of the sea, elongated triangular dorsal fins emerged from the water, and some poor guys that did not have time to jump on the coral reefs, or couldn't get on the coral reefs at all, were directly torn apart and swallowed by the sawtooth fish. In addition to the sawtooth fish that were hunting for food, there were also many half-bitten or incomplete bodies that were thrown out of the water because of the sawtooth fish's biting. The originally blue seawater became even bluer. Sillin thought of that sentence again. The blue of the seawater is dyed by the blood of sea beasts. 5 minutes later, as far as the eye could see, the sea was full of those floating triangular dorsal fins, and this was only the vanguard of this school of fish. There were other members of the school behind them, and the water below the surface was also full of these ferocious guys. Thud! Huimao, who was swatting the flying fish, jumped back into the water. "What is that fat cat doing now?" Pescado asked. It probably got bored playing in the sky and went underwater to watch the show. A pause later, Sillin said, "Turn on a monitor." After Lung turned on one of the closed monitors inside the aircraft, Sillin motioned for Cheto to connect the monitor to Huimao's data. It didn't take long for the underwater scene to appear on the monitor. This was also what Huimao saw, and it transmitted the scene back to the aircraft. The water below the atoll was a terrible battle for food. The sawtooth fish were forcing other fish and sea beasts toward the atoll. After all, there were only a few species that could climb onto the coral reefs or fly over them, like the flying fish. Most of the prey were blocked by the wall of the atoll, and they had no way out because the sawtooth fish were already closing in on them. There were minced meat and scales everywhere, and the iconic big mouths and teeth of the sawtooth fish were everywhere. The color of the seawater was obviously much darker than before, and it sent chills down everyone's spine. The people inside the aircraft were staring at the terrible scene on the monitor when the result from the detector attracted everyone's attention. "The detector has reached the seabed," someone said excitedly. From the results sent back by the detector, Everyone could see a strange scene in the 3D image. It looked like a city at the bottom of the sea. Although it was just a rough outline, Lung was still very excited to see it. That's right, the tear of God must be there. Is the video not turned on? Why isn't there any video? Lung asked. Young master, we've lost contact with the 3 detectors that reached the seabed. Young master, we've also lost contact with the 4th detector. Young master, we've also lost contact with the 5th detector. After the 5 probes sent to the coordinates reached the seabed, they lost contact with the aircraft before they could even capture a video image. Sillin recalled the things Moon had mentioned when he was talking about the Tear of God. When the Shi family was researching the Tear of God, they once lived at the bottom of the sea for a period of time in order to better understand the sea monsters. You had used the word lived, not stayed, or anything else. Connecting the dots to the blurry outline on the 3D map, Sillin thought. Did the Shi family build an underwater city at the bottom of the sea? Although it was unbelievable, this was sea paradise and not any other ordinary sea. It was already difficult for an aircraft to fly here, let alone building a city at the bottom of the sea. But the Shi family was not a family that could be judged by common sense. Perhaps it was really possible. How long until the sawtooth fish leave? Lung looked at Ingweiji. Theoretically, it will take at least an hour. But if you're in a hurry, we could try to tame those sawtooth fish and let them leave earlier. Lung thought for a moment before waving his hands. Forget it. There are too many of them, and it'll take a lot of energy to go underwater. Let's save our energy for now. We're already here, so what's the harm in waiting for an hour? Sillin stared at the thoughtful Cheto and asked, Did you find anything? The 5 detectors lost contact with the planet's magnetic field, Cheto answered. Magnetic field? Aren't those instruments capable of resisting the planet's magnetic field? The Andryra family spent a lot of manpower and resources to build them. Lung frowned. Cheto shook his head. They can resist the planet's magnetic field, but the magnetic field is 2 to 3 times stronger at the target point. That's why the 5 instruments can't function normally. Is it their doing? Sillin asked. The them he was referring to were the Shi family members. Yes. Chapter 364. There were already a lot of sea beasts surrounding the aircraft. Fortunately, these sea beasts were focused on taking refuge, so they didn't show any hostility towards the aircraft. At most, they would scratch it with their claws out of curiosity. The hunting of the sawtooth fish lasted for an hour. When the surface of the sea gradually calmed down, these hunters didn't leave completely. The calmness of the sea did not mean that they had officially left. In the waters under the sea, there was still a large group of sawtooth fish that had stayed behind. Therefore, to see if the sawtooth fish had completely left, they just needed to look at the movements of the sea beasts that were taking refuge on the reef. Not all of these sea beasts were amphibians. Many of them could only stay on the reef for a short period of time. They would only risk leaving the water for a longer period of time when they were taking refuge. Therefore, compared to other sea beasts, these guys were the most anxious. Sillin and the others only needed to pay attention to the movements of these sea beasts. After another 10 minutes, some sea beasts began to slowly approach the water. After a few sea beasts tested the water, they suddenly plunged into the water and disappeared in a short while. Other sea beasts began to enter the water one after another. The originally crowded atoll began to become sparse, and the lords also began to expel the outsiders. Get ready to move. After the sea beasts left the atoll, Lung said, Sillin, call Whis back. We're going to the target. Hui Mao, who was called back by Sillin, was still a little unsatisfied. However, after flying out of the sea, it didn't immediately enter the aircraft. Instead, it found a few key spots in the previously cleared area and peed, then rubbed itself on the reef. Is this dividing territory? Pescado asked. It should be, but I'm not sure if the sea beasts will understand how cats divide territory, another person replied. Whis had tossed the dead sea beast into the sea and fed it to the sawtooth fishes. There were still some blue bloodstains on the reef, But we didn't think that these bloodstains would be enough to scare the little sea beasts away. Therefore, it left a scent here in its own way. If the sea beast didn't know it was good for them, then it could just kill them right away. It was a very reasonable excuse. After marking the territory, Hui Mao entered the aircraft. Lung switched the aircraft to diving mode and entered the sea. After the aircraft entered the water, Silin and the others officially saw the big stairs under the atoll. The stairs extended from the steep slope of the atoll all the way to the depths of the sea. The surface area of the sea still had some light shining in. Although the sea beasts in the middle area had darkened after being hunted by the sawtooth fish, they could still see various kinds of sea beasts swimming underwater. There aren't many large sea beasts in the surface area. Sometimes, the sea beasts in the middle area would come out for a walk in order to hunt. However, generally speaking, you won't encounter such large sea beasts here. The one that we killed was considered large in the surface area, but in the middle area was nothing. We's would have been killed. We's fish in the sea of the sea. Many of the things recorded in the information weren't complete. When they encountered an unfamiliar species, Lung would have his subordinates record the new species and analyze the basic information of this sea beast together. Silin was also able to understand quite a bit of information from their discussions. There were a lot of information that didn't necessarily require all kinds of instruments to analyze. People like Lung and the others who were very familiar with the sea could infer a large amount of information from the sea beast's external appearance and body shape when they saw a sea beast. The advantages and disadvantages of every species' evolution were clearly displayed in the eyes of Lung and the others. Perhaps this group of sea beasts had mutated in a random direction in the special magnetic field of the sea paradise, but the natural directional selection would allow the outstanding mutants to survive. Every organ, every type of body shape, always had its own reason. The deeper they went, the darker the light in the sea. However, Lung didn't have anyone turn on the aircraft's lighting equipment, but instead used night vision equipment. Here, many sea beasts were sensitive to light, and the aircraft's illumination would excite those big guys. There are a lot of ferocious-looking big guys out there, but their tempers aren't as bad as they look. They don't have much curiosity towards foreign objects, and they're only interested in familiar prey. Lung told Silin after the spaceplane swam past a 70-meter-long sea beast. Squatting on Silin's shoulder, Hui Mao smacked his lips as he watched the guy leisurely wagging its tail away on the screen. Sure enough, one couldn't judge a sea beast by its appearance alone. Perhaps it was because this area had just been cleaned up by the school of sawtooth fish, but the aircraft didn't run into any trouble when it went down. There were relatively few sea beasts that appeared. The sea beasts in the middle area were indeed huge. The few sea beasts they saw were all about 100 meters long. Some looked like jellyfish, while others had all kinds of strange shapes and sizes. Silin looked at the display on the screen. Right now, the aircraft was already more than 2,700 meters deep. Based on the results of the previous probes, they would find something soon. Beep, beep. As expected, the aircraft's probe equipment beeped. This is where the abnormal signal started, a subordinate said to Lung. Analyze it in depth. Lung turned on an instrument that the previous probes didn't have. The previous 5 probes hadn't been able to replicate this signal either. They had no choice but to analyze it after they got here. Very soon, the results were out. It's like a signal that tells anyone who comes here where to go, the person operating the analyzer said. The person operating the scanner said, "Young master, should we follow the direction of the signal?" Lung didn't say anything. He shot Silin a glance before walking toward a restroom. Silin tossed Hui Mao onto Cheto's shoulder and followed Lung into the room. Inside the room, Lung closed the door and took out the star map. The glowing key on the star map was pointing in a certain direction like a needle, but that direction wasn't where the signal was pointing. "What do you think?" Lung asked Silin. "Just follow the star map and ignore the signal," Silin said. Although he didn't know much about the Shi clan, from what little he knew, he felt that the signal was more like a misdirection to someone who didn't have a star chart. After staring at the star map for a while, Lung put away. Then let's follow the directions on the star map. Although Pescado and the others didn't understand why their young master didn't follow the direction of the signal and insisted on following the original destination, they still followed Lung's instructions. Ingweji shot a glance at Lung and Silin before continuing with a serious expression. He knew that his young master definitely knew some crucial information, but he didn't expect that his young master wouldn't even tell him, an old man who was always by Foko's side. Instead, he was discussing it with a team leader from the hunter group. What kind of information is it? Suddenly, Ingweji's eyelids twitched. It can't be the tear of God. Right now, the temperature of the seawater was basically the same, and their surroundings were pitch black. At first, the space plane was able to observe their surroundings with the aid of night vision equipment. But when they were 7,000 meters below the surface, the magnetic field's interference grew stronger, and some basic equipment, such as the night vision equipment, started to go on strike. "We're approaching the seabed," Pescado said. Earlier, they had lost contact with the detectors when they were close to the seabed, and now they were experiencing the same thing. "Slow down by one more level. Be careful." "Yes, young master." The display screen displayed the same blurry outline of an underwater city as the previous detectors, but it was impossible to see it clearly because the night vision equipment had gone on strike. They should be entering this underwater city by now, right? Silin didn't pay attention to the data or the other equipment on the space plane. Instead, he paid attention to Hui Mao's ears. This guy's ears were much more useful than the equipment Lung and the others were using. Lying on top of Cheto's body, Hui Mao's eyes were closed, its tail was wagging slowly, and its ears were twitching ever so slightly. Suddenly, Hui Mao's ears twitched once before it opened its eyes and patted Cheto with its paw. Then, it looked at Silin and said, "We're here." Lung and the others looked at Hui Mao and were about to ask him something when all the lights inside the space plane suddenly went out. Even the analysis equipment inside the space plane had stopped working. Lung took out the backup lights. They weren't electrical lights, but natural fluorescent stones. Although they couldn't compare to the lighting system, they could still brighten up the space plane a little. "Young master, the thrusters have stopped working and all the equipment can't be activated. The space plane is falling right now," Pescado said. Bang, bang. A moment later, the space plane came to a stop. "We've reached the seabed. What do we do, young master?" Lung looked at the equipment in his hand. The equipment the Andrira family had made for Sea Paradise was basically dead. They could only rely on themselves now. "Let's go out and take a look," Lung said. There was no point in staying inside the space plane. Since the space plane couldn't be activated, they would only be waiting for death. Maybe some undersea overlord would come over and step on them, and they wouldn't even know what it was that stepped on them. "Young master, it's pitch black outside right now, and we can't just take out our lights. You know that there are a lot of big things at the bottom of the sea," a subordinate said. "We won't get out of here if we play it safe. We can only take risks. Let's go." While saying this, Lung walked to the buffer cabin and put on his protective suit. The others also checked their protective suits and equipment. After they were ready, Ingweji stood in front of Lung and shielded him. The cabin door opened, and seawater poured in. Without the spaceplane's pressure balancing function, everyone could clearly feel the pressure even though they were wearing anti-pressure protective suits. The first communicator inside the protective suit had stopped working, and the second communicator only had an effective range of 100 meters. Therefore, they couldn't split up too much. Hui Mao swung his 4 fat legs and swayed around Silin like he was floating. "His perception has weakened," Hui Mao said. However, even if his perception had weakened, it was still better than Lung's equipment. Lung took out a cannon-shaped object and pointed it at the sky. Bang, bang, bang. After a few consecutive sounds, lights appeared from the seawater above them. They were all fluorescent spheres, but they were wrapped in a layer of outer shell, allowing them to float in the air. With the illumination of these fluorescent spheres, they could clearly see their surroundings. Although the light seemed insignificant in this kind of sea, their eyesight was enough to capture the scene nearby. In front of them, a huge mouth filled with sharp teeth appeared. Even if Sillin and the others stacked together, they might not be as big as one of the teeth in this huge mouth. Its appearance gave them a fright. The hair on Huimao's back stood on end, and he almost transformed right away. However, they soon realized that this huge mouth was still, and it was trapped inside by something. Shifting their gazes to the side, they could see the owner of this huge mouth. Without a doubt, this was a giant beast that lived at the bottom of the sea. Its gigantic head, its gigantic body that was submerged in the darkness, and the reflection of some crystals made everything look incredibly strange. The so-called skyscrapers that Sillin and the others thought of as undersea city were actually mountains of transparent crystals. No, to be more precise, they were all specimens. Sea beast specimens. These mountain-like crystals were nothing more than sealing these sea beasts inside, sealing away the once living side of these giant deep-sea beasts. Other than the giant beast specimen in front of them, there were also other giant beast specimens of different species around it. Some of the giant beasts sealed inside the crystals were lying on their sides. Some were standing, and some were crawling, just like the giant beast in front of them. Standing here, Sillin and the others felt like they were as small as a speck of dust. Moreover, the faint shadows of Sillin and the others were reflected inside the crystals. When they overlapped with the giant beasts inside the crystals, it added a frightening chill to everything. How on earth were these giant crystal mountain sea beast specimens made? Is she family? Cheto, who wasn't wearing a protective suit, reached out and touched the crystals. After sensing them for a moment, he said, "These crystals have existed for 1,000 years. 1,000 years? Lung and the others were speechless. Who on earth had the ability to seal these giant sea beasts inside crystals in such a harsh environment 1,000 years ago? Sillin observed the giant beast from 1,000 years ago sealed inside the crystal. The creatures inside the crystal were vivid and lifelike, and they were slightly different from the few recorded sea beasts. It could be seen that they were the same species 1,000 years ago, but after 1,000 years, the original species had mutated, and their appearance had changed a little, causing the contrast between the two. This was also due to the special environment of Sea Heaven. The mutation rate of the sea beasts living in Sea Heaven was very high, and 1,000 years was enough to cause a lot of changes in many species. "What do we do next, young master?" Pescado asked. Lung thought for a moment and took out the star map. The light of the key appeared and pointed to a certain direction. When Lung took out the star map, Ing Weiji, who was in a highly nervous state because of the giant beast specimens in front of him, started breathing heavily. The tear of God. It really is the tear of God. No wonder the young master's behavior was so abnormal, and no wonder he didn't act according to the plan. He had the tear of God star map. Ing Weiji looked at Sillin. He was sure that Sillin was the one who gave the other star map fragment to Lung. He didn't think that a lousy captain of a hunter squad would have a star map, and more importantly, he was willing to take out the star map fragment. Ing Weiji wasn't the only one who recognized the star map. The others were familiar with Olilo's star map as well. After all, they were all people who followed Lung or Focus around, so it was only natural that they knew some secrets. Their hearts that were originally unsettled because of the giant beast specimens quickly calmed down. For the sake of the tear of God, even if they all died here, they would still help the young master find the tear of God. "Let's go." Lung pointed at the direction indicated by the star map and started walking. Sillin took 2 steps and saw that Huimao wasn't following him. He turned his head and saw that the guy was lying on top of the seal of the giant beast specimen and was about to take a bite. The corner of Sillin's mouth twitched. He raised his hand and grabbed the hair on the back of Huimao's neck and pulled him over. "You won't even let go of a sea beast that has been dead for thousands of years." Sillin let go of his hand and patted Huimao's head, indicating that Huimao should follow him obediently. The group walked for almost an hour in the mountain of specimens, but they didn't find any other giant beasts. There weren't any living giant beasts in the surrounding area either. However, the detectors that were sent over earlier did find 2 of them. Could it be that those big guys aren't nearby? Pescado looked around and said. As soon as Pescado said this, the person next to him patted his head hard. Do you want to meet one? Pescado shook his head. Not even if you beat me to death. The group followed the direction indicated by the star map and continued to walk forward. They arrived in front of a small, protruding hill. This hill wasn't a mountain of crystals. It looked more like it was formed by a protrusion of the seabed's crust. The star map was pointing to this small mountain. The few of them walked around the small mountain and found a closed door in one place. Lung approached with the star map. As he got closer, the light of the key on the star map became brighter. The door opened. The key on the star map was the key to open this door. There should be a large empty space behind the door. After it was opened, seawater gushed in. Silin and Ingweji grabbed Lung, who was almost sucked in. When the seawater finally calmed down, the group walked in. Under the illumination of the fluorescent stone, the empty space behind the door was also revealed. There was nothing unusual. There was nothing else in the 300 square meter space. After the group entered the door automatically closed again. The strange thing was that after the door closed, the seawater in this space was gradually drawn away. A circular opening opened in the middle of the space. A staircase extended from the ground to the top, connecting with an opening in the ceiling above Silin's head. Ingweji took the lead and stepped on the staircase. The group followed behind him. After Ingweji entered the second level, the lighting inside was turned on, showing the scene inside the second level. On the walls of this space, Silin saw some murals. It was the handwriting of the Shi family from 1,000 years ago. Chapter 365. There were many things drawn on the wall, including sea beasts and abstract people. The one thing that convinced Silin that it was the work of the Shi family was the chessboard on the wall. Those who hadn't seen the Chain Stars chessboard would only be confused when they saw the dots of different sizes on the wall, but Silin had seen Shimu's Chain Stars chessboard before. Judging from the chessboard on the wall, this was at least the 7th layer of the chessboard. There was a circular platform on the second floor with a groove in the center. Judging from its size and shape, it was the same as the Olillo's star map fragment. Under the guidance of the others, Lung closed the star map in his hand and placed the Olillo's star map fragment inside. Crack, crack, crack. The circular platform began to rotate, one ring after another, in different directions. Some were clockwise, some were counterclockwise, and the angle of rotation was also different. In the end, when the 9 rings in the circular platform stopped rotating, a painting appeared on the circular platform. It was a sea beast. It looked like an amphibious reptile. However, both Lung and Ingweji said that this sea beast lived in the depths of the ocean. Silin didn't know how they came to this conclusion, but he trusted Lung and Ingweji's opinion. Andryra's data didn't contain any information about this sea beast. They didn't see it on their way down either. What is it trying to express? Lung asked as he looked at the circular platform. Silin glanced at Huimao. The guy's ears were twitching again, but before he could ask anything, a violent tremor interrupted him. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? While they were still in shock, a screen appeared on the circular wall on the second floor. The screen showed the scene outside. At this moment, outside the small mountain, buildings began to rise. They were not sea beast crystal specimens, but real buildings. The surface of the seabed's crust glowed with light, like a road paved in the middle of the rising city. There's really an underwater city. Everyone was shocked by what they saw on the screen. To be able to build a city at the bottom of sea paradise, what kind of ability did one have? As the hemispherical buildings rose, a layer of membrane-like cover spread out from the center of the city, expelling the seawater and making the buried city appear more real. The light barrier spread far and wide, forming a hemispherical shape that covered the area. When everything calmed down once more, the breathing of the people on the second floor of the small mountain began to quicken, especially Lung and the others. It was precisely because they understood the ocean and understood life in the ocean that they knew how difficult it was to achieve such a feat. Perhaps it would be simple in other places, but this was sea heaven. There were countless sea beasts, special magnetic fields, terrible environments, and disruptive substances. Of course, this also made them believe that the tear of God was definitely here. Let's go. Lung took the lead and walked downstairs. Ingweiji and the others followed. Sillin looked at Hui Mao, whose ears were perked up from time to time, and asked, "What did you find?" "I don't know. I keep feeling like there's something around here, but my perception has decreased here." "I'm not sure what it is," Hui Mao answered. "Machine. No, it's some kind of living creature. It's alive." While saying this, Hui's clenched its paws and opened and closed its paws. "There's a very large mechanical structure underground," Cheto said while looking around, "and the energy supply here should be geothermal energy." Sillin didn't doubt Cheto's analysis. At the same time, he admired the Shi family's abilities even more. They really were the peak generation that even the gods were jealous of. "Let's go and take a look." By the time Sillin, Cheto, and Hui Mao walked out of the small mountain, Lung and the others had already taken off their breathing masks. The air composition here is almost the same as the air at sea. Even the pressure is the same, Lung said to Sillin. Now that they were illuminated from the ground, they didn't need the fluorescent stones anymore. The place was much brighter than before, and they could see everything clearly. It should be possible. There must be a way to control the air composition and pressure here, Sillin said, while looking at the buildings rising from the ground. These buildings were of different sizes, but they were all hemispherical in shape. Moreover, they looked like ordinary stones that weren't transparent. They couldn't see inside or find an entrance. Lung wanted to find the tear of God, but he didn't know where to start. The buildings looked the same, and he couldn't cut them with a knife. At best, he could leave a few shallow scratches. Sillin took off his breathing mask and protective suit. Then, he touched a hemispherical building with his finger. "This building contains DH-50 black ore," Sillin said, while feeling the information transmitted to his fingertip. He couldn't help but marvel at the similar buildings around him. To think that they could use so much of such rare DH-50 black ore. It was obvious that Sea Heaven had a lot of DH-50. "The machines inside are moving," Cheto said. He could sense the machines inside the hemispherical buildings clearly. Sillin had obviously sensed it when he touched the buildings just now. These buildings are just like houses and skyscrapers. There must be an entrance somewhere. I can't help but feel that since the Creator built a city here, it wouldn't just look like this. "Young master, come over here." Not far away, Ingweiji called out to Lung in a low voice. There was urgency and anxiety in his voice. Sillin didn't move from his spot. Hui Mao's claws on his shoulder were retracting subconsciously again. Every time Hui Mao acted like this, it meant that he had sensed the presence of prey. Lung walked over and saw something. Suddenly, he turned around and looked around before fixing his gaze on Sillin. "Sillin, watch out." The moment Lung said the first word, Sillin felt something pouncing at him from behind. It was so fast that it was almost impossible to detect its presence. In fact, it was as if it were a shadow. Before Sillin could move, Hui Mao was about to extend his claws, and Cheto was ready to fight. However, the thing suddenly stopped 5 meters away from Sillin. It made a few rustling noises, but it didn't charge at him. Sillin saw the thing's appearance clearly now. It was about 15 meters long, had 4 limbs and a long tail. Its body was almost black, and it didn't have any scales. However, it gave off a tough and impenetrable feeling. Its eyes were the same color as the sea, and it had no pupils. However, its emotions could be seen from the depths of its eyes. There were folds of skin around their necks, and when they pounced at Cheto, their skin folds would shrink tightly against their necks. However, the black fellow in front of them had spread open like an umbrella. It was a very strange species. Marauders. Lung and the others took out their weapons. Energy guns weren't very useful in this place, so they could only use bullets. They also took out their blades. The Andrira family would send an expedition team to see paradise every couple of years or decades. Of course, they wouldn't go deep into the sea like Lung did this time. Sometimes, they would only observe from near the surface or in the air. However, the expedition team had only captured an image of this creature once in the past few years. They hadn't seen it again after that. They were incredibly fast, and the only time they captured an image was when 3 of them forced a middle sea beast out of the sea and killed it. The claws of the predator were far sharper than they looked, and with their advantage in speed, they could easily kill a creature that was nearly 100 times larger than them, and the prey couldn't even touch the predator. Only the core members of the Andrira family had seen images of the marauders back then. Lung and Ingweiji were the only ones who had seen the images. The rest of them hadn't. Ingweiji had seen a faint claw mark on the wall of a building just now. It was very similar to the claw marks of the marauders in his memory. That was why he was so anxious. The group of people who had captured the marauders tried to tame them, but they didn't even bat an eyelid and continued to hunt the large sea beast. After Lung saw the claw mark, he began to pay attention to his surroundings. They had the advantage of being human, so they were much more sensitive to aquatic creatures than other races. When he sensed that there was a marauder behind Silin, Lung hurriedly called out to warn them. However, neither Lung nor Ingweiji had expected such a scene to occur. Why did the marauders stop? Lung asked Ingweiji in a low voice. They didn't dare move recklessly, and they didn't dare to move too much either. That would make the marauders feel threatened and go berserk. That would be even harder to deal with. Ingweiji didn't understand either. According to the Andrira family's records of the marauders, they were all very cruel. Once they started killing, they wouldn't stop until their prey was dead. According to the Andrira family's analysis, the marauders probably didn't have any natural enemies in this world. Regardless of whether their speculation was correct or not, they were all very curious as to why the marauder had suddenly stopped when it was clearly charging at them. Silin patted Hui Mao, who was itching for action, and told him to hold back for now. After observing the black fellow not far away from him for a moment, Silin suddenly thought of something and took out the gray cat's incredibly precious leather ball. Meow, Silin, why did you take out my ball? Hui Mao hurriedly reached out to protect the ball. It was impossible to find a ball like this in the entire League of Stars, and it was extremely rare even in the Mist Bodhisattva sect. After all, no one would go and ask that giant viper to make another one, right? Let go. I'm just doing an experiment. If you don't let go, what if that black fellow scratches it? Silin noticed that the marauder in front of him had become even more vigilant as he watched Hui Mao protect the ball with its claws. Silin pulled at the ball in his hand and saw that it wouldn't budge. So he said to Hui Mao, "Why don't you play around here? That black fellow seems to be afraid of that 1,000-year-old viper's skin." Hui Mao flicked its ears and looked at the marauder that was baring its teeth and opening and closing the folds of its skin on its neck. It looked at them warily and hooked the ball with its claws. After it hit the building, Hui Mao jumped up and firmly hooked the ball with its tail. During this process, the marauder in Lung's mouth moved its gaze along with the ball. It even took a few steps back and growled warily when the ball was thrown. Lung and the others finally realized what was going on. Ingweiji shot Lung a look. "What's that thing in that kid's hand?" "Lung, I don't know either." While everyone was paying attention to the marauder, Cheto moved around to the back of a building in a flash. While Cheto was moving, another black shadow flashed around the building. It was another marauder. "Oh, whoa, wait. We mean no harm. Don't kill me or it." A strange voice came from behind the building. It definitely wasn't Cheto's voice. "There's someone else?" Lung motioned for the others to go over and take a look. The marauder in front of Silin gave up on Silin the moment it heard the voice. It flashed and charged over. When Silin walked over, Lung, Ingweiji, and the others were looking at Cheto strangely. Cheto was holding a person in his hand. He didn't look like a normal human, but he did look a lot like one. There was a marauder on each side of him. They were staring at Cheto like a tiger watching its prey. As for Cheto, a marauder was biting him from head to toe all the way to his abdomen. Cheto's outstretched arm was blocking the bite, so the marauder couldn't swallow him any further. The person Cheto was holding slapped the head of the marauder holding Cheto and urged, let go now. The marauder let out a few rustles of dissatisfaction before letting go and retreating to the person's side. Cheto's upper body was finally exposed, and there were teeth holes all the way from his abdomen to his head. Just how many rows of teeth did a marauder have in its mouth? It was as if a two-sided needleboard had clamped down on Cheto's head. Ingweiji and the others quickly discovered that there was no blood on Cheto at all. The holes on Lung's body quickly closed and returned to their original state under the group's wide-eyed gazes. It was as if the person who was almost swallowed just now wasn't him. Who are you? Sillin asked. The person scratched his finger-thick hair with a webbed hand and said a little bashfully, my name is Korea. Everyone calls me Sai. His one sentence revealed a lot of information. This person knew the common language of the League of Stars, and his tone carried a sector H dialect. Secondly, he said everyone, meaning that there were other people here besides him. Thirdly, this person and his accomplices were very likely residents of this underwater city, and they were very familiar with the marauders. Seeing that Sillin and the others didn't react, Korea said a little vexedly, I really didn't do it on purpose. I was just curious. Sillin motioned for Cheto to put Korea down before saying, we mean no harm. You can have your companions put down their weapons now. Lung also motioned for his subordinates to put down their weapons. Korea looked at Sillin and then at the others. Then he scratched his webbed right hand with his left hand, thought for a moment, and waved at the buildings. Not long after, the buildings were no longer the monotonous hemispherical shape they were before. Some parts of the buildings had become transparent like windows, and there were a few people who looked similar to Korea lying on the ground next to the windows. They were all armed. The person lying on the window of one of the buildings shouted at them. Sai, ask them if they are intruders without keys. If they are, ask the guards to kill them. Sillin and the others. Didn't he find it strange that Bright Truth would shout something like this? Korea turned to look at Sillin and the others. About that, are you intruders without keys? Lung covered his face. Are the creatures here really so intelligent? After adjusting his emotions, Lung answered, I brought the key here. It's right there. Lung pointed at the direction of the hill. I couldn't have turned this place into this without the key. You guys were living underground before this, right? Korea nodded hurriedly and said excitedly, Yes, we were living underground before this. I heard that this is the first time this city has risen up since it retracted into the ground. Hey, they really did bring the key here. Korea waved at the buildings and shouted. After receiving confirmation, a door opened on the hemispherical buildings, and the people inside walked out. Most of them looked young. There was expectation in their eyes, as if they were looking forward to something. After these people walked out, a couple of predators ran over to them. These people seemed to be very familiar with the predators. Looking at the ferocious fellows wagging their tails like pet dogs, Lung felt a sense of absurdity. He always thought that no one could tame a high-level sea beast that tamers couldn't. But what was up with these people? Lung shook his head and looked at Cheto. He pinched him curiously and elbowed him. How did it feel to be half-eaten by a predator just now? Cheto thought for a moment before answering, bad breath. Lung, that was a pretty good experience. While Sillin and the others were thinking about what to do next, the people who were approaching them parted to make a path for them. An old man of the same race, as Korea ran over with a bottle in his hand. The bottle made Lung's heart beat faster unconsciously. Could it be? The old man ran over and looked at Sillin and the others. Then, his gaze stopped on Lung and the others. Are you looking for the Tear of Gods? Yes. Lung was a little confused by the direct question. Who wants the Tear of Gods? Me. Lung pointed at himself. Here. The old man passed the bottle to Lung and looked at him expectantly. Drink it. This is the Tear of Gods. Ingweiji and the others looked at the old man suspiciously, but at the same time, they also felt that the thing in the bottle seemed to be communicating with them. There was a sense of intimacy just like how they communicated with sea beasts after they tamed them. Lung stopped Ingweiji from inspecting the bottle and accepted it. He said to the old man, "I heard that the Tear of Gods grants its user the ability to reform sea beasts." Yes, yes, that is true. But I also heard that those who use the Tear of Gods only have a certain chance of success. Yes, yes, that is true. What if they fail? The old man smiled kindly. They will die. Lung. Chapter 366. Lung didn't drink the contents of the bottle immediately. Even if the contents were extremely tempting, he couldn't act rashly until he understood the situation. Who were these people? Why did they live in this underwater city? Everything was still up in the air. Sillin looked at the people around him and the people who were leaning against the windows of other buildings and looking at them. There were almost 300 people who had shown themselves already. The city was huge, but the population was far too sparse compared to its size. What's your relationship with the Shi family? Sillin asked. The old man was originally a little anxious because Lung did not drink the bottle, but when he heard Sillin's words, the old man's expression froze. It wasn't just the old man, even the group of onlookers around them revealed surprised expressions. Sillin didn't tell Lung too much about the Shi family. He only mentioned that Olillo was somewhat related to the Shi family and Lung's subordinates. Even Ingweiji, who had served Andryra Phocos for a long time, didn't know much about them. Now that Sillin had mentioned it, he was a little curious. After a moment of surprise, the old man looked respectful. It wasn't towards Sillin, but towards the Shi family that Sillin mentioned. The Shi family is our benefactor. Benefactor? Yes. If it wasn't for the Shi family's help, our ancestors might not have survived that disaster 1,000 years ago, and we wouldn't be here today. The eyes of the old man and the people around him were more like those of believers. Lung suddenly thought of something and asked, "May I know your surname?" "We don't have a surname, but we can be called Mill if we really have to." Mill. Ingweiji, Pescado, and the others' jaws almost hit the ground when they heard this. The Mill family. The Mill family that only existed in historical records could be found, but no more information could be found. The Mill family that only existed in legends was said by critics to be a combination of genius and idiot. Sillin had learned a little about the Mill family from the books he read about Sector H's history. The Mill family could be considered an ancient family of Sector H. Moreover, every member of this family was an excellent trainer. They didn't even need special training. Some of the children of the Mill family could already play with the huge sea monsters in the sea before they could even run. Now, many people did not believe that the race had that kind of ability. After all, those things only existed in legends. Moreover, there was no video or graphic evidence. Those evidence had disappeared with the extinction of the Mill family 1,000 years ago. However, Lung and the others had always believed in it. In some of the internal records of the Andryra family, some of the matters regarding the Mir family had been personally written by Andryra's ancestors back then. Because of that, when Lung heard that these people were from the Mill family, he was quite astonished. According to the records of Andryra's ancestors, Mill wasn't their surname, but the name of their race. According to the ancient language of the race, Mill meant sea. The Mill family belonged to a special race among the natives of Sector H. Their minds were pure and stubborn. Their one-track-minded nature caused them to offend a lot of people. Just like the critics said, this race was a combination of genius and idiot. Their talent allowed them to communicate with the sea monsters almost unimpeded, but they also made mistakes every once in a while and offended a lot of people unintentionally. They didn't know how to curry favor with those in power, they didn't know how to be reserved, and they didn't know how to read people's expressions. They were like an anomaly among the human race. And the reason they were wiped out 1,000 years ago was because they accidentally offended someone and were forced into space. From the looks of it now, the Mill family wasn't completely wiped out back then. Some of them were saved by the Shi family. At the same time, a lot of evidence and deeds of the Mill family have been erased by the peak generation of the Shi family. Lung and the others looked carefully at the people around them. To think that the people who were confirmed to be wiped out 1,000 years ago were hiding in such an unimaginable place. Seeing that more and more people were walking towards them, Sillin suggested, "Let's find a place to talk." Yes, we should find a place to talk." After saying that, the old man turned around and left. He did not even say the word please, nor did he make a gesture for Celine and the others to follow him. He simply turned around and left on his own. After walking a few steps, the old man turned around and said in dissatisfaction, "Why don't you follow me?" Lung tilted his chin at them and told them to follow him. You can't look at the mill people from the perspective of a normal person. The old man led Sillin and the others into a hemispherical building. The furnishings inside were very simple, and most of them were made of stone. They were extremely rare stone ores, no less. After entering through the door and passing through the living room, Hui Mao, who was crouching on Sillin's shoulder, saw a couple of ores that were extremely expensive in the League of Stars. He wanted nothing more than to rush forward and gather them all into his arms. They were all fish biscuits. So many fish biscuits. The layout was simple and could even be described as monotonous, but the technology behind it was amazing. How could they not be amazed that Sea Heaven was able to use intelligent automation technology? Moreover, this was 1,000 years ago. With the mill people's talent in electronics, there was no way they could have made something like this. Inside the old man's living room, Sillin and the others roughly understood the cause and effect of the incident. Back then, the Shi family wanted to research sea beasts and trainers, so they came to Sector H in search of research subjects and a suitable environment. Coincidentally, they ran into the mill people who were being wiped out at the time, and the total number of mill people they saved at the time was less than 30. Although the population of this race wasn't large to begin with, the abrupt drop from hundreds to less than 30 was a devastating blow. The Shi clan helped the Mi people take revenge by bringing their enemies to Sea Heaven, letting the Mi people deal with the culprits who had almost caused their entire clan to be exterminated. In the end, the mill people who survived made their enemies fall into the stomachs of sea beasts. After that, the Shi family began to build an underwater city here. They invented anti-interference technology, but it was only partially anti-interference. Building a city like this under the sea was already their limit, and they couldn't incorporate any more technology into this place. The special environment here caused most technology to be rejected. Fortunately, the underwater city was built successfully, and the Shi family's research was successfully completed. After that, the Shi family left this underwater world to the mill people. However, in order to repay the debt of gratitude, the newly elected chief of the Mir people promised to guard this place with his people until the Tear of God was found. Only when the Tear of God welcomed its next master would the mill people leave this underwater city. They were willing to be the guards of the Tear of God. This guard lasted for 1,000 years. They stayed at the bottom of the sea and befriended the predators that Lung mentioned. These sea beasts didn't actually leave the deep sea area, but for the sake of the mill people, they would go to the surface and bring some souvenirs, allowing the mill people to come into contact with the surface of the sea and the things on the surface. The old man pointed at the bottle in Lung's hand and said, "Now that you're here, we can rest assured after you consume the Tear of God and successfully evolve." "You didn't use this?" Lung asked. "No," the old man said matter-of-factly. "It wasn't prepared for us anyway." Pescado and the others had a strange look on their faces. As expected, the mill people were just like the legends said. They really didn't know what to say about them. If it was anyone else, they would have drunk the Tear of God 800 years ago. No, perhaps as soon as the Shi family left. "You guys, don't you have any thoughts?" "This is the Tear of God, the Tear of God," Pescado emphasized. The old man was a little angry. He felt that Pescado was looking down on his intelligence. He unhappily patted the table that was worth a whole aircraft's worth of fish biscuits in Hui Mao's eyes. "I know. Our clan has guarded it for nearly 1,000 years. As the current clan leader and the person who inherited the tear of God, do you think I don't know better than you? You know nothing. Pescado and the others cursed silently. The tear of God. There was a passage in the creation myth that said, when the tear of God fell into the sea, the creatures in the sea were influenced and offered their loyalty. That was a treasure that could control countless sea beasts, including those overlords in the sea. What a treasure! How could these people not have any thoughts? It was fine if it was just one person, but this was an entire clan that had lived for generations until now, with their brains filled with shit from constipation. How could it make people feel so anxious? Cough. Lung patted the uncontrollable twitch on his face. He couldn't blame them. As a businessman, he couldn't imagine the combination of nerves in the brains of the mere people. In order not to dwell on this problem, Lung asked, Mr. Chief, in the records of my ancestors, you mere people don't seem to look like this. Oh, this, of course, it's a mutation. The natural environment of the sea paradise has greatly increased the mutation rate. There will be some changes in almost every generation. Chief Mir raised his hand and moved his webbed fingers. As he moved his fingers, the webbing on his hand gradually shrunk. Other parts of his hand also changed. Soon, Chief Mir's hand looked similar to the fingers of adults like Sillin and the others. Back then, the Mir people didn't have webbing on their hands. However, after living here for nearly 1,000 years, the Mir people had mutated from generation to generation, and there were many changes. It wasn't just the webbing on their hands. There were also many differences in their thick hair, body shape, and bone structure. These were all due to mutation. So, after 1,000 years, we are slightly different from our ancestors. Chief Mir had a smug look on his face. Pescado and the others lowered their heads so that Chief Mir wouldn't see their twitching expressions. What was there to be smug about? What was there to be smug about after staying here for 1,000 years? However, Chief Mir's expression became a little sad again. The birth rate of our Mir people has dropped a lot. After so many generations, there are only 476 people now. After a moment of silence, Lung shook the bottle in his hand. Is this all there is of the tear of God? Yes. This is all there is, and it's only enough for one person, Chief Mir answered. Sillin realized that Chief Mir liked to say the word yes. Was this an affirmation of the double superposition table? Just as Lung was feeling a little regretful, Chief Mir continued. The mutation caused by the tear of God is a hereditary mutation. However, there is a certain probability. If your mutation is successful, some of your descendants might inherit this mutation, or they might not. As long as there was a probability of inheriting it, Lung felt much better. I would also like to ask, what is the probability of successful mutation after consuming the tear of God? Chief Mir thought for a moment. As far as I know, according to the current records, it's 100%. Hearing that it was 100%, Ingweji, Pescado, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. However, before they could catch their breaths, Chief Mir scratched his web hand and said, back then, only one person from the Shi family used it, and he succeeded. If that's the case, it's indeed 100%. Ingweji and the others. What kind of 100% is this? Seriously, continue to be anxious. Oh, there's one more thing I need to tell you. There's only one way for you to get out. Even the Shi family used that method to get out. What method? The few of them unconsciously sat up straight. Chief Mir calmly played with his white hair that was as thick as a finger. We'll have to wait until he successfully evolves. Everyone, this was really making them anxious. No wonder so many people wanted to kill the Mir people back then. Back then, when the Shi family researched the common frequency, they discovered that even if it's the same wavelength, mechanical instruments can't achieve the same effect as humans. That's why I said that there's only one way for you to get out of the sea. Forget it. I've said enough. Our entire family is looking forward to your successful mutation. Ingweji's serious expression had been broken countless times today. He still had many things that he didn't understand, but this damned old man in front of him said that he had said enough. 10 minutes later, Lung prepared himself mentally and drank the tear of God in the bottle. Then he collapsed. The old man said that it was a normal phenomenon and even took out a manual from 1,000 years ago. The manual listed the phenomenon of successful mutation, as well as the various scenarios of failure. Ingweiji's hands were trembling as he held onto the instruction manual. The signs of failure were simply too frightening. There wasn't even a complete corpse. Ingweiji didn't dare to imagine what kind of shock the entire Andrea family would experience if his young master failed. Long was waiting at the old man's house. According to Silen's observation, Long's body temperature rose and fell drastically, and he looked like he was in pain, but there were obvious signs of life. It should be a good sign. An hour later, Long's fluctuating body temperature stabilized, but he still didn't wake up. According to the manual, he was undergoing an advantageous mutation, not one of those scenarios of failure. This allowed everyone's tense nerves to finally relax. Ingweiji and the others waited at the old man's house for their young master to wake up. Huimao couldn't stay idle and wanted to go out for a stroll. Silen was worried about him, so he asked Cheto to stay and observe Long's situation. Then, he left the old man's house with Huimao. Silen took out a bag of biscuits for Huimao to grind his teeth and walked inside this underwater city. This was a very simple city, and it was inhabited by people with simple minds. Even the dark blue sea water of the sea paradise that struck fear into people's hearts was pure and clear to them, wasn't it? The mere people lived their lives simply and resolutely. They guarded that bottle of God's tear with pure hearts, but at the same time, they had a hazy yearning for the life outside the sea that every generation had spoken of. This yearning reached its peak after Silen's group arrived. However, even if they yearned for it, they still kept the determination in their hearts and willingly guarded this place until the person who obtained the God's tear appeared. There is no doubt that the mere people were absolute geniuses when it came to taming sea beasts. They were even more talented than Long and the others. However, they couldn't escape the misfortune brought about by their own shortcomings. Even though they were a member of the human race, they couldn't integrate into human society. Under the accumulation of contradictions, the extinction of their race suddenly came. Even the strongest tamer couldn't come into contact with the sea creatures and the spirituality of the sea when they were in outer space. In a situation where their attack power was already reduced, and they possessed relatively backward technology and martial strength, how could they fight against others? Protectors. The mere people needed a protector. In the past, it was the Sheaf family. After today, perhaps, the Andrira family would take over this task. However, the Andrira family was a merchant family. Even if Long sincerely protected this family, what about in the future? What about the rest of the Andrira family? Silen raised his head. The light barrier above the city isolated the water. The undersea city rippled with light and shadow, bringing with it a deep and ancient poetic feeling. Hey, isn't that the fellow called Sai Sai? Huimao raised his claw and patted Silen's face, pointing in a direction. Silen looked over and saw that Celia was brushing the tongue of a marauder. The marauder was lying there obediently with its tongue sticking out, and Celia was using a brush that was even bigger than a mop to brush its tongue. The marauder was so comfortable that it was squinting its eyes in satisfaction. Could it be that all sea beasts like to brush their tongues? Silen remembered that Blueskin seemed to have this hobby as well. Seeing Silen, Sai Sai became excited. The brush poked into a certain part of the sea beast's mouth. Discontentedly, it used its tongue to roll up the big brush and used the other end to hit Sai Sai's head, causing Sai Sai to jump left and right to avoid it. Although he was throwing a little tantrum, this way of getting along was really harmonious. Huimao used his claw to pick up a few fish biscuits and threw them into the sea beast's mouth. He also threw a few to Sai Sai and said generously, "I'll treat you guys to some fish biscuits." It was just a few pieces of fish biscuits. To that big sea beast, it probably couldn't even taste them. However, Sai Sai liked it very much. Looking at Sai Sai, who was eating happily, Sillin was really embarrassed to tell him that it was just pet cat food. You guys have a good relationship. Very few humans and sea beasts can get along like this. Sillin said, even if it was a tamer, they would mostly use sea beasts as a kind of weapon. They wouldn't get along like Sai and the others. Sai bit the fish biscuit and said incoherently, because we see ourselves as one of these sea beasts. We're all friends. As he said this, he looked at Hui Mao again, because the fish biscuits Hui Mao gave him had already been eaten. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.